Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Luffy Became Strongest Pirate with Overpower Crew. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was a nice day on the Thousand Sunny. The fresh wind blew into the masts, pushing the ship of the future Pirate King along on his journey. This was the ship of the Straw Hat Pirates, one of the strongest rookie pirate crews to ever set sail. Ever since Luffy set off on his journey to be the Pirate King, they had gone through many adventures. They defeated all the pirate brutes in the East Blue, liberated the kingdom of Alabasta and gave them back the reign, while defeating the Shichibukai crocodile, wrecked an Ai's lobby, evaded a Buster Call, retrieved their stolen shadows, defeated yet another Shichibukai Moria, and survived an encounter with Kuma right after that. No one expected that this crew of 9 would be such a pain in the ass for the world government. What was even more surprising to them was that this crew had only been around for less than a year. Moreover, they were from East Blue, the weakest of the 4 seas, and that this brave bunch of teenagers only set off from the East Blue to the Grand Line with only 5 members. Heck, none of those members were even a doctor. How the heck did they survive for so long? Many people wondered. They only had a perverted cook that kicked his enemies away, and money, tangerine-loving thieving navigator, a long-nosed, scaredy cat snipper, a former bounty hunter moss-haired swordsman who used 3 swords, with a rubber-headed reckless idiot. Over time they slowly acquired more members. They got a reindeer who ate the Hito Hito no Mai as a doctor, a former Baroque works agent who ate the Hana Hana no Mai, a perverted cyborg who wore nothing more than a speedos and a shirt, and a revivied musical skeleton who ate the Yomi Yomi no Mai that asks every girl he meets for their inner wear. Currently, the Straw Hat Pirates were on their way to the Sabaody archipelago, the final island before heading off to the New World. It was pretty normal on the crew, if you count the usual behaviors of the crew members normal. Brooke was singing Bink's sake, Frankie was restocking the cola barrels for the coupe de burst, Robin was reading, Chopper was making more of his special rumble balls, Sanji was cooking desserts for the ladies, Nami was mapping out the previous island that they were at, Usopp was working on his chili ammo, Zoro was napping on the deck, and Luffy was being Luffy. Hey, everyone, the seas look so nice today. Let's go swimming in that inflatable pool Frankie built. Luffy suddenly, sitting on the lion head of the Sunny. The gentle waves were calmly lapping at the hull of their ship, fresh seawater softly spraying onto the deck. That's a super idea, Luffy bro. Let me go set it up, Frankie yelled back, running back to the lower levels of the Sunny to set up the pool. Okay, but be careful Luffy. We do not want to have to fish you out of the ocean again, Nami said, walking out of the room. Nami Swan. You are so beautiful when you are being harsh. I just made these tart with the tangerines you gave me. Please enjoy them. Oh, you too, Robin-chan. Sanji swooned, kneeling on one knee and holding up the tray of pastries. Arigato, Sanji-kun, Robin said, slowing taking a tart. At the mention of his name, blood leaked out of the cook's nose. Oi, stupid cook. Go bleed to death or something. Zoro grunted, opening one eye to stare at the chef. What was Yumarimo? Sanji snapped, his nosebleed suddenly disappearing. You swirly eyebrow. No one wants you here. Maybe if we did not stop by the Barady we would have gotten a real cook. You shitty swordsman. A fight between the two almost broke out if not for a certain runner idiot yelling, Hey guys, let's swim. Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Robin. I'm going to call Chopper. Okay, the 4 replied. Just then, the newspaper bird came, squawking. Nami sighed and dropped some bullies into the pouch of the bird, before grabbing a newspaper. They raised the price again, Nami mumbled, flipping through the paper, before stopping to stare at the page. What is this? We have new bounties. She ripped the bounties out of the newspaper and quickly headed to her room to change. At the pool, Luffy and Usopp were splashing water at each other. Zoro was napping at the shallow end of the pool, with most of his body covered in water. Sanji was bringing snacks and drinks to the poolside. Chopper was sitting at the side of the pool, too small in size to actually get into the pool. Robin and Nami were chatting by the side of the pool. Brooke was playing some song on the violin, and Frankie was working on something at the bottom of the pool. Usopp, can you hand me the wrench? I'm trying to speed up the drainage system so that we can quickly get ready in case of an attack. Frankie surfaced, gulping down the much-needed oxygen. Usopp tossed him the wrench and Frankie went underwater. What are you doing? Luffy bounded over. Usopp told him that they were fixing something. Cool, I want to see, Luffy exclaimed. Luffy, don't. Usopp tried to stop him, but Luffy jumped into the deep end of the pool and immediately started sinking. Zoro immediately jumped in and pulled him to the surface. Phew, that was close. Thanks, Zoro, Luffy panted after getting fished out. Geez, what would you do without us? Zoro rolled his eyes. Shishishishi, Luffy giggled. We have important things to discuss. Some of us have new bounties. Nami said. Really? Did I get a bounty? Chopper asked. Yeah, Chopper, all of yous have new bounties, and I think they also added Brook's bounty to ours. Nami said. Currently, after seeing the new bounties, Luffy had a bounty of 300 million billies, Zoro had one of 120 million billies, Sanji's was 77 million, Nami's was 16 million, Usopp's was 30 million, Chopper's was 50, Robin's was 80 million, Frankie's was 44 million while Brook's was 33 million. Yes, I'm worth 300 million billy. It's closer to Ace's now, Luffy yelled. Zoro simply smirked, while Sanji was groaning at the Santoryu user having a higher bounty. Chopper looked rather dejected, but Brook and Usopp tried to cheer him up. Frankie was doing his super poses, with Nami facepalming at the boy's reaction, while Robin was giggling at her crewmates' childish reactions. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the Grand Line, there were other reactions to the increase in the bounty. Captain, the Straw Hats have some new bounties. A masked man passed a few bounty posters to a redhead. These guys are interesting. I want to fight them. Yeah, me too, Captain. So the Straw Hats have new bounties. Whatever, I'll still crush them when the time comes. Hey, why isn't the food here? A pink-haired girl yelled. What do we have here? New bounties. Oh, it's the Straw Hats again. Not surprising. A tan man mused, his kind of small wings flapping uselessly. The Straw Hats caused trouble at Anai's lobby. I hope when they get to Sabaody they would not attack the Celestial Dragons. Knowing them, they would if they saw anyone get shot. Luckily I can understand the marine codes, so I can evade them easily. The black Den Mushi is rather useful. A pirate with a cross on his chin muttered. Fate has told me that something would happen to them, and we would cross paths with them soon. A blonde man said, staring at the cards in front of him. The Straw Hats have new bounties. What the hell did they do this time? The door on his stomach closed. These guys are so troublesome. Why did you give me these bounties now? I'm practicing my singing. He sighed. The Straw Hat Pirates. Whatever, I need to practice my singing. Mujiwara has a new bounty. That's interesting. A polar bear bent down to look. Hey, it's that new rookie pirate. He is part of the 11 supernovas, right, Captain? Yeah, his swordsman too. I want to meet them. There is an island on the way to Sabaody. I suggest that we stop there to restock on our supplies. Judging by the log pose, I say that we would get there by tomorrow morning. Since we are quite some distance to Sabaody, there may be some marines, so don't go causing trouble. Nami told the rest of the Straw Hats. Okay, Shishishishi Luffy replied and immediately shot himself to the deck of the Sunny, now dry from sitting in the sun. Nami shook her head. Seriously, how can anyone think that idiot is worth 300 million billy? The orange-headed girl grabbed the bounty posters and walked back to her room. The rest of the members went to grab a change of clothes before going back to their original activities. Sanji, food, Luffy yelled. The sun was starting to set and the rest of the crew was getting rather hungry. Shut up, you rubber idiot. Sanji-kun, I agree with Luffy. I will go cook a wonderful dinner, Nami Swan. Sanji entered the kitchen and prepared their dinner. Yahoo! I can't wait to explore the new island, Luffy yelled, playing on the swing. Bang! A cannonball hit the side of the Sunny. All the heads turned to the marine ship that was quickly sailing towards them. All right, finally, something to fight, Luffy yelled. Nami, Frankie, get us closer. He wrapped his arm around Zoro's chest and used the other to pull back from the past. Arg. Shit, the swordsman groaned as Luffy shot past the mast towards the marine ships. Gamu Gamu no rocket. The second the duo landed, or crashed, somehow right in the middle of the fleet of marine ships, they started wreaking havoc. The rubber captain used Gamu Gamu no Gatling and Gamu Gamu no Whip to send many marines flying into the sea. Zoro slashed at any opponent that came too close to him or his captain. The Sunny sailed towards the battleships, with Usopp shooting his enemies down with his pachinkos and slingshot, with an occasionally chilly shot that created a somewhat comical scene on the ships. Robin had her arms crossed over her chest, ready to snap the spines of any marine the second they got in range. Chopper fingered the rumble ball in his pocket, prepared to pop it into him mouth to fight. Frankie was steering the ship, although by the look on his face it was obvious that he wanted to fight. Brook was playing a tune on his violin while laughing. Nami had her climb attacked out, while yelling at Frankie to stop before they crashed into the massive fleet. The lion head started spinning, stopping the ship's momentum before they lightly bumped into a ship, barely scratched. And that was when the real fun began. Nami waved her climaticked, conjuring lightning that zapped the marines in front of her. Chopper was in horn point, plowing down his opponents. Frankie shot missiles out from his shoulders and Brook unsheathed his sword, cutting his opponents. Robin said Sei's floor, clutch, and promptly snapped the marines' spines. They finished off the entire fleet of marine battleships in roughly 20 minutes, suffering mostly minor cuts and bruises. The only major injury was the slash Luffy got on his back while protecting Robin, which was not too bad, it just seemed bigger to Chopper. They immediately got patched up by the reindeer and madly scrabbled to the kitchen after Luffy sprinted through the door, Chopper telling him to slow down. They had a delicious dinner and settled on the deck, telling Sanji about the battle. Sanji gave Luffy an approving look. At least you protected Robin-chan, you shithead. And the cook and swordsman nearly broke into another fight when Sanji mentioned that he could have taken out more opponents. It was getting rather late and the cool night air made everyone shiver. It's getting cold. Let's go sleep, Nami said. Yo-ho-ho-ho, I suppose that the night air is tingling my skin, but I don't have skin anyway. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho, Skull joke. Brook joked. They drew straws. And it was Frankie's turn on watch, then Brook, Zoro, and Robin, changing at 2-hour intervals. The rest of the crew members went to their rooms and drifted to sleep. Zoro dreamt of the time Luffy saved him. You're the son of the devil, he had said. He smilex in his dream knowing that thanks to Luffy, he finally had a family, after leaving his family at a young age unintentionally after getting lost, and losing the closest person to him at the doji, Kuina. He knew that if Luffy didn't save him, he wouldn't have been able to continue working towards the dream he and Kuina shared. Nami dreamt of the time she stabbed herself in the arm, tears running down the face as Luffy grabbed her arm, stopping her from her self-harm. She shouted some harsh words at him staying silent, before she broke down in tears. The look of shock on her face was apparent when he placed his straw hat, his treasure, onto Nami's head, and proceeded to beat up Arlong. She was grateful to him for not only saving her village, but for also understanding the situation without her or anyone needing to say anything. She knew that he trusted her even though she had supposedly stabbed Usopp, and it was thanks to him that she could fulfill her dream of making a map of the world. Usopp dreamt of Luffy kicking Kuro's ass, knowing that it was because of him that Kaido was safe and he was able to ache of his dream of becoming a brave warrior of the sea. Sanji relived the time in his sleep when Luffy had saved the Sabaody from Dawn Creek, the so-called strongest person in the East Blue. He also gave Sanji the chance to pursue his own dream of all blue instead of staying at the Sabaody, wasting his life away because he owed the old cook, Zeph. Chopper thought of the time Luffy saved the doctor's flag from Wapple. He remembered Luffy saying that a pirate flag was a symbol of the pirates, and regardless of whose it was, he wasn't going to let it fall. He remembered Luffy telling him to shut up as he was spouting all the reasons why they wouldn't accept him. He was happy and relieved that in this world, he finally had some real friends that would help him though thick and thin, regardless of what had happened. Robin thought of the time when Luffy rescued her from the tomb under Alabasta, when she had wanted to die. She recalled the time when Luffy yelled at her across the chasm at Anai's lobby, telling her to live. She was eternally grateful for Luffy giving her a reason to live, and to actually be happy and live like a normal person. Brook dreamt of the time that he was drifting aimlessly through the Florian Triangle, thinking of ways to get his shadow from Mariah and go see Laboon. When this ship with a lion head drifted in and 2 boys and girl climbed up his abandoned ship, only to find that the only living thing on the ship wasn't so alive. The shorter boy with the straw hat had invited him to join their crew, and while we had wanted to join, he knew that he would only hold them back since he had lost his shadow. He had then helped the Straw Hats get their 4 shadows back from Moria, gaining back his own. He remembered that upon hearing that Luffy had met Laboon, he had burst into tears, and Luffy didn't seem to care that he was a skeleton and let him join the crew. While Frankie wasn't sleeping, he remembered the time that Luffy had broke his house to avenge Usopp. Later, to save Robin, he had trusted Frankie to rescue her while he distracted Lucci. He knew that Luffy and his crew had helped him accomplish his dream, which was to be the shipwright of the best ship he could build. The rest of the crew was happily drifting in their dreams, knowing that it was all thanks to their rubber-headed idiot captain. But what about Luffy? Luffy tossed and turned in his hammock, sweat streaming down his head as he had to relive the moment he had lost his Nakama. Dream start. Luffy was having fun. He was laughing and cheering up his Nakama during the boat race. Zoro, Sanji, and Nami were taken out of the race, but just as the opponent thought they had won, Usopp came gliding down on mechanical wings and took out the opponent. They were having a barbecue, and for some reason Sanji was rather upset and challenged the cook to a cooking duel. As they were cooking on the huge hot plate, he noticed Nami and Usopp acting rather strangely. Nami was cheering Sanji on, but whenever Usopp came close, she moved away. He also noticed that Robin and Chopper weren't present, but dismissed it as Chopper was a curious reindeer and Robin had said something about a flower. Zoro was napping as usual when Sanji won the duel. Everything seemed normal despite missing 2 crewmates, and for Nami and Usopp's disagreements, but the food was good and everyone else seemed happy. Then he heard something that he thought he would have never heard in his whole life. Those who do not cheer me on do not deserve to eat. He turned around and stared blankly at Sanji. No matter what had happened, Sanji had never let anyone go hungry. The fact that he refused to feed someone because they didn't support him surprised him. Later, after discovering Chopper and Robin were missing, Sanji said something that struck his heart. It was all your fault, Luffy. He felt that he had failed his crew and himself. He had failed to keep his Nakama safe. The dream turned black. When it started up again, he was standing in front of the Baron. Austin, where's Chopper? Are you referring to that horned river otter? Austin, I've got 2 things to tell you. First, Chopper isn't a river otter, he's a reindeer. Second, I'll never let you hurt my nakama. Never let me hurt them. You had 6 nakama in your crew, correct? Just before you arrived, that number went down to 5. He gasped. What did you say? Before long, the other will disappear into the lily as well. What did you say? Yet you say you won't let me harm them. You'll never let me hurt them. Unforgivable. I won't forgive you. Gamu Gamu no. An arrow struck his right hand, flying back, pinning his hand to the rock behind him. One arrow. What happened to your determined spirit? Damn it. While you struggle, another of your nakama is disappearing. Stop it. Robin. He stretched out his left hand, trying to reach Robin as she disappeared into the lily. Who will be next? I see. The cook. You bastard. Gamu Gamu no. Another arrow struck his left hand and pinned it to the same rock. 2 arrows. Sanji. Only 3 left. If you don't hurry, there won't be anyone left. Stop it. Gamu Gamu no. His right leg was pinned to the rock. Luffy fell over, losing his balance. Since you can't see, I'll just tell you. The man with the long nose just disappeared. USOPP. He struggled, trying to get back up as he gazed towards the tip of the lily. What will you do? Will you fight me with just your left leg? Gamu Gamu no. The last of his limbs were pinned to the rock. He was now struggling to not be pulled back by the elasticity of his limbs. The other woman has just disappeared. And Nami, you can no longer move in that state. The very last of you nakama is starting to fade away. Zoro. Luffy leaned back and thrust his head out, sending it flying towards the top of the lily. He felt several arrows graze his neck, and caught one in his mouth. Zoro. His heart shattered as his first nakama faded into the lily, his body trapped mid-scream as he slowly disappeared from view. Zoro. Dream end. Zoro. He screamed and shot up in his hammock. The rest of the crew woke up and stared at the panting and sweating teen. Luffy saw that he had woken the rest of the crew. Sorry, guys, it's just a nightmare, he told the crew. What the hell did you wake me for? Nami barged into the room. Luffy had a nightmare, Nami. Robin's voice reverberated in the room. Everyone looked around, spotting the mouth that had blossomed on a hand on the door. Everyone went back to sleep. But no matter what happened, Luffy couldn't fall asleep. Or more accurately, didn't want to fall asleep. He feared the dream would just repeat itself in his head and he would end up waking the crew again, so he ended up walking to the deck to look at the stars. Sanji woke up and headed to the kitchen to make breakfast. After making it, he yelled breakfast as Radai, you shitheads. Nami Swan, Robin-chan, I have prepared a delicious breakfast for you. They all headed to the kitchen, and everyone was surprised that Luffy wasn't the first one in. In fact, he was the last. And he didn't even rock it in like usual. He just stuck his hands in his pocket and strode in. What? He asked when he noticed everyone was staring at him. And nothing, Nami mumbled. Breakfast proceeded as usual, but something was wrong. Luffy wasn't eating with the usual vigor he had. Usually after 15 minutes, he would finish all his food. Granted, Luffy was still eating at a fast pace, but he only finished after 30 minutes. After they all exited the kitchen, the rest of the crew turned on him and said, Spill. Something's not right, and it has something to do with that nightmare. So spill. Luffy gave them his trademark smile to try and reassure them. I'm fine. Really. However, this didn't give him the result he expected. Memories flashed those 6 of the 8 remaining Straw Hat members. They remembered waking up on an island in their best clothes and walking up a hill. They remembered Luffy lying on his back, his clothes in tatters, blood seeping out of the many wounds, surrounded by a bunch of strangers. They remembered Nami running down the hill, berating him for sleeping there, and Luffy looking at them and smiling. I just remembered. Before we arrived at Water 7, we woke up on an island in our best clothes and no recollection of what happened. You were lying on the ground and you were rather injured. Robin said, Yeah, me too. You were so badly injured. You had holes all over your back and through your hands and feet. Chopper pipped up. You seemed overly happy to see us too. What happened? Nami demanded. It's nothing. There was just a bad guy there and I beat him up. Luffy said. He didn't want to burden his crew with this. He had broken down that day. He had to be strong for his crew. You told us that then. But it is clearly something more. So spill. Now, Nami growled. Luffy bro is hiding something from us. So not super. Frankie said. Luffy sighed. Fine. On that day, we received a note that we should visit Amatsuri Island to prove we were pirates among pirates. We went there and played some games. But after that everyone was acting weird. Nami and Usopp were having a disagreement over something and Robin and Chopper were both missing. Sanji said those who do not cheer me on do not deserve to eat and refused to give Zoro food because he was sleeping during the cooking contest. Sanji's eyes widened at that. He knew that it wasn't like him to do that, but in his gut he knew that he had said something like that. Everyone else was shocked but kept their eyes glued to their captain. After Sanji discovered that Chopper and Robin were missing, he said some hurtful things. Hold up Luffy. What did I say? Sanji asked. It's fine, Luffy said. What did I say? Sanji questioned, but he already knew what it was. You said it was all your fault, Luffy. I don't hold it against you. I know something was wrong with that island that messed with our heads. He continued. We then continued with the games. But Nami, Sanji, Usopp, and Zoro ran off on their own. After getting chased by an arrow that kept following me, I fell into a hole. There this guy called Brief told me the truth behind the island. Apparently that Baron guy lost his crew in a storm and came to that island. He found the lily and it recreated his crew if he fed it people. A memory flashed in Robin's mind. She remembered the Baron leading her to the lily and shooting her. I exited the hole and found the Baron to ask him where Chopper was, but he told me that he had died. I tried to punch him with my right hand, but he used an arrow to pin it to a rock. Robin then disappeared into the flower. As Sanji disappeared, I tried to use my other hand, but he also pinned it to a rock. Chopper's eye furrowed. He was beginning to see how he got the holes on his hand and feet, but his back. He had an image in his head of Luffy's back riddled with arrows, but he shook his head. No, he hoped that it didn't happen. After he disappeared, I used my right leg, but it got pinned down. I fell over as Usopp disappeared. I used my left leg, but it got shot. I had to stop myself from snapping towards the rock. I struggled as Nami disappeared. Then he said that Zoro was disappearing. So I used my head. But it was too late. Zoro was shocked. Luffy's neck was a major weak spot. He could have died. He was faintly remembered seeing Luffy's face, an arrow dropping from his mouth as it opened in shock. But it was too late. My body snapped back to the rock. The Baron then asked me if I wanted to die or to be alone for the rest of my life. Brook frowned, or would have if he had skin. He knew how it felt to live alone. He had experienced loneliness for more than 50 years. I didn't answer him. Then I fell into another hole and Brief patched me up. That little girl, Daisy, said that she could hear you guys, so I went back to fight him. Brief helped me by distracting the Baron and I managed to break the lily apart. But it turned into many flying arrows. So I asked him where you guys were. That flower on his shoulder suddenly grew very big. And you guys were in it. Usopp cringed at the thought. Even his imagination had its limits, and he knew that what Luffy saw would be worse than whatever he could think of. It was like you guys were trapped in the flower, with no way to scream or shout for help. Then the Baron shot all the arrows at me. A lot of them got stuck in my back and the ground was covered in arrows. I heard you guys calling for me, softly, also a bit confused. I thought I was going mad, but Daisy told me that she heard you guys too. So I walked to the Baron and asked him to give you guys back. That's super, Luffy bro, Frankie exclaimed. He knew that Luffy was very protective of them, seeing as he stormed Anai's lobby just to get back Robin, and respected him for it. But hearing this just made his respect for his caption increase by tenfold. However, for the members of the Straw Hats that were actually there, all the memories came flooding back. They remembered everything, arriving on the island, playing games, turning on each other, running off, getting caught, seeing Luffy struggle, everything. This other guy, the captain of the Terum Pirates, Papa, he shot the lily and killed it. The arrows all disappeared. The Baron saw it die and it collapsed in a puddle of its guts. He tried to collect its parts and I saw that after losing his nakama, he broke down. He was living in a dream world created by the lily just to stay sane. He then tried to kill Papa. So I punched him. I think I killed him though. Usopp looked horrified as he remembered telling Nami that she only betrayed people and remembered that slap she gave him. He also never thought that Luffy had actually killed someone. He knew that no matter the situation, Luffy would never kill and people only died by accident. As if reading his thoughts, Zoro said, "It's okay. That was just an empty shell of the man he used to be. He was alive, but he was dead inside." Nami had tears streaming down her face, thinking that Luffy had seen them turn against each other but still fought to get them back. She also felt guilty for telling Usopp that he had left her to die and later slapping him. Sanji was guilty of telling Luffy that it was his fault. After all, they all agreed to go to the island, so they were all to blame. And he refused to feed someone. He had to apologize for that. And maybe give Zoro more food at their next meal to make up for it. Chopper grabbed Luffy's leg and cried, saying that how he almost died from blood loss and if he weren't a devil fruit user and a rubber man, he would have died. "I'm sorry, Luffy," for Sanji stopped mid-sentence as the teen snapped up and smiled. "It's okay. I don't hold anything against you. Something was messing with our heads. I told you that. But I think we must just apologize. I mean, you had to go through all of that alone. And where were we? Being entertainment for that bastard," Sanji said. "Plus, I got all of you back." "Shishishishi." Luffy laughed and grabbed the mast. "Maybe you guys should apologize to each other first." And he rocketed away. Nami and Usopp apologized to each other and she tried to apologize to by giving him some tangerines, while he accepted and offered to fix the Climatact as some of the dials in it weren't working properly. Sanji and Zoro set about to apologize in private and even had a friendly spar. Robin and Chopper followed Luffy to tell him what had happened to them. And Chopper berated him for being reckless. Brook was playing soothing music while the rest of the crew was apologizing, and Frankie went to the crow's nest. "This is super. Island. Really?" Luffy shot back to the deck. The faint outline of an island could be seen on the horizon. As the island came closer in view, the crew could see a rather large volcano with what looked like a building on it at the far side of the island. The side of the island closer to them was a village, though the streets were kind of empty. Between the volcano and the village was a lush forest. With the help of Frankie and Nami, the Sunny was swiftly maneuvered to the left of the forest. And to their delight they found a small bay, just large enough for the Sunny, and docked her there. Due to all the trees, no one could spot their ship from the sea, and the foliage made it hard to see the Sunny from the island. "Yes, we finally docked," Luffy yelled. Nami rolled her eyes. "Okay, let's draw straws to see who goes down first." The crew gathered up and it was decided at Usopp, Chopper, Robin, Brook, and Nami who would be going off first. "All right, come take your allowances," Nami said and distributed the money. The 5 people got 10,000 bili each to spend. "Take care, Nami Swan, Robin-chan." "Usopp, you better not let Nami Swan or Robin-chan get hurt. You understand?" Sanji shouted. Usopp merely rolled his eyes. After hearing about Amatsuri Island, the Straw Hats were even more determined to stay together to protect their nakama. As the group got off the Sunny, the 3 devil fruit users, namely Chopper, Robin, and Brook, suddenly felt rather tired. They, however, decided to hide it and stay strong for their navigator and sniper, and the group made their way to the village. As they walked into the village, the first thing they noticed was that there were hardly any people. The only people around were either too old to move or too young. The 5 Straw Hats were approached by an elderly man. They immediately felt wary as he seemed to be hiding something behind his back. Then he said, "Hello there. You must be visitors. Welcome to Yumiyashikazen Island. My name is Kigi. I am the chief of this village. I assume you must be pirates. Nice to meet you too. Don't worry, we may be pirates, but won't steal or pillage or destroy. We just want to stock up on supplies, maybe grab some stuff we like, wait for the log pose to set before leaving," Nami told Kigi. "Weird name for an island though. Sadly, we don't have any shops. We can offer some food, but that's about it," Kigi said rather apologetically. "You can try that building on the volcano, but I have no idea what is there," Kigi said as he turned away, not meeting their gaze. "Something is going on here," Robin whispered to Chopper, who was sitting on Usopp's head. They were getting tired, and since there was nothing to buy, they decided to head to the volcano, the fastest way being through the forest. As they got closer and closer, the devil fruit trio felt weaker and weaker. They were slowly realizing that it wasn't them just getting tired. It felt like something was sapping their strength. A man creeped up behind them, shadowed by the trees. Chopper immediately smelt a different scent behind them and heard the faint crunching of leaves. He was tired, but his nose and ears never failed them. He turned around, earning a "Hey, what's up?" from the snipper. He only remembered seeing a shadow as a tranquilizer dart buried itself in his neck, and him falling into the shocked sniper's hands. To say Usopp was shocked was an understatement. Chopper had suddenly turned around, only for him to fall on his seat, and Usopp only barely managed to catch him before he hit the ground. He stopped the group and quickly checked over Chopper and noticed the dart in his neck. The dart suddenly let out a white gas, and Usopp found himself feeling really sleepy. He quickly pushed Nami, who was the closest to him, away from the white gas, and he, Robin, and Brook fell asleep. Nami let out a small squeal as she was pushed away from the group, only to find her group mates asleep on the forest ground. She hurriedly took out her Climatact and blasted a cool ball at it to stop it from spreading to her. She heard someone walk up behind her and whirled around. Her eyes widened in shock as the man covered her mouth with a foul-smelling cloth, and she felt her eyes closing. Her Climatact fell from her slackened grip, and she let out a large scream before succumbing to the darkness. That caught the attention of the remaining 4 Straw Hats. They were playing cards on the deck when a loud scream scared them. "That was not super," Frankie groaned and rubbed his ears. Sanji immediately gasped, "Nami Swan. That was definitely her." Zoro gumbled something about evil witches and got into a fight with Sanji. Luffy stared in the direction of the scream and tilted his head. He knew Nami, for one, didn't scream. She yelled and cried and hit and fought, but she never screamed. His thoughts were interrupted when Sanji broke off from his fight with Zoro and ran into the forest, saying that Nami needed help and he was going to be her knight in shining armor. Zoro, obviously, ran after her, yelling very colorful language at the cook. Frankie told Luffy to guard the Sunny, saying, "Your sense of direction is almost as bad as Zoro's. Don't worry, I'll keep them in line. We would probably be back by this afternoon." And the cyborg rushed off. Luffy sighed and went back to the ship, grumbling, "What do you mean almost as bad as Zoro's? At least I know my way around the Sunny." With no one else on board, he was getting bored very quickly. He tried to play cards by himself but quickly gave up. He then decided to think of some new moves. What if I use giant pistol with gear second? Nah, I'll probably end up like after my battle with Lucci at an ice lobby. Man, that did not feel good. What if I combine my jet pistol with my Gatling? That sounds very cool. His face was flushed red after all his thinking, just as his stomach growled. Luffy groaned. He rocketed himself into the kitchen and began to raid the cabinets, enjoying the fact that Sanji wasn't there to kick him out. Sadly, all he found were some loaves of bread. Thinking that they were better than nothing, he popped them into his mouth and swallowed them. He walked to the fridge and attempted to open it, only to find that it was locked up in chains and 3 padlocks and a 6-digit numerical passcode. He sighed. He knew he couldn't step off the Sunny as he was the only one left to guard the ship. He proceeded to lie down, flat on his back, on the deck inside again. He was getting bored way too quickly. Sanji ran through the forest, kicking, burning every tree in his way. Something caught his eye, and he stopped running. Something shiny, long and blue. Nami's climb attacked. Sanji's eye widened as he carefully picked up Nami's weapon. Just then, Zoro slashed the tree between him and Sanji. "The hell, Iroh-cook? We were battling, and he stopped as he eyed the weapon in Sanji's hand. He was shocked as well. He knew how much Nami treasured her climb attack, as she was the only one who knew how to use it, let alone use it to fight. I mean, who else uses weather to fight, besides those crazy strong Lojas? Nami does. Frankie, out of breath, caught up with them. Man, you guys are super fast. Wait, what? Why are you holding Nami's climb attack? He asked. Sanji shrugged. He had no idea either, but he knew it wasn't good. He glanced at the other 2 males and they knew they were thinking the exact same thing. The trio rushed to the village and questioned the first person they saw, Kiggy. Kiggy told them that they had gone to the building on the volcano. After thanking the chief, the trio rushed to the volcano, slashing, kicking, blowing up everything in their way. Man, they are sure having fun. Luffy mumbled, hearing the forest getting torn up. He yawned and tried to take a nap. Wake up, little girl. Nami heard a sinister voice say as a needle was retracted from her arm. She groaned and opened her eyes, seeing a gray and cracked ceiling. She tried to sit up, only to find her arms and legs were bound together. She was, thankfully, still fully clothed, and tried to recall what had happened. She remembered Chopper, Usopp, Robin and Brook fainting, her screaming for help, before passing out. Great, she's awake, a different voice said. This one was deep and raspy, like the owner had a sore throat. He immediately grabbed her by her collar and dragged her out of the room. They passed by a few doors before entering one. She was immediately scared stiff as groaning sounds met her ears. She looked around and saw corpses, skeletons, and dying people begging for their lives. She shut her eyes, wishing she hadn't seen them. She felt her captor walking for a few more minutes before stopping. She heard the faint clink-clink sound of keys and a lock opening. She was quickly thrown into a cell and smacked her back against the wall. She tried to sit up, but she couldn't. Have fun with each other. It could be the last time you see your precious Nakama. Her captor laughed as he locked the cell. She was helped into a sitting position by a small furry tanuki. Chopper, what are you doing here? And Usopp and Robin and Brook too, Nami exclaimed. The mentioned Straw Hats weren't in any better shape than her. They were all chained up and were missing all their weapons. Usopp, like her, had his limbs bound together and was missing his slingshot and ammo. Brook and Robin were both wrapped in chains and Brook was missing his cane, sword. Chopper was missing his rumble balls and was cuffed like her. They all sighed in relief as their navigator seemed to be fine. They used really strong sedatives on us. They're so strong, they would stop and sugar high Luffy in minutes, Chopper stated in his medical tone. They all giggled, remembering the last time Luffy ate too much candy. He was literally bouncing off the walls like a rubber pinball. Luckily they had an antidote, so we are all awake. We tried escaping, really, before you came. Brook tried to squeeze through the cell bars, but his chains stopped him. Robin couldn't cross her arms, and Chopper couldn't transform. I think they are shackled in sea stone. I myself tried to bite the bars, but my jaws are much weaker than Luffy's, Usopp said. The 5 Straw Hats contemplated their situation. They knew that if they were gone too long the crew would get suspicious and come looking for them. They then remembered what Luffy told them, and a sad smile crossed their faces. Don't worry, Luffy would get us out of this. He always does. After we get back to the Sunny we can train ourselves so that we wouldn't have to burden him. Usopp tried to cheer his Nakama up, and Brook looked at him. What about me? I barely joined a week ago. Once he acknowledges you as a Nakama, he will come help you no matter what. You know, Luffy beat up a Shichibukai because he caused Vivi, the princess of Alabasta and former crewmate, to cry over the crisis in her kingdom. He stormed Anai's lobby for me and took out the strongest agent in CP9's assassin group. He went to face Moria head-on to help you get back your shadow and join the crew. From the moment he met you, you were our Nakama. Robin smiled. Tears leaked out of Brook's eyes and he said, Luffy-san, I have truly found a great captain to follow. And everyone agreed with him wholeheartedly. As Sanji and Zoro were rushing to the volcano, they suddenly stopped in their tracks. What's up? Frankie questioned. I have a really bad feeling about this place, Zoro mumbled. No, this is not hacky. It's just a bad vibe kind of thing. Everyone has them. And you are right about that. Roar Noah Zoro, the pirate hunter turned pirate. Oh, the irony. A man, clad head to toe in black, squatting on the branch of a tree behind them, suddenly stood up, startling them. His two katana clinked as he did so. He jumped off the branch and made his way to the trio. Zoro grabbed his swords. Sanji lifted his foot and Frankie grabbed his arm, prepared to use weapons left. "Who the hell are you? What have you done to my sweet Nami Swan and Robin-chan?" Sanji growled. "Well, if you are referring to an orange-haired teen and a black-haired lady, they are fine and mostly unharmed. Blackleg Sanji, former cook from Barady." The man snickered. "And you must be Cyborg Frankie. Honestly, I've never seen a cyborg before, let alone a perverted one." He stopped for a second, then continued. "Sorry, where are my manners? My name is Yukai. My job is to bring in certain people my boss wants. I would love to chat, but my boss wants to see you guys. I know you two," pointing at Zoro and Sanji, "are known as the monster trio of the Straw Hats. The cyborg is also pretty strong. Good thing I brought reinforcements." As Yukai said that, two other people stepped out behind him. One was a brown-headed man, while the other was a blonde female. The three Straw Hats were shocked that there were more people, and they didn't even notice them. "Let me introduce them to you. Denki here," gesturing towards the brown-headed male. "He's an electronics professional." Gesturing towards the blonde, he continued, "And she is Cory, our cold-blooded assassin. Lucky for you, our orders are not to kill. As for me, I am a swordsman. I ate the Murai no Mai, which allows me to see the future." He added cockily, "You can't beat someone who can see the future." Zoro groaned. "This is just great. I have to fight someone who knows what I am going to do. At least Brooke isn't here. He would be asking that Cory girl for her panties. But damn that stupid Aro cook," he thought, just as Sanji got down on one knee. "Melorine, my name is Sanji. You look simply amazing." As the chef of the straw, he was silenced by a kick to the face by Cory. "Shut up. You're annoying me." Cory glared at Sanji. The icy cool glare that can freeze even the hottest flame. That heart that froze into the core. "I will melt even the coolest frost that froze over your soul," Sanji sang, "but I will never hit a girl. Works just fine for me." Cory kicked Sanji several more times. Denki pulled out a rod. "Man, can't have her having all the fun." He snickered and ran at the cyborg. He jabbed the rod into the cyborg's side, and Frankie lit up like a Christmas tree. "You stinking brat," he cried, throwing Denki off him into a tree. Weapons left, missiles shot out of his arm, but Denki had recovered and dodges just in time. Zoro unsheathed his swords, placing his Wado Ikamanji in his mouth, Shusui in his right hand and Sandai Kaitsu in his left. He got into battle position and waited for Yukai to make his move. "This is the Ryu no Tsume and the Akuma no Kiba. They are not very well known, and I know that even without my powers I could beat you. Sadly, you will have to face me with my powers, but I'll be nice and we'll start off with a sword fight. I'll give you 2 minutes. No offense, but I am unbeatable with my power." Yukai unsheathed both his swords. He crossed them over his chest and sprang forward, Dakudoragon. Zoro retaliated, Toragari. Yukai sidestepped it and tried to slash Zoro's side. But Zoro's reflexes allowed him to intercept it. Both swordsmen parried each other's blades, seemingly evenly matched. After a few minutes, then jumped away from each other. Ushibari. Zoro charged at Yukai. Yukai jumped into the air, but Zoro stopped charging. Tatsumaki. Yukai's eyes widened, and he was swept into the tornado. He crossed his swords once more and swung them outwards, Akuma no Tsubasa, cutting up the tornado. Not bad. Zoro was impressed. Not many people could react that calmly to his tornado. He risked a glance towards his teammates, not liking the outcomes at all. Sanji was getting thrashed by Cory. Instead of just kicking him, she was now using a pair of knives. He also couldn't attack, since he wouldn't hit a girl. That left him with dodging. Sanji was dodging the slashes, but still got grazed by a few. A well-aimed kick at his knee set him off balance, and another kick to the chest sent him tumbling into a tree. That gave Cory the opportunity to run one of her knives through Sanji's shoulder and deep into the tree as he was standing up. Blood was pouring of his wound, trickling down his arm and dyed the grass red. Frankie wasn't doing much better. Denki was jabbing the cyborg continuously, making Frankie spark. He was running out of ammo from his constant use of weapons left, and was running low on cola, slowing him down a lot. Zoro was forced to turn back to his own battle as Yukai sent a flying slash at him, Sarasu Doragon. He dodged the slash and bulked up his muscles, Nai Gorilla. The two swordsmen charged each other, and were locked with each other in a fierce battle for dominance. Zoro swung his head, slashing Yukai on the cheek. Yukai grinned. "Not too bad. You managed to cut me. Looks like I underestimated you. Too bad. Your 2 minutes are up." He pushed Zoro away and his eyes started glowing blue. Zoro ran towards him and jumped, spinning as he flew towards Yukai, Hayakaindama. Yukai sidestepped it, but Zoro stopped spinning and continuously slashed at Yukai. Yukai merely walked backwards while facing Zoro, leaning around as he dodged Zoro's attempt to cut him. Once Zoro's attack stopped, Yukai darted forward, thrusting both blades into Zoro's gut, Demon Hedora. Zoro gasped as the blades were pulled out of him. This fight has already been won. You're strong, Roronoa, but you are simply no match for a devil fruit. You do not know enough about this island, and that will be the downfall of the Straw Hat Pirates. In less than a minute, your cook will be taken out from more stabs and the blood loss. The cyborg would be short-circuited. True to his word, Cory pulled out more knives and stuck them into Sanji. He growled in pain and hissed as the knives were pulled out. He collapsed on his knees and spat out blood. Sanji struggled to look up at his opponent, and blood had covered the soil directly underneath him. "Good night," Cory said and kicked Sanji in the chin. He lumped against the tree, unmoving. At the same time, Denki turned the dial on his knob to the max and slammed it into Frankie's face. The poor cyborg was fried by million-volt attack and collapsed. His entire body blackened and smoke came out of his mouth. Denki muttered, "Whoops, maybe I overdid it. Anyway, he's still alive." The trio gathered around the wounded Zoro, who was still wheezing. Denki gave Yukai his rod, and he placed it between his two swords. Zoro, unwilling to give up, raised his swords once more, Debutsu Jiri. He was, however, weakened from the two holes in his gut, and Yukai easily blocked them. After the attack, however, Zoro was open, and Yukai thrust the two swords into his chest. Due to the rod, the swords were charged with electricity, and Zoro was fried. "Arg!" Zoro screamed. His Wado Ikamanji sent flying into the forest from his yell and the intensity of the attack. Ryu no Hidora. Yukai then withdrew his swords and tossed rod back to Denki. Zoro collapsed, and blood gushed out of his wounds. Yukai stumbled and slumped against a tree. "Denki, Cory, you think you can bring them back to base? I need to take a nap. I hate fighting on this island. It drains me more than anywhere. The amount of sea stone on this island is just staggering. You guys are lucky no not be devil fruit users," Yukai said. Unknown to them, Sanji wasn't unconscious and heard whatever they said. Luffy looked at the sky. It was almost evening. His crewmates weren't back yet. Then he heard the yell. Arg! He knew that the only person who yelled like this was Zoro, and it unnerved him. Zoro never yelled. Even when in pain, he would just grimace and frown. Heck, he was grinning when Mihawk slashed him, and he almost died. He glanced towards the woods, contemplating whether to go find Zoro. He then remembered the ship. He knew that with no one to guard the ship, it could be stolen. The Sunny could be stolen. He knew that he could never bear the thought of that. Mary died, but at least she had died happily, and at sea. Losing a ship by neglecting it was something Luffy wouldn't ever want. He stared at Sunny's lion head. "What should I do, Sunny?" As if in response, Luffy felt something. He felt as if the Sunny was telling him to go. "I'll be fine. Go find your Nakama." Luffy jumped off his ship and immediately felt sick. "What's this? Feels like old Smokey's jet. Annoying sea stone. Whatever. I need to find Zoro." He pushed himself back up and ran to where the yell was. Along the way, he saw a sword stuck in a tree. He ran to it and grabbed it. It had a white hilt. "Zoro's Wado," he muttered. He knew that like his hat, this sword was Zoro's treasure. He would never accidentally drop it. He grabbed the sword. Luffy continued running until he came to a clearing. Luffy stared at the clearing, shocked to the core. It looked like someone had just battled here. There were multiple stab holes on one of the trees, and just in front it was a pool of blood. Fresh blood. Near the side of the clearing were trees that had been gashed and cut up. A sword fight, Luffy mused. He decided to explore a bit more and saw the village. He decided to grab something to eat first. After all, he couldn't fight on an empty stomach. He walked around the village until he came across Kigi. "Asen, do you know where to eat?" Luffy asked. Kigi sadly told him that there were no shops. "Never mind then. Did you see a green-headed teenager with 3 swords? He's my Nakama." "Yeah, I did. He was with this really bulky guy and a swirly eyebrow blonde." "Are you trying to find him?" Kigi asked. He was rather curious about Luffy. He knew that this was the famous big shot rookie that declared war on the world government, survived a buster call and wrecked an ice lobby, and also heard rumors that he defeated Crocodile. However, he felt that this boy was nothing like the vicious pirate he had thought him to be. "You saw him, Asen. Where did he go?" "He dropped his sword." "He would never do that." "I'm worried." "Also, did you happen to see 2 girls? A long-nosed boy, a reindeer, and a skeleton?" "They're also my Nakama," Luffy questioned. "They came this morning. They went to the volcano. The second group came near lunchtime and asked about them and went there." Luffy looked at him and his eyes brightened up. Kigi was shocked when he saw the sparkle in his eyes and wondered if he could tell him the real situation. He grabbed Kigi's hand and shook it vigorously. "Thanks so much, Asen." He then started running to the volcano. "Wait, kid. Can I tell you something?" Luffy turned and tilted his head. "Sure," he shrugged his shoulders. "This island, it's bad. The people at the building, they are monsters." Kigi said, "There is some mineral on this island that is rather valuable, so they want to mine it to sell. But they need workers." "Okay," Luffy muttered. "They kidnapped all the kids here." Luffy's eyes widened. "But why?" "Hostages. They forced the people who could work to mine the mineral. Otherwise they would kill the kids. As for us old people, we are supposed to direct everyone we see to the volcano." He looked down. He knew that the boy would get angry and kill him for hurting his nakama. Asen, Kigi was shocked when he heard no form of hostility in Luffy's voice. Luffy lifted his hay from behind his head and lifted it onto his head, shadowing his eyes. You told me the truth, even though you knew the consequences. You're my friend. I'll save them. Luffy looked up and faced Kigi. Kigi looked into Luffy's eyes and saw the brightness of the determination twinkling in there. Luffy then put Zoro's sword in his mouth. He stretched his arms and grabbed 2 houses. He has a devil fruit, Kigi thought as Luffy shot himself straight at the building. Zoro was woken up by a cold sensation on his face. He groaned and tried to sit up. He then found that he was bounded tightly in chains. His injuries burned as they rubbed against his clothes. Calm down, Zoro bro. Frankie's voice called out. Nami, one of the few people who was not completely tied up, helped Zoro up, allowing him to look at the place they were in. Frankie, like himself and Robin and Brook, was all chained up. Sanji had his legs and hands shackled. His coat and tie were completely drenched in blood. Where are we? Zoro mumbled. Robin started. From what we heard, we are in the building on top of the volcano. I do not know why they locked us all up, but I know that all the people here are victims of some sort of experimentation. I overheard one of those bastards saying something. To quote him, he said the amount of sea stone on this island is just staggering. That explains it. No wonder we felt so weak when we stepped on this island. There was too much sea stone. Robin concluded. Even so, how can Luffy save us? I know that he would come, but this is practically a field of sea stone. This is the worst. Usopp was interrupter when a man walked in front of their cage. My, you guys are rather feisty. You are all locked up and you can't do anything. Yet you are thinking about escaping. Their visitor laughed. Luffy will come save us, you asshole. He always does. Chopper growled at him. That is expected of your reckless rookie captain. He always saves his nakama. He laughed again before sneering. But of course, what if we were ready for him? What if that was what we wanted in the first place? The Straw Hat Pirate's eyes widened. He smirked at their expression. Have fun, he said as he turned around and walked away. Shit, this was a trap. They want Luffy. Zoro cursed. Zoro-san, he doesn't just want Luffy. He wants all of us. This is just a way to get Luffy. Brook reasoned. Chopper, can you patch up a row cook? He looks really pathetic sitting there bleeding to death. Zoro asked the reindeer. That earned himself a glare from Sanji, but he knew that no matter what happened, they were nakama. Chopper quickly tore some cloth from Brook's outfit out and wrapped them around Sanji's midsection. A loud boom somewhere in the building caught their attention. Guards ran around. Over the Den Mushi, they heard snippets of the situation. Straw Hat broke in, destroying. Damn Luffy bro. You always have the flashy entrances, Frankie said as tears streamed down his face. Please be careful, Luffy, Zoro thought. Where are my nakama? Luffy grabbed one of the guards and growled in his face. Luffy had no idea how to use a sword, so he carried Zoro's Wado using his poor guy fainted there and then on the spot. He was flung into wall as Luffy stormed the building. He ran around, knocking out any guards and occasionally asked the few left standing for his nakama. He eventually reached a room with a lot of screens, and saw a bunch of children on one screen. He saw their weapons in another. He looked around the room and finally found what he was looking for, his nakama. His nakama in a cell, tied up. Sanji was soaked in blood. Frankie, Robin, and Brook were tied up. Chopper, Usopp, and Nami were shackled. Zoro was tied up so much that he could barely move on his own. Luffy seethed. How dare they treat his nakama this way? He took note of the 3 places he had to go. He ran out of the room and spent a long time finding his way down, taking out more guards in the process. He reached the first room on this mental list and punched it open. He grinned as he grabbed all his friends' weapons. Nami's climb attack, check. Usopp's kabuto, check. Chopper's rumble balls, check. Brooks's sword, check. Zoro's swords, check. He smiled as he slipped the sword back into its sheath. Great, he thought, how to carry them. I need my hands. Luffy grabbed at the rope he saw and tied all the weapons together, save for Chopper's rumble balls, which he stuffed in his pocket. He ran out of the room and continued taking out more guards. Are you sure we should let him thrash the base? Yukai asked his superior. Don't worry, it doesn't matter. We will get Straw Hat Luffy no matter what. He chuckled. I'm coming, guys. Luffy's voice echoed through the hallways. All the heads in the cell shot up. For the past half an hour they were hearing people yelling. Walls crumbling, doors slamming, all sorts of stuff. Luffy, we're here. Usopp shouted down the hallway. Usopp? Luffy's voice rang out again, sounding confused. Luffy, we're in one of the hallways. There's a door. Nami yelled. They heard the sounds of running, and Luffy going, how'd you open the door? Never mind. Bang. A dew flew past their cell, and the silhouette of a toddler was seen near the light. The kid came closer and the sound of footsteps grew louder and louder. There you guys are. I was so worried, exclaimed Luffy in his chibai form. He then sprang up to this proper size and laughed. Shishishishi. Tier 3 is cool, but being small sucks. In his excitement of finding his nakama, Luffy grabbed the bars of the cell and immediately fell to his knees. Damn sea stone, he muttered. He let go of the bars and stood up. Do you know how to open this? He asked his crew. Give me my climate act, Luffy. I have a secret compartment there for my lockpicks, Nami ordered. He tossed her the weapon and with Usopp's help, opened the compartment. She took out her lockpicks and expertly picked off her cuffs. She then proceeded to free the rest of the crew from their restraints before working on the cell. Guys, we need to free all the captives here. I don't have time to explain, but just do it, Luffy said as the cell door opened. Huh, okay, if you say so, Zoro shrugged. It better be important though. Yeah, we'll split into 2 groups. We don't want the same thing repeating itself. Nami, Chopper, Sanji, Frankie, can you guys go with Zoro and free all the prisoners? I think they are somewhere on this floor. Brook, Usopp, Robin, follow me. We have some kids to save, Luffy commanded. We all have to be careful. Something is on this island and it saps my strength. The crew split into 2. Zoro's team ran around that floor, using Nami's lockpicking skills to break into every door. Most of the rooms were empty, save for a few skeletons. Quite a few times did Nami have to grab Zoro by the collar and drag him along. Geez, how is it that someone who is so observant during battle can be so bad at directions? I told him to run left and he ran right, Nami sighed, grabbing Zoro's arm as he ran the wrong way again. Zoro, you need to follow directions properly. You'll get lost again. Chopper was in brain point getting carried by Frankie since Chopper couldn't transform and it was faster anyway. Nami and Frankie both nodded their heads in agreement. Shut up. You guys are the ones that always get lost. Zoro snapped. Don't shout at Nami Swan, you shitty Marimo. Sanji yelled at Zoro. And they proceeded to fight again. SHHH. There are some sounds from behind this wall. Chopper hushed them. He was still tired from the abundance of sea stone, but he was able to detect some shuffling of feet as the 2 from the monster trio started fighting. What was that? I don't know. I heard someone broke in. Impossible. The only people who can possibly have enough strength to break in would be devil fruit users, but they would be severely weakened by the sea stone. Plus, why would they save us? Chopper caught as he pressed his ears against the wall and said, Guys, I think the prisoners Luffy mentioned are here. Zoro then took out his katana and cut up the wall. Luckily it's just wood and stone. I can't cut steel, Zoro thought. The 5 members walked into the huge room. They saw a really big room that was the size of the Sunny, and there were like 30 people, both male and female, crowded in the room. Most of them were very thin. Their prisoners' clothing hanging off their bony frames. Blood dripped from some of the wounds they had. Their heads immediately turned as the wall collapsed. Their eyes wide in disbelief. Chopper, can you patch them up? Nami asked. As the reindeer proceeded to disinfect and bandage up the wounds, a braver man walked up and asked, who are you? Why are you helping us? We're pirates, and we are helping you because our super captain told us to. Don't know why though, Frankie stated. After all the prisoners had their injuries patched up, the 5 people exited the room through the hole and turned back to face the prisoners. Come on, let's go, Zoro ordered, and the prisoners let out a loud whoop as followed them out. Luffy ran around the building, going up and down as his 3 group mates followed him. They smashed down walls, made walls explode, or just opened the doors from the inside. As they entered one of the rooms, Robin saw a neat stack of papers and told Usopp to help her keep them, as he had a bag. Then, they continued their search. It was only when they heard crying that they stopped to turn. They immediately ran to where they heard the crying, until they reached and Robin sprouted hands on the inside of the door, earning a bunch of screams. Robin opened the door and looked inside the room. There were roughly 10 children, all of them sitting on the floor, staring at them. Most of them were wearing torn and tattered clothing. They looked like they were playing games before they had turned to the door. She entered the room and Brook, Usopp and Luffy entered. Who are you? What do you want? One of the older children spoke up. The rest of the children, having seen Brook, screamed in fear and backed up against the wall. Hi, I'm Luffy. I'm going to be the king of the pirates, Luffy stated. Let's go. Finally, we've been trapped in here for ages. The same kid sighed. I honestly prefer pirates to the bastards that keep us here, he thought. Some of the kids were too shocked to move. Luffy proceeded to stretch his arm to wrap it around them. The kids who were able to move let their jaw drop, eyes bulging as they stared at Luffy. What the? Did he just stretch? What is he? Came murmurs from the kids. Oh, I ate the Gamu Gamu no mai. I'm a rubber man, Luffy exclaimed as he used his free hand to stretch his cheek. Captain, I think you scared them. Robin giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. Anyway, let's go before more people come after us. Usopp tried to hurry the group up. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Luffy-san, I don't know why you want to save them, but we need to go. Brook said. The skeleton spoke. The kids yelled, having finally shaken out of their stupor from seeing the rubber captain. My name is Brook. Nice to meet you. May I look at your Brook stopped when Usopp smacked him on the head, saying, "Idiot, you can't just ask a kid that." Footsteps were heard and all the pirates tensed up. Brook, Robin, Usopp, grabbed them. "I'm going to get rid of those stupid guards," Luffy yelled and barged out of the room. Said crew members grabbed the younger kids, while the older ones followed the Straw Hats out of the room. Luffy was punching and kicking guards away, yelling, "Gamu Gamu no Gatling. Gamu Gamu no Whip." He completely demolished the ranks of the guards as he cleared the guards away. The crew, accompanied by the children, made their way out. It wasn't too hard to see the way out, follow the demolished path. As they made their way through the hallways they heard snippets of conversations. "Zoro, not that way, idiot. Stupid Marimo. What did you say? You a row cook? Huh? You wanna go, shitty swordsman? Now, let's not fight among ourselves. I know we are super, but fight the enemies. Zoro, go left. No, not the right. I'm pointing to the left. Damn you. Shishishishi. Zoro, stop getting lost," Luffy yelled. The two groups eventually met up at the end of the hallway. The children and prisoners looked at each other before rushing towards each other and hugging. "Kyra, you're all right. Mom, Dad, you're fine. You're not hurt now, are you? Can you save the sappy stuff for later?" Zoro grumbled. "Shut up. Don't ruin the moment." Chopper used his hoof to punch Zoro. "He's right. We need to move," Brook said just as footsteps were heard. All the Straw Hats, save for Luffy, felt a chill run down their spine. This aura, it feels familiar, they thought. Sure enough, 3 familiar faces emerged from the shadows behind them, as well as a not-so-familiar face that they had seen before. My, seems like you guys escaped." Previously, at the dark corridor outside their cell, they weren't able to see his face properly, as well as having a really poor vantage point. But now, they were able to see his face properly. He had short, dark, red hair, which covered his forehead, shadowing his eyes. His amber eyes glowed in the shadows his bangs created. He was tall, definitely taller than Frankie, and almost as tall as Brook. His stature stood tall, like that of an admiral. What shocked them the most was what the man was wearing. A Marine uniform. "What? Marines are enslaving people? What the hell?" Luffy yelled. "How does he know?" One of the former prisoners whispered. "What? Enslave? Who told you?" Nami asked. Forgetting what Kigi had said, Luffy replied, "The stripy uniforms. Duh, isn't it obvious?" As his sweat dropped, the remaining Straw Hats facepalmed as they had clearly overlooked that fact. Their captain's ability to make complicated things obvious was one of his special traits. Enslaving. Don't make it sound so bad. Let's call it ... job opportunities. I am Marine Officer Kagaku. I ate the Jeshi no Mai model porcupine. You must be the Straw Hat Pirates. Not too shabby, considering you totally wrecked a nice lobby. Especially you, Mugiwara. I heard you took down Bluno and Lucci. Not a small feat, considering how much experience they have." The Marine introduced himself. Luffy tensed up, sensing the man's power. The prisoners started backing away, whispering amongst themselves again. "No way, that's Straw Hat Luffy. He looks like a kid. I can't believe we are being saved by pirates." From Marines no less. "That guy defeated CP9. He raided a nice lobby. Damn, he's go guts." Luffy gazed behind Kagaku, seeing a black-haired man, a brown-haired man, and a blonde woman. "Who the hell are your friends?" He scowled, feeling his crewmates tense up. "Those were the guys that caught us," Frankie whispered to Luffy, making the rest of his Nakama unconsciously rub their wounds. Luffy noticed the stabs on Zoro's and Sanji's chests, with blood leaking out, the chars on Frankie's body, and the bruises on the rest of his crew. "My, you manners sure are lacking. I am Yukai. This is Denki and Kori. Damn, you hurt my Nakama, and now you want to stop us from leaving. No way. Gamu Gamu no Gatling." Luffy smashed up the ground in front of him, separating the 4 powerful Marines from his crew. "Run, guys. You guys are too beaten up to fight them. Go back," Luffy yelled. "What about you, Captain?" Robin asked. "I'll be behind you. Just go." Pirates and prisoners alike ran, heading to the entrance, with Luffy behind them. "When will they learn that a mere hole wouldn't stop us?" Denki asked, using Jeppo to get to the other end of the hole. "Well, he is spirit, I'll give him that," Kori said as she followed suit. "I told you, he's perfect for what we've got planned. But don't just aim for him, get the rest of the Straw Hats. They have another 3 devil fruit users, and the rest can either be used for miscellaneous things or leverage." Kagaku smirked as he transformed into his hybrid form. He became larger than his usual size, becoming slightly taller than Brook. Spines grew through his shirt, tearing it. "Got it, sir," Yukai said. As soon as the quartet got past the giant hole, courtesy of Luffy, they immediately started chasing them after the escapees. Denki and Yukai kept sending accurate Rankyaku at him, and unlike those of CP9, they went straight like an arrow and never once touched the walls. Kori kept throwing her knives, and Kagaku, in his hybrid form, kept pulling spines off his back and throwing them at the group. Luffy, knowing that his nakama were beaten and tired from their previous ordeal with them, as well as being trapped in a cell, tried his best to intercept the oncoming attacks. He went into gear second multiple times to use Gamu Gamu no Jet Pistol to send long-range attacks, since all the attacks were sharp, as well as to retaliate using Gamu Gamu no Gatling to stall their pursuers, and each time lagged further and further behind the group. For his efforts, his nakama and the prisoners were safe, but several spines and knives had buried themselves in his torso, and some of the Rankyaku had sliced his chest and back, as well as his limbs. His knife and spine wounds kept getting worse as he ran, as they were trapped in his body and he kept moving, some falling out in the process. But the damage was already done. Luffy was bleeding from almost everywhere, and they kept dripping as he ran, creating a path of red behind him. But Luffy refused to scream, and didn't even let one sound come out his mouth, knowing that his nakama would get worried and wait for him to catch up. Instead, he kept yelling at the Straw Hats to hurry and escape. The pirates knew that their captain was risking his life for them, and they tried to help attack, but Luffy kept using his authority as the captain to force them to keep running. Eventually, the group made it out of the building. They quickly ran down the volcano, as Robin, Chopper, Brooke started getting tired and almost collapsed. But Sanji, Frankie, and Usopp, they kept on going. As for Luffy, he was more absorbed in protecting his nakama that he ignored the tired feeling of his body. Must be the pain and the blood loss. Damn, he thought, as their pursuers exited the building. Their Devil Fruit duo also started feeling drowsy, but since they were more used to the sea stone, they managed to keep going. I'd say we have a minute or two. I can only see so far into the future, and we would collapse from what I've seen, Yukai informed. Then let's hurry and catch them. At least trap them in some sea stone nets for Denki and Kori to finish. Kagaku said, Did you get the portable cannon as instructed, Denki? Yup, got it right here, boss. Denki smiled and patted the cannon slung across his back. All right, let's get them. Kagaku smirked. Quick, we need to run. Frankie yelled. I'll go warn the old Asen. Sanji, Zoro, I'm counting on you, Luffy said, shifting into gear second and raced to town. Getting to the village in mere seconds, Luffy quickly told Kigi, Asen, the guys at the building are chasing me and my nakama. They may attack this area. Gather everyone. Hurry. Kigi immediately spread the word, and 5 other inhabitants exited from their homes. Is this all? Luffy asked and Kigi nodded. All right, Asen, tell them to hold on, Luffy said as he wrapped a rubbery arm around the elderly group. He shifted into gear second and quickly brought them into the forest, catching up with the main group. All right, to the Sunny. There should be just enough space, Frankie said as footsteps of the quartet were heard. The group ran towards the Sunny. As they passed the clearing where Zoro, Sanji, and Frankie fought, a spine flew past, almost getting Sanji, but he ducked in time. This sudden maneuver, however, ripped open Sanji's barely healed stab wounds, and he doubled over. Zoro, spotting his pain, immediately helped him back to their ship, muttering, You shitty cook. You can't even save yourself and you want to keep Nami and Robin safe. Seeing his precious friend almost killed, Luffy saw red. His encounter with the Baron flashed before his eyes. Who will be next? I see. The cook. You bastard. Gamu Gamu no. 2 arrows. SANJI. Only 3 left. If you don't hurry, there won't be anyone left. Damn it, Luffy yelled. He stopped and turned around to face the 4 evil marines. First you blackmail people into serving you, then you try to kill my nakama, Luffy yelled as he threw a flurry of punches. Gamu Gamu no Gatling. Yukai, however, had foreseen it, and the quartet immediately used Jeppo to avoid the punching assault. They quickly retaliated, sending Rankyaku, knives and spines flying at him. Denki even tried to use his electric rod, but Luffy managed to dodge and intercept most of them, giving him a wry smile. Kagaku turned to his retreating nakama and threw a bunch of spines at them. Luffy yelled and quickly took the sharp projectiles to his chest. He gasped as even though he had managed to intercept them, the momentum behind the numerous spines kept him flying. Luffy quickly stretched out his arm and grabbed a tree branch, changing his direction. He flew past his nakama and crashed into a tree in front of them with a sickening crunch. What made matters worse was that the spines still had a lot of power behind them, and they impaled Luffy completely and buried themselves in the tree, leaving him on the tree, hanging helplessly. The prisoners, pirates, and inhabitants gasped as they saw Luffy bleeding and hanging on the tree, and their eyes widened as Luffy pulled the numerous spines out of his chest and limped back to the clearing. Go guys, Luffy gasped as he trudged on, intent on saving his crew, captain's orders. The crew was in a dilemma. They wanted to help Luffy and stop him from hurting himself, but they also couldn't ignore a direct order from their captain, forcing them to tear their eyes away from their bleeding captain. The crew ran towards the Sunny. Luffy dragged his beaten and battered body towards the Marines as they charged forward. His eyesight was getting hazy and he didn't notice the brown-haired Marine missing from the quartet, now a trio. "Leave my Nakama along, you bastards," Luffy hollered, charging the trio. Gamu Gamu no pistol. Luffy threw a punch at Kagaku, which due to his injuries, flew past his face harmlessly. Dakudorigan. Yukai slashed Luffy's chest, spilling even more of the poor teen's blood. Kori and Kagaku slashed him a few times, Kori with her knives and Kagaku with his claws. Kagaku also used his spines to stab Luffy, poking all the way through his already beaten and battered body. Unlike last time, he was unable to remove them, and they were embedded deep in his skin so they didn't fall out like in the hallway. Luffy kept on taking the attacks and slowly moved backwards towards his crew and proceeded to check on his crewmates. While his attention was on the three attackers, Denki, who was hiding being a tree, mumbled, "Sorry, I don't want to do this, our savior." He closed his eyes and pulled the trigger. The Straw Hats had already gotten to the Sunny and heard the sound of the cannon firing. "Chopper, Robin, Frankie, Brooke, keep watch. We're going to help our shitty captain," Sanji said as he lit a smoke. "We got back to the Sunny as he ordered," he added, just as the prisoners were going to ask him about defying the captain's orders. Zoro, Nami, Sanji and Usopp rushed back the clearing where they saw their captain fighting. They were shocked at what they saw. A sea stone net was draped over their captain, robbing him of his energy and his rubber powers. Yet he continued to fight, his movements hindered by the net tangled amongst the spikes on his back and the lack of energy. As the porcupine-human hybrid struck again, using his spines as a makeshift spear, a pained shout was heard from the captain. Kori then pulled out her gun and shot a sea stone bullet at Luffy. Since his rubber powers no longer worked, the bullet embedded itself within his shoulder, further weakening him. One good smack from a spine from Kagaku sent Luffy flying into a tree. Sensing a few familiar presences behind him, Luffy turned his head and caught sight of a familiar green, orange, yellow and black hair. He then smiled at his first four Nakama and used his remaining energy to tell them, "Go back to the ship. Come back for me later. Get yourselves patched up first. Be prepared first." The four Straw Hats were shocked. Luffy telling them to plan? That was so unlike him. But they knew that they were severely out of their league, especially with all their injuries. "We'll be back. Don't worry," Usopp said as he dragged the two members of the monster trio. "You can count on it." Nami, unwilling to leave her captain behind, followed suit. "Go," Luffy whispered, and used whatever remained of his energy to turn to the incoming Marines. "I see your so-called Nakama have abandoned you." Kagaku smirked and smacked Luffy's head, knocking him out. After defeating the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Kagaku and Yukai both passed out, mumming something about going overtime and forgetting to wear something. Denki sighed, and with the help of Kori, carried their boss and friend, and dragged the knocked-out Luffy up the volcano to what remained of their base. On the Thousand Sunny. "Damn, why did we have to leave him behind?" Zoro mumbled as the reindeer finished stitching up his stab wounds. Sanji's wounds had been deemed as more serious, courtesy of Chopper, so he had his injuries stitched up first. After he was bandaged, with Chopper grumbling that Zoro kept taking off his bandages, the swordsman and doctor exited the infirmary. There, all the residents of Yumishikazen Island were huddled on the deck, drinking warm soup made by Sanji. Despite his injuries, he had whipped up a huge batch of soup, saying that he would not let hungry people starve. He had served the residents, followed by the two female pirates, and left the rest of the food in the kitchen for the crew. Kigi stared at all the familiar faces beside him. All his neighbors, friends, all the children. They were all back. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he wailed out loud. "Thank you, Mugiwara. You said you were my friend. You promised that you'd save them. I didn't believe you. I believed that seeing all my friends again was just a fantasy." He bowed down to the Straw Hats on the Sunny's deck. "You made this happen, Mugiwara, and for that I am eternally grateful." "Save it, old man," Zoro snapped as he walked onto the deck. "We managed to escape, but our captain is still with them. He risked his lives for us, and now we're going to do the same." "Nami, how earth are they not tracking us?" "I put up a mirage tempo as soon as we anchored. The log pose still points to Yumishikazen Island, so we can get there whenever for the rescue mission." Luffy was right. "We need to plan carefully how to get him back," Nami replied. "Luffy bro told us to plan." Frankie chipped in. "That's new. Totally unlike him. Maybe he suffered too much blood loss." Chopper mumbled and shuddered, thinking of the blood Luffy had on his body as he was pinned to the tree. "I know, right?" Usopp said. "Maybe he's reckless because he knows he can protect us, alongside Zoro and Sanji. Now, he's the strongest among us, and he was captured. He knows that he can be used as leverage against us. All of us got beaten, and now that we know what they are capable of, we can figure out a way to counter them. Luffy just wants us to be safe." Robin reasoned. "Well, we'd better plan." Nami stated. "You know that brown-haired kid that was chasing us, the one called Denki?" One of the former prisoners asked. "Yeah, that annoying bastard. He kept electrocuting me." Frankie grumbled. "He may pay a visit. He's actually one of us, from Yumiyashikazen Island. He always sneaks us some extra food and medicine for us to use when his superiors aren't watching. He also updates me of the new things happening in the base. These few months, however, he was busy and couldn't sneak away. Sorry for the electrocution, but Denki has to play his part or he'd be used for slavery, Kigi told the Straw Hats, somewhere in the marine base. This feels so much better. Now the sea stone doesn't affect me so much. Kagaku marveled at the bracelet he was wearing. It was simple and plain. No one would suspect that it actually gave off pulses to counteract sea stone. Contact with the sea stone would still weaken me, he mused, but now I can fight without getting tired from the radiation from sea stone. Throw Mijiwara into that cell, Kagaku told Denki, and patch him up. We can't use him in this condition. Use that super healing thing the scientists were working on. Denki sighed and carefully carried Luffy into the special cell specially created for devil fruit users. The whole room was made out of sea stone, and there was only one door. There was just a bathroom, a table, and a bed. A surveillance den Mushi Wasni even installed because no one could break out of it. Denki laid Luffy down on the bed before quickly dashing out of the room and grabbing the healing medication as well as some bandages. Denki sighed. He wasn't supposed to feel soft. He had a job to do. But looking at the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, he softened. He was only 17, yet he had helped and saved more people than the Marines ever did. And he was a Marine, forced to do horrible things to his own people. Denki stared at the vial in his hands. This hasn't even been tested, damn it. What if it killed him? He thought. Sure, based on test results it's supposed to heal, but he's a devil fruit user. It could potentially kill him. Do it? Luffy gasps, having somehow regained conscious. I know, it can kill me, but it's worth a shot. He shot Denki a smile. Denki's eyes widened. He was the enemy, god damn it. He could kill them. He had seen the cruelty of the Marines, what they did to hurt people. He knew he could die as a result of the contents of the vial. Yet, the boy still could give him such a warm, genuine smile. Stop. Be serious. The last bit of his will wavered as Luffy coughed, trying to spit out the blood in his throat, said, I can tell you are doing this against your own will. I saw it in my Nakama, when she was forced to steal for her village. You want help, but no one hears your voice calling for help. You know you can, just ask. Denki let a small smile show on his face. Not his usual cocky smirk, but a genuine smile. He knew that he had made a friend. He didn't have to tell him anything. One glance and he knew what was going on. No words had to be exchanged. Putting the vial in the syringe, he injected the liquid into Luffy's vein on his left arm. Luffy started struggling at first, but after a few minutes, which felt like eternity for Denki, he let out a small relieved sigh and relaxed. Denki quickly bandaged his wounds and exited the room, letting his new friend and savior rest. Somewhere in the new world. Marco, has Ace called in yet? Nope, Oyaji. The last time he did was when he was in Water 7. And that was like 3 weeks ago. He was supposed to call in to update us every time he changed location. Chances that he's on his brother's ship. Monkey D. Luffy, is it? Nope, he would have called. He would be so excited if he even saw his new bounty. Did you even read the newspaper? They totally wrecked Denai's lobby and defeated CP9. Not bad for a rookie. He misplaced his Den Mushi. Not possible. His skiff is too small to misplace anything. How about Thatch? Nurses say he's definitely alive. Oyaji. He's still fighting, even with that huge injury. We don't know when he's going to wake. Oyaji. Thatch just woke up. Speak of the devil. Luffy would describe his body as being numb. He knew that he had several stab wounds, as well as multiple slashes across his chest. Yet he couldn't feel anything. Luffy groaned as he tried to sit up, but was pushed down. You're pretty injured. That healing thing I gave you sped up the process a lot. But you're still going to feel pretty sore. Plus the wounds were pretty bad, so you're still in pretty bad shape. I'd suggest you rest while you can. They have something planned for you. He heard Denki's voice. He tilted his head slightly and saw Denki leaning against the wall. You're the guy who was with me yesterday. Thanks for saving me. Luffy grinned. He tried to push himself up again, but was stopped by Denki. Just lie down and rest. You need to save your strength. Denki smiled at the teen on the bed. See, I knew you were a good guy. Luffy chuckled. He proceeded to tell Luffy about the area. This island has an abundance of sea stone, so the Marines mine a lot of them to catch devil fruit users. However, you know that the radiation from sheer amount of sea stone would affect devil fruit users. And there are 2 devil fruit users here, Kagaku and Yukai. Our scientists have created a small bracelet that can counteract the radiation. That being said, once contact with sea stone has been made, they would still react to it. It only counteracts the radiation. He sighed as he continued. That liquid I injected into you yesterday. It was also created by the scientists. You're lucky to be alive. That thing hasn't even been tested yet, so it's a mystery band. And that thing you gave me yesterday was a mystery water. Luffy, who was lying on the bed, stuck his arm in the air with his finger sticking up. Okay, a mystery band and mystery water. Anyway, I think they are trying to make the sea stone more easy to transport. This volcano is so hot, it actually melts sea stone and is the only place in the world, I hope, that has this liquid sea stone. But that isn't enough for Kagaku. From what I know, he wants an inhaled version that can take out a large number of devil fruit users at once. After all, even devil fruit users have to breathe, Denki said, and was startled as the guard stationed outside the door poked his head in. Denki, you can stay with him for another 10 minutes. Then he needs to be brought to the testing room. Here are the shackles. Also, later you have your free time. Denki, trembling, pocketed the cuffs and waited for the guard to exit before sighing in relief. He knew that he would be in trouble if he was caught spilling this information. Please, promise me you won't tell anyone. Denki begged. I promise, and I don't break my promises, Luffy stated matter-of-factly. He managed to sit up on the bed and looked at Denki straight in the eye. The childish happy-go-lucky look was no longer in Luffy's eyes. Denki saw the eyes of a man who kept his word, even if it meant going against the world. He saw the eyes of the man who infiltrated Anai's lobby for the Devil Child, and burned the flag for making her cry. It was then he realized that Nico Robin, like him, had her cold, frozen heart warmed up by this teen's attitude towards everyone, and not judging anyone by their past. Hey, get moving, kid. The guard outside poked his head into the room. Denki sighed. He pulled the cuffs out of his pocket. Luffy, seeing them, held out his hand voluntarily. He was cuffed and Denki brought him out. He stumbled several times due to his injuries as he was brought down a long hallway. Eventually they reached a door and Denki knocked on it. Who is it? A harsh voice asked. It's me, Denki. I have the kid. The door opened and Denki brought Luffy into the lab, supporting him with his arm as Luffy was still fairly weak from his ordeal. Thank you. You can go now, the scientist told Denki and slowly pushed him out of the lab. He caught the glance that Denki had given him. Good luck, his eyes had said. He was immediately grabbed by two stronger-looking scientists, and his injuries, coupled with the sea stone cuffs, made it impossible to fight back. In his tired state, they had no problem handling him as they pleased. That didn't stop Luffy from trying, though. As soon as he had a chance, he bit on the hands of one of the men carrying him and whacked the other with his cuffs. However, as he did that, he crumpled to the ground, panting heavily. Get the sea stone gas, one of the scientists gruffly ordered. Luffy gulped. He was a devil fruit user, chained down by sea stone, forced to inhale some weird gas. Now he has to inhale sea stone. Wait, what? Sea stone is rock. How do I inhale rocks? Luffy questioned himself. If you're thinking how was have sea stone gas, I remind you we are on top of a volcano filled with sea stone. The vapor is really easy to get here, the same scientist told him, as if he had read his mind. They then put the mask on Luffy and forced him to inhale the bluish gas. It traveled to the mask and Luffy, having no choice, inhaled the gas. His lungs felt as if they were on fire and he struggled to breathe. Not wanting to breathe in the foul gas, Luffy tried to free himself, but his struggle against the sea stone shackles on the table was futile and only served to rub his wrists red and raw. He tried holding his breath, but he eventually ran out of air and was forced to inhale more of the gas. At first, Luffy thought that he should get tired, since he was a devil fruit user. He didn't expect his limbs to suddenly stop working. It was as if his limbs were suddenly paralyzed from the inside now. No matter how much he screamed at his limbs to move, they just refused to comply. His veins felt like they were unburnt, yet he couldn't even struggle. As soon as they removed the mask, Luffy panted, glad that he could finally feel his limbs. Looks like it's a success. But we still need to run a few more tests. At least we can chain him up easily by using the vents. One scientist muttered as he jotted down some notes, unaware that Luffy was eavesdropping on them. Sick bastards, Luffy thought. I need to tell Denki. How do you feel, kid? Answer, damn it. Nothing. Couldn't feel anything. Okay, let's try the sea stone liquid. One guy suggested, taking out a vial of a bluish silvery liquid. Give the kid a break. We need to be able to see the brat react for later tests. You saw what happened to all the other humans when they were exposed to the sea stone gas. They all died. This kid's a devil fruit user, and he survived. He's promising. We'll need him to complete all our tests, especially if all devil fruit users react like him. The sea stone gas is of the most importance now. Other nudged the first scientist. The scientist stared as Luffy opened his eyes, still panting from his bad reaction to the sea stone gas. Damn, sea stone cuffs are bad enough. Now I have it in my body, Luffy thought, gasping for air. If being alone was worse than being hurt, then not being able to move was worse than being alone. At least if he could move, he could find his friends. The den mushy on the scientist's messy desk rang. Science team, report. Kagaku's voice was heard on the other end. Sir, the subject reacted just as we thought he would. The sea stone paralyzed him. The scientist that had picked up the receiver replied. Damn you, don't ignore me. Stop talking about me like I'm an object. I'm going to be the king of the pirates, Luffy yelled, making sure that Kagaku had heard him. Looks like he's still feisty. Good. Let him rest for an hour, and then bring him to the training room, Kagaku said before the line went dead. Gah, I'm too lazy to dump him in his room. Just leave him on the table, one scientist said as he threw up his arms, looking at Luffy struggling on the table. They knew that Luffy was a handful, and seeing his outburst at Kagaku didn't make things better. They didn't want to interact with Luffy unless he was chained down. And leading him to a cell wasn't exactly going to stop him, seeing as he was struggling against sea-stone cuffs on the table. An hour passed, with Luffy constantly struggling against the cuffs so much that they bled. He kept making a racket, and the rest of the scientists had no choice but to give him a mild sedative. The poor boy was knocked out in less than a minute, given his circumstances. After he regained consciousness, he realized that he was being uncuffed from the table and tried to escape yet again, only to be beaten up and cuffed again. The scientists dragged him to the training room, all the while grumbling about having to handle an annoying and whiny prisoner. As Luffy was uncuffed and tossed into the training room, he noticed that it was pretty empty. He looked around and laid his eyes on several den mushies encased in glass boxes. They must want to be able to take footage, but of what? He thought. A door opened, and a large group of Marines charged in, waving their swords, guns, and any other weapons they had in the air. Luffy smirked. He wanted payback for what they did to his nakama. And even though they weren't the main perpetrators, he still wanted to beat them up because they followed a corrupt captain. Free of sea-stone shackles, he lifted his leg and smacked the first few Marines out, yelling, "Gamu Gamu no whip." He kept up his onslaught, knocking out half on the Marines with his Gamu Gamu no Gatling and Gamu Gamu no pistol. Then he stopped in his tracks. Some panels on the Marines' side opened and the same bluish gas he inhaled spewed out. Luffy immediately stopped his onslaught. Damn, they want to see how I react to it in battle, he thought, stepping back from the Marines. Kagaku, just because you have chained me down doesn't mean I'll fight for you. I know you can hear me, he shouted, and then turned his attention to the Marines. How come you guys aren't dead? The guy in the other room said so. We aren't going to reveal anything. We won't tell you that our amazing scientists have invented a gas that when inhaled, allows one to ignore the effects of the gaseous sea stone. One idiotic Marine yelled, as the rest shot him dirty looks. What a dumbass. Even I'm not that bad. Luffy blinked and sweat dropped, before saying, for once, I think I side with the Marines. Are you stupid? The rest of the Marines nodded as Luffy said so. In an office, Gamu Gamu no whip. Feisty kid, let's see how you deal with the gas that stops you from moving. Kagaku, just because you have chained me down doesn't mean I'll fight for you. I know you can hear me. How come you guys aren't dead? The guy in the other room said so. This seems interesting. He isn't as dumb as we thought. We aren't going to reveal anything. We won't tell you that our amazing scientists have invented a gas that when inhaled, allows one to ignore the effects of the gaseous sea stone. For once, I think I side with the Marines. Are you stupid? Even the not-so-idiotic but still an idiot captain thinks you're dumb. Kagaku picked up his den mushi and yelled, Men, feel free to beat him up. Just don't hit anything vital and don't kill him. In the training room, men, feel free to beat him up. Just don't hit anything vital and don't kill him. Luffy heard Kagaku's voice over a speaker. More panels were opened and now the entire room was filling up with gas. I don't want to inhale the gas, but it's filling up, plus I'm feeling tired. Luffy thought out loud. Luffy took a deep breath and inhaled as much non-sea stone air as he could. He twisted himself up a few times before yelling Gamu Gamu no fussin', letting the air out of his lungs, blowing all the gas as well as some poor Marines away, taking advantage of his space. He shifted into gear second and proceeded to use Gamu Gamu no pistol, each time accurately knocking out a Marine and blowing some sea stone gas away. Some smarter Marines started thawing their weapons, except those who had guns, who shot them. Luffy reflected the bullets and shot several Marines in the process, then still in gear second, grabbed all the weapons flying at him and threw them all back, knocking out all the remaining Marines, finally succumbing to his tired body. He calpes, smiling, knowing that he had defeated his opponents while Kagaku wasn't able to collect his data. Kagaku sighed. He knew this brat would think of something like that. He summoned a Denki to his office and told him to bring Luffy back to his room, but not with food. He knew that the rubber captain loved food, and would thus be an effective way to control him. Or so he thought. Denki wasled to the training room and opened it up. He was surprised to see a few Marines, the few that Luffy took out, using their weapons to hit the now almost unconscious Luffy. The bluish gas had filled the room, thus stopping the rubber captain from being, well, rubber. They stabbed him, shot him, kicked him and pretty much used him as a plastic bag. Concerned for his friend, but still having to keep up his facade, he said, That's enough. Boss has ordered me to take him back to his room. He cuffed the bleeding straw hat and slung him over his shoulder, earning himself a groan of pain, quietly whispering an apology. He carried Luffy out of the training room and into his sea stone prison. Hey, you okay, man? Denki asked as soon as he set the pirate captain on the bed, and proceeded to bandage his wounds. Yeah, nothing a bit of meat won't heal, Luffy replied. After getting out of that hellhole, Luffy was happy he could feel his limbs again and was feeling much better. Denki laughed and pulled out a box out of his bag and passed it to Luffy, who found some bread and cheese in it. Here, that's all I could get for you. They wanted to starve you for not complying with them. You kind of pissed them off. Hey, when they were making me breathe the funny gas, I heard some of them say some things. Luffy suddenly sounded very serious, shocking Denki. He told Denki about what had happened that day. Denki pulled out his notepad and jotted what he said down. This is new information. I'm glad he was conscious, Denki thought. He pulled out a pack of cards and a dice and held them out to Luffy. Hey, you've had a tough day. Wanna play? Sure. I only know how to play Go Fish, poker, blackjack, rummy and twist though. Which one do we play? Luffy asked, his serious attitude gone. Replace Boo as usual happy one. Roll the dice. 1 for Go Fish, 2 for poker, 3 for blackjack, 4 for rummy, 5 for twist and 6 for roll again. Denki shrugged. Luffy grabbed the dice and rolled it. 6. Roll again. From the outside. What do you think is going on in there? They're being awfully quiet. One guard whispered to his friend. No idea. They pressed their ears against the sea stone doors and managed to make out the conversation between the marine and pirate. 6. Roll again. 6. Again. 6. One more time. 6 again. Geez, what kind of shitty luck do you have? No idea. Just roll again. Okay. 6. Really? The guard's sweat dropped as the pirates seemed to keep rolling 6 seconds and thus were unable to play cause they couldn't even choose one. I agree with Denki. What kind of shitty luck does that kid have? Back in the room. Luffy, I have to leave now. It's my break time and they would be suspicious if I stayed. I'm going to go talk to your nakama and pass some information to them, Denki said, standing up and turned to leave before sticking his hand back into his bag and taking out the captain's straw hat. I took it when they brought you in. I figured you would want it back. Thanks. Luffy took the hat before giving it back to him. But could you please take this back to my nakama? If they do break me out, I want this to be safe. Also, could you take a note to them so they know you're not the enemy? Luffy requested. Denki handed him a pen and a page from his notepad and Luffy started scribbling on it. Here. Thanks. Also, how are you going to find the ship? I'm pretty sure you didn't eat a devil fruit, so you can't fly, Luffy stated as he passed the paper back to Denki. Nah, I have a Viver card of Kigi, the one you call Asen. I'll find him, Denki said. Thanks again, and be careful. Denki smiled and exited the room. Luffy frowned as he swore he saw something metal on Denki's back. Must be a button. Funny place to put it though, he thought and went to sleep. If this was just the first day, he was going to need all the sleep he could get. In the office. So Denki, are you planning to betray us? Or are you trying to fool the poor naive caption? The 7 Straw Hat woke up when Sanji called out breakfast. After quickly starting to eat, they realized that unlike usual, there were no rubbery limbs attacking their food and they slowed down. They were glad to eat slowly for a change, as their usual pace ended with someone choking. But because of what happened to Luffy, Brooke, who was on watch the previous night, had already eaten and was resting. Okay, we need a plan. How do we get Luffy out of there? Nami said. All eyes turned to Zoro. What? He asked. You're the first mate, so you make the decisions. Nami replied. First information. We need to know exactly what we're dealing with, Zoro suggested. It appears that the volcano is full of sea stone, and they are using the vapors for something. Also, the volcano has some cooler areas that are full of sea stone deposits. Robin spoke up, holding up several pieces of paper with her sprouted limbs. I'm not sure about the vapors, but the sea stone deposits are definitely true. We go mine the sea stone there and it's really hot. One former prisoner piped up. All right, now, how to get in? Usopp mused. We can be more sneaky since our shitty captain isn't here. I say we go beat up a few Marines and steal their uniforms. It'll be easier to move in the base, Sanji proposed. Good idea, Frankie said. They recognize us, Iroh-cook. You, me and Frankie. I'd bet they would recognize Brooke, Chopper and Robin. And they are devil fruit users. That means only the witch and Usopp can do it, Zoro growled. Sanji almost got into a fight with Zoro, but neither of them were in the mood to do so. Plus, with all their visitors, there wasn't any space, so they stuck to swearing at each other. This went on all day long until nightfall. The crew was almost at each other's throats with all their frustration and without their stupid captain to lighten the tension. Zoro and Sanji's throats were dry from all their yelling, and the others couldn't formulate a plan to save their captain. There's something in the water, Chopper said as he noticed a rather large dark shadow that contrasted with the sparkling sea under the moonlight. The crowd of prisoners and inhabitants parted for the Straw Hats to see the shadow underwater becoming bigger and bigger. Suddenly, a yellow submarine surfaced, and the hatch popped open. A white bear wearing an orange jumpsuit and a man with a cap saying penguin exited the hatch and stretched. Finally, some fresh air, the guy with the cap exclaimed. The bear looked confused and sniffed the air. Hey, Captain, I smell something, but I don't see anything. A man wearing a yellow and black hoodie and a spotted hat stepped out and surveyed the area. There's something here. I can feel it. A ship perhaps, with many people. Mirage cancelled. A voice yelled out from in front of them. To their surprise, a ship suddenly appeared out of nowhere. A man with a swirly eyebrow yelled at them. Who are you and what do you want, shitheads? Sanji-kun, please be polite. An orange-headed girl stood beside him said as she punched him in the head. Nami Swan, you're still so cute even though you're angry. Sanji said. Go to hell, Dartbrow. What do you want to fight? The trio on board the submarine sweat dropped at the antics of the crew. I'm the captain of the Heart Pirates. You must be the Straw Hat Pirates. May I ask, where is Mujiwara? The man in the hoodie asked. At this, everyone on the ship fell silent. Someone died or something. The same guy asked. The small tanuki standing on the railing spoke up. Shut up. Luffy wouldn't die. Not when he isn't the king of the pirates. Chopper, please calm down. He doesn't know what's going on. The black-haired woman spoke up. Before turning to the guys on the submarine, you must be Trafalgar Law, one of the famous rookies. I read about you in the newspaper. Also, before you say anything else, Chopper is a reindeer, not a tanuki, answering the unasked question. Chopper then heard something else and turned his head. He saw a small motorboat with a brown-haired figure in it. The motorboat stopped next to the ship and jumped on board with Jeppo. Denki, Kiggy yelled and went to greet their visitor. He smiled at him and then bowed towards Frankie. Sorry for zapping you, but I had to play my part. Frankie frowned but still forgave him, saying that he spoke up first, so he was sincere. All right, I can't stay long. First things first. Here, Denki said as he tossed the straw hat to Zoro. His eyes widened and he caught the hat. Luffy told me to pass this to you, saying that if you were going to break him out, things would get messy, so he wants you to have it for safekeeping. Also, I have a map of the building where he is being kept. You guys kind of demolished our main while escaping, but actually there is a secret lab underground next to the main building. They did some bad stuff to Luffy that I don't want to talk about, but I wrote everything down. Denki took out his notepad and tore out a few pages, and passed them to Robin with a stack of paper. Sadly, I couldn't get more information. He said apologetically. Thanks a lot. With all this, we can definitely get out Captain back. Zoro pat Denki on the back, and scowled when he felt something metal on his back. Turn around, he ordered. Why? Denki asked as he faced the sea. Is there something on my back? Zoro plucked the small metal thing on his back and passed it to Frankie. Shit, it's a tracker. They know where we are, Frankie said, opening the small device slowly. Inside, he found a microphone. Damn, he heard us as well. Frankie crushed the small device. Shit, Denki swore as his eyes widened. Damn it, go move the ship. Why should we listen to you? For all we know, Kagaku sent a spy. Usopp accused. Take this. Denki passed a folded-up piece of paper to Zoro and went to his boat. Move the boat. The tracker's gone, but they now know your location. Damn it, I'm so careless, Denki told the crew before boarding his boat and speeding back to the shore. Law and his two crewmates watched with interest as Zoro unfolded the paper. They were curious, but not wanting to invade their privacy, they remained on the sub. They watched as the Straw Hats all huddled around Zoro to read what was on the paper. Dear Straw Hats, hey guys, how are you doing? Feeling gloomy without me? You guys are coming to rescue me soon, right? Whatever you do, do not let Chopper, Robin, and Brook into the building. They're testing some seastone gas and I'm pretty sure they would want to test it on them if they were caught. I don't want them to get caught. Well, them and all of you. It's a funny gas. When I breathed it in, I suddenly couldn't move my limbs. Weird, right? Also, don't feel down. I'm pretty sure everyone is upset. But it's not like being upset would help anything. So you guys better smile. You guys can trust Denki. He may be a Marine, but he's trustworthy. He kept my hat safe. Plus he gave me food when they wanted to starve me. He's good. Plus he tried to play cards with me, but we couldn't decide on one, so we rolled a dice to pick one. We didn't play anything because I kept getting 6, which means that I had to roll the dice again. He says I have very shitty luck. If you happen to see any pirates, please warn them about this island. I don't want anyone to feel this kind of pain. Like I told you, it hurts more to be alone than any kind of injury, but I just realized that being alive in a body that doesn't respond is even worse. See you guys later when you rescue me. Luffy, the man who will be the king of the pirates. P.S. You better keep my hat safe, so Luffy can actually write, Robin commented, making the rest of the crew burst out in laughter. The other people were confused. They know their captain was captured and they're laughing. Law shook his head. The Straw Hats were truly crazy. He turned to go below and told the bear and guy with the cat, Bippo, Penguin, keep watch. Tomorrow we're going to where that log pose points. Nami yelled, stop. You're not going anywhere yet. Bippo and Penguin immediately went on front of Law and yelled back, what do you want? You're a devil fruit user, right? Nami asked and Law nodded. Then you are not stepping foot on that island. That island is full of sea stone, so you'll tire quickly. Also, the dumb Marines are experimenting with the sea stone gas, so stay away. She huffed. Sounds like a bunch of corrupted assholes. But why are you telling me this? Law asked. He was curious. It seemed like this crew wanted to stop anyone from entering the island, even though they were rivals on the sea. Captain's orders. He was captured while protecting us and gave that guy that just left a letter for us. He told us to tell all pirates we see to avoid the island. He doesn't want anyone to suffer. Zoro replied. Mujiwara, seems like you are a really honorable person. A bit stupid too, helping the enemy. Law mumbled, smiling, starting to respect the rubber captain. Thank you for the information, but I would still like to check out the island. Law thanked the Straw Hats and entered the submarine. He's got the right idea. Let's sleep. We can continue planning tomorrow. We need to rest, Sanji said. I just hope Luffy-san's alright. Brook mumbled gloomily. He'll be fine. You saw his letter. We'll get our captain back, Frankie said as he pat the skeleton on the back. I'll take watch, Zoro mumbled. Breakfast is ready, shitheads. Nami Swan, Robin-chan, breakfast is served. The entire crew, minus Sanji and Luffy, rushed to the kitchen. Sanji had taken over the night shift after Zoro's ended. Not that he minded, though. As a cook, he was supposed to wake up early to prepare breakfast, plus he was having sleeping problems with the captain missing. Damn it, I cooked too much again, Sanji swore. He kept forgetting that without Luffy, he only needed to cook half as much food as usual. His outburst brought frowns to everyone's faces, even Brooks, even though he had no skin. They all missed Luffy, their little son of fun and joy. They knew Luffy wanted them to be happy, but they felt that they were useless. Luffy had entrusted his life to them, yet they couldn't even formulate half a plan to save him. Straw Hats. A familiar voice rang out. They rushed outside, and was greeted with Bippo waving from the hatch. Bippo, right. What do you want? Robin asked. My captain wants to visit the island, but we don't want to dock, so we're taking our boat. Could you please let the sub follow you? Bippo replied. Why? Nami demanded. They had a problem on their hands, and now these heart pirates want them to babysit their remaining members while their captain had fun. Because none of us have Vivre cards, so we can't find our crew members. And because the submarine is mostly underwater, I can't smell it. But I can easily smell your ship, especially when the island is not too far away. It's only like 20 meters away. So please, Bippo begged. All right, as long as none of your crewmates bother us, because we need to save our captain. Also, Denki said that our ship was tracked, so we are going to be moving around quite a bit. If you can keep up with us, go ahead. It's not like you're eating or anything. You are more like stalking us. Nami shrugged. She usually would have asked for some money to stalk them, but they had more important things to worry about, saving Luffy. Thank you, Bippo said, popped into the submarine. A few minutes later, he carried a pretty large boat out of the hatch. Law, Penguin, Bippo and another guy with a blue and red hat walked out. Okay, guys, just follow this ship. Bippo yelled into the submarine, and a chorus of yes was heard. Law and his 3 crew members boarded the boat. All right, Bippo, Penguin, Shachai, let's go, and no fighting this time. Law narrowed his eyes at the 2 humans other than him on the boat. Penguin and Shachai gulped and shivered, remembering that the last time they fought, Penguin ended up with a dislocated shoulder and Shachai a dislocated jaw. Law had gotten so annoyed at them that he popped their dislocated body parts back into place with no painkillers or sedatives. Yes, Captain, they both replied meekly. One question, Straw Hat Pirates. How come you refer to Mujiwara as Luffy rather than Captain? Don't you respect him as the captain? Law asked. He was curious at the crew's lack of respect towards their captain. We all respect Luffy and we know him very well. Luffy rarely forces us to do things, and the only times he plays the captain card is when we are in trouble and he wants us to escape. He hates formalities, and to him, we are his family. Robin replied, smiling. Family, huh? Law said, catching the attention of his crewmates. Law rarely thought out loud, and when he did he was usually busy reading or making notes about medicine. They departed from the ship and submarine, and headed towards the island. All right, let's move. We can't stay in one place too long, Nami said. She and Frankie maneuvered the ship to the opposite side of the island, and Nami used her Mirage Tempo to hide them, and the submarine, temporarily. The pirates in the submarine were surprisingly noisy, as they could be heard from the deck even though they were underwater. Seems like experimenting on sea stone was made illegal, seeing how inhumane it was, Robin said, holding up a piece of paper with a bunch of signatures in it. Maybe we can get the Marines to arrest the ... Wait, we're pirates. Usopp suggested, only to be knocked down his own idea. They kept suggesting ideas until Sanji left the table to prepare lunch. I hope you shitheads don't mind reheated food. There's plenty of leftovers from breakfast, he said, for once not flirting with the girls. Frankie, let's go move the ship again. And this time they moved Sunny so that it was facing the village. On the island, Law, Bippo, Penguin and Shachai stopped at the dock and tied up their boat. Law noticed the name of the island on a sign. Yumishikazen Island. Huh, weird name. Law commented, it's really quiet. Not surprising though, seeing all the people on the deck of the Sunny. They kind of expected the town to be empty. After getting off, Law stumbled, and Bippo caught him. So this place it really full of sea stone, huh, Captain? Bippo asked. No shit. Law cursed. No wonder Mujiwara was caught. No devil fruit user could fight properly here, he thought. Seeing the greenery at the end of the village, the quartet headed into the lush forest, unaware that someone was spying on them on top of the trees. Kagaku, it seems that there is another group of pirates here. The captain seems to be a man wearing a spotted hat and he carries an adachi. There are 3 other members, a white bear and 2 men, one wearing a black hat with a red pom-pom and the other with a blue and pink hat. The man spoke into a small den mushy, and quickly ducked behind the tree trunk as Bippo turned around. What's there, Bippo? Law asked, turning around. Nothing, Captain. Must be the wind. Although I do smell someone else around here. Bippo replied, looking around. I believe they are the Heart Pirates. Aim for the guy with the spotted cap. He's a devil fruit user, Yukai. Kagaku replied. They would be walking straight and turn left. I can ambush them, but there are 4 people, Yukai muttered. But it was enough to catch the polar bear's attention. You, who are you? Who are you ambushing? Bippo asked. Why, you guys, of course. Yukai smirked and shot a tranquilizer dart at Bippo, which was intercepted by Law, who unsheathed his Nadachi. Bippo, Penguin, and Shachai joined the fight. Even though it was a 4-against-1 match, Yukai didn't have much problems dodging the attacks since he knew what was coming. Wanting to even the fight, Yukai took out his 2 swords and slashed Penguin and Shachai, leaving deep gashes across their torso. Well, that's 2 down, 2 to go. Yukai smiled sadistically and kicked Penguin, who crashed into Shachai, leaving them in a groaning and bleeding mess. Penguin, Shachai, Law yelled, concerned for his 3rd and 4th member of his crew. Now for the bear, Sarasu Doragon. The flying slash crashed into Bippo's chest and sent him flying into a tree. Bippo, Law glared at Yukai and growled, how dare you hurt my crew? Law was panting heavily due to dodging Yukai's attacks in the sea stone. You can't beat me. I ate the Murai no Mai. I can see into the future, Yukai boasted. Demon Hedora. Captain, Bippo, Shachai, and Penguin yelled. Bastard, how come you aren't affected by the sea stone? Law groaned as Yukai pulled out his swords. That's a secret. Yukai smirked and tried to hit Law again, but Law quickly used Room and Shambles to switch himself with a tree. Yukai was slightly confused when he ended up stabbing a tree. Shambles. Law reappeared in front of Yukai, but Yukai simply blocked the Nadachi. Oh, so you ate the Opop no Mai, Yukai said, raising his eyebrow. But as long as I can see your moves, I can evade them. Amputate. Yukai easily avoided Law's slash and moved in. Demon Hedora. Law dodged the attack by jumping backwards, leaving him open as Yukai smiled. Bingo. Sarasu Doragon. The flying slash carved up Law's chest and left him lying on the ground, panting and clutching his wounds. His hat was blown of his head from the impact and his Nadachi was lying on the ground. It's over already. Oh, too bad. Yukai smirked and put a pair of sea stone cuffs on Law and heaved him over his shoulder. Man, you're heavy. That straw hat kid was much lighter. Law frowned. Mujiwara was caught by this guy. Actually, that kid was pretty good. He stormed out main base and freed his nakama. Then he took a bunch of attacks for them, if I remember correctly. He was pinned to a tree with a bunch of spikes and knives in his chest and gut. You know, he pulled them out of his body and continued to fight. That kid was determined, man. He then carried Law away, and he was starting to lose consciousness. With the last of his energy, he mouthed, go to his 3 comrades, who were still bleeding and struggling to get up. 3 pairs of eyes widened, but they still nodded and pushed themselves up. By the time they had gotten their bearings, Law and Yuaki were long gone. Crying, Bippo, Shachai, and Penguin grabbed Law's hat and Nadachi and ran towards the shore. On the Sunny, the Straw Hat's silent lunch was interrupted by knocking on the kitchen door. Brooke, who was closest to the door, opened it to find a bleeding Bippo, Shachai, and Penguin standing there. Chopper had turned his head when he smelt the blood as was shocked to see the bloody figures there. What happened to you guys? Chopper yelled as he grabbed his first aid kit. He knew they were rivals, but they were so beaten up and sad. Plus, they never attacked them, so they had no reason to hold a grudge. Take off your top part of the jumpsuit, Chopper ordered. He immediately bandaged the wounds and Bippo broke down crying. Sorry, was I pressing too hard? Bippo wept and said the crew, they took our captain, the guy that could see the future. They only wanted Law, not any of us. The Straw Hats' hearts immediately went out to them. They knew that when they were all wanted, they were all attacked. But for the Heart Pirates, they were only hunting their captain, and they were unable to save him. Penguin tried to hold back his tears and asked, please, we were discussing about this on the boat. May we please start an alliance to save our captains? How do we know you aren't tricking us? Zoro's eyes were slit. That guy that ate the devil fruit said that Straw Hat was pinned to a tree with a bunch of spikes and knives in his chest and gut, and he pulled them out of his body and continued to fight. Shachai said, I don't know if that really happened, but if you still don't believe use, look at these. He held out Law's Nadachi and his hat. These are Law's. He never allows anyone to touch his hat or his Nadachi, Kikoku, with the only exception being Beppo for carrying the sword. The hat and sword reminded the Straw Hats of their own captain. Luffy didn't allow anyone to touch his hat, yet now he was who knows where with his hat on the sunny. They realized that like Luffy, the 3 heart pirates were entrusted with the life of their captain. Fine, we can discuss plans to free our captain over dinner. But first go tell the crew about it so we can tie the Sunny and your submarine together. I can get Frankie to build a platform so that it is easier for us to communicate. Nami said, after finish with that, come back here. I need to give you guys a checkup. Chopper added. The crew spent the rest of the day getting to know their new allies. The heart pirates were crying. Beppo, Shachai, and Penguin were all bandaged up, and the Straw Hats were listing down all the plans they could think of with their new allies. And Robin was reading all the papers they took from the base. Both crews had a common goal, and they would do anything to rescue their captains. Luffy knew he wasn't supposed to be sleeping. He was in a marine base, being used as a lab rat, but maybe that was why he was sleeping. He knew that they wouldn't kill him, since they still needed to test some seastone things on him. The nightmare of Omatsuri Island was replaying itself in his head. Him losing his friends, the expression on their faces as they faded away, the shock and horror on his face as he saw his friends in the lily. He was grateful when he woke up, as he didn't have to see his Nakama's near-death experience again. Rubbing his eyes, he stared at the ceiling. He was grateful that he had confided in his Nakama. He knew that they would never get angry him for their deaths since they never knew about it. But it was nice to see that they never even blamed him after they knew what had happened. He continued to stare at the ceiling, unable to fall asleep, even though he was tired. He was awake for quite a few hours until he heard the door open. Get up, kid. One guard walked in with seastone cuffs. Luffy was confused. Where was Denki? Thought Luffy. Where's Denki? Luffy grabbed the guard. He was ready to hit him if he ever hurts Denki. We found out that traitor betrayed us, so we locked him up. Got a problem? The guard smirked. Luffy's eyes widened and he punched the guard on the face. Don't hurt him. He's my friend. Luffy yelled at him, scared. The guard ran out of the room and pulled a Den Den mushi out of his pocket. Boss, the kid's angry him. Go get him. I want to try something. Kagaku said. The guard shivered, but complied. He entered the room again and Luffy glared at him. What do you want? Luffy growled, whirling around and grabbed the guard by the collar. Just then, a bluish gas was emitted from the vents. As the vent was behind him, Luffy didn't notice it until he inhaled the gas. Luffy suddenly went limp, his clutch on the guard loosened, and the relieved guard dropped to the floor. On the floor, Luffy was trying not to inhale the gas, but his body forced him to keep inhaling it. His blood burned as he couldn't move his limbs. Hahaha, that would teach you not to mess with us. The guard laughed. He immediately cuffed Luffy and brought him to the testing room. Along the way, he heard several conversations. Hey, I heard Yukai caught another devil fruit user. No way. I thought they would be hiding on their stupid ship if they didn't abandon their captain. No, it seems like our new captive is from another crew. Luffy was tossed into the testing room and, like last time, was cuffed to the table. This time, however, they hooked up several machines to him. Luffy was uncomfortable and started struggling, only to be ignored by the scientists. We don't have to test the gas again. It was used in the vents in his room. A scientist picked up a vial with the bluish silvery liquid. Try the liquid form. The liquid was immediately injected into Luffy's bloodstream and he gasped. His heart raced as the sea stone seeped throughout his entire body. His body felt weak and his struggling lessened. So the liquid just saps the user's strength from the inside out. Do we need to remove the sea stone? Nah, a bit of sea stone wouldn't affect him for our needs. His body would eventually clear it out. They left Luffy on the table and continued to do their work. After a few hours, Luffy's heart rate settled down and he felt the strength to move his limbs. He started struggling again, and as every minute passed, it became stronger. He got his strength back already. Wow, the people that we tested on needed at least a day to even have a steady heart rate, the scientist said, impressed with Luffy's healing rate. He was still pretty tired though, and used all his energy to try and escape the shackles. Bring him back to the room. We still need to find his crew. Denki spilled some confidential information to them. One scientist said. The guards used the gas to restrain Luffy while they uncuffed him from the table. They put the sea stone shackles on his wrists and dragged him back to the room. The guards brought Luffy into the room and tossed him inside. Luffy immediately began struggling as they removed his cuffs. They dumped Luffy in the room and left, but Luffy heard a bit of the conversation they were having. Hey, I heard they're going to do something to that traitor. Upon hearing that, Luffy huddled on the bed. Damn it, I'm so weak. If I had just defeated those stupid Marines when we escaped, then Denki would be fine. Working undercover with the Marines. My crew wouldn't be so worried about me. They have to move forward, but I'm just dragging them down, he thought, tears running down his face. Damn it, crying isn't going to solve anything. I need to get stronger. Luffy jumped up on the bed and yelled, wiping his tears. He immediately tried to use his Gamu Gamu no pistol on the opposite wall, only to find that his arm didn't stretch. Damn, I still have that stupid sea stone in my body. Undeterred, Luffy decided to get off the bed and kept punching the wall, since he had better balance on the floor. It wasn't until the door opened that Luffy stopped hitting the wall and looked at the door. The guards tossed a tall man wearing a yellow and black hoodie into the room, although it was stained with blood. Instead of cuffing his hands together, he had a sea stone cuff on each of his wrists. Don't uncuff him. His can easily get out of the room with his powers, one guard said as his companion bent down to uncuff the man. They then exited the room, leaving the new prisoner bleeding on the floor. Hey, you okay? Luffy asked the man. His eyes, while unfocused, looked up at the source of the question. I don't think so. I got hit quite a few times. And then there's the sea stone. The man grunted. A minute later, a guard tossed in some alcohol and bandages. You're a doctor, right, Mr. Surgeon of Death? You can treat yourself. The guard smirked. Damn you, he's injured. Luffy yelled as the door closed. Huffing to himself, he carried the man onto the bed, where it was more comfortable. Hey, what's your name? Luffy asked. Trafalgar Law. You are Monkey D. Luffy, right? Law groaned. Never mind. I'll just call you Toro. Luffy grinned. Law rolled his eyes. He knew that Luffy was an idiot, but seriously, he couldn't even pronounce his name and gave him a nickname. And he gave him a horrible one to boot. He was lost in his own thoughts until Luffy started tugging off his hoodie, which startled him. Hey, he protested, but Luffy pouted at him. Come on, you're bleeding. Law gritted his teeth, knowing that Luffy was right. If he didn't fix himself up quickly, there was a high chance of getting an infection. Fine, Mugiwara. With Luffy's help, Law managed to remove his hoodie and Luffy passed him the alcohol. After rubbing the alcohol onto his wounds, Luffy helped him to bandage his torso and back. Kid, here. The new guy doesn't get any. A guard opened the door and threw a few rice balls and a loaf of bread wrapped in cling film onto the floor. Luffy stared at the food and picked it up. Then, he gave it to Law. Eat, Luffy demanded. Law was surprised. He knew that Luffy loved food, since he had heard the loud yell from the cook that he had cooked too much food. Since he was trapped, they probably didn't give him much food, and he looked pretty skinny. Why? It's yours, Law questioned. You're hurt. When I'm hurt, I eat meat and I'm fine. Nami says it's not the same for everyone, so maybe if you eat rice and bread you'll be fine. Sorry, Mugiwara, I don't like bread. Law stated. Come on, you need to eat if you want to get better, Toro. Luffy whined. Law sighed at the stupid nickname. Get my name right. It's Trafalgar. It's not too hard, right? Law tried to get Luffy to pronounce his name right. Whatever, it's too long. Luffy shook his head, wanting to change the topic. Luffy asked, did you see my crew, Toro? I did, Mugiwara. They told me not to come to the island, but I was curious. Anyway, after they unfolded some piece of paper, they started laughing. Any idea why? Law replied. Oh, they probably read the note I wrote to them. I'm pretty sure they thought that I couldn't write. Luffy laughed. Law shook his head, clearly amused by the boy's antics. You have a strange crew, Mugiwara. Anyway, eat, Luffy ordered. I told you, Mugiwara, I hate bread. Law grumbled, clearly annoyed. Fine, I'll eat the bread, you eat the rice, okay, Toro? Luffy pouted again. I'm fine with that, Mugiwara. Law said. Stop calling me that. Do I look like I have a straw hat to you? Luffy whined. No you don't, but you're kind of the only person I've met that wears a straw hat. Law reasoned. He was annoyed with Luffy, that was for sure, but he was starting to like hanging around the team. Hey, Toro, join my crew, Luffy said suddenly, making Law choke on his rice ball. What? No way, I'm a captain of my crew. Law growled, making Luffy laugh. Before they could continue talking, a faint hiss was heard. Luffy turned around and saw the bluish gas seeping out of the vent. Toro, don't inhale the gas. They make you feel nothing. Luffy tried to inflate himself, but couldn't. Damn sea stone. Law was confused. The floor isn't covered in sea stone. Why can't he use his power, whatever it was? Before long, the room was filled with gas and both he and Luffy had collapsed on the floor and bed respectively. The door opened and a couple of guards walked in and cuffed them. We realized we have a small problem. Maybe you can help us, one of them growled. They were brought, rather roughly, since Luffy kept struggling, to a large room. They saw cuffs and chains attached to the wall, and Luffy felt a shiver down his spine. The two devil fruit users were immediately chained to the wall by air hands and feet. Stupid chains. Let me go. Luffy yelled and struggled against the chains and cuffs. It's no use, Mugiwara. It's sea stone. After thinking for a while, Law continued. By the way, the floor for that room wasn't made of sea stone, yet you said you couldn't use your powers. What power do you have and what sea stone are you talking about? I ate the Gamu Gamu no Mai, so I'm a rubber man. This morning, before you came, they injected some sea stone liquid thing into me. It really sucks. Luffy grumbled. Law shivered. Sea stone was never good for devil fruit users, but having it inside of him, they said my body would get rid of it on its own though. Law felt relieved. Wait, relieved? This guy is supposed to be my rival for the One Piece. This should work to my advantage. Why do I suddenly feel like he's my friend? While Law was sorting out his thoughts, a man entered the room. Kagaku, Luffy hissed. What do you want, you bastard? Kagaku merely grinned. Let's play a game, shall we? A game? I want to play, Luffy exclaimed, causing Law to facepalm. Thinking, sure, he's a nice kid, but he's way too naive. The game is tell me where your friends are or I'll torture you. Your traitorous friend had given important information to your comrades. Tell us their location and we'll leave you alone, Kagaku said, smirking. He was sure that the two pirates would give in, until Luffy said, then go ahead and torture me. And your choice. Kagaku aimed the question at Law, who kept quiet. Raising his hand, he shifted into his half-human, half-porcupine state. Speak when I tell you to. Kagaku growled and slashed his claws at Law. Law closed his eyes and braced for the impact, and felt nothing. Law opened his eyes and saw Luffy standing in front of him, taking the blow. His eyes widened as Luffy growled at Kagaku. This has nothing to do with him. And don't hurt my friend. Friend? I only met him like an hour ago. Law was confused. Hahaha, you want to get hurt so badly, don't you? Kagaku sneered. Oh well. Kagaku grabbed one of his spines and thrusted it into Luffy's stomach. Luffy growled, but refused to move. Why? Law saw Luffy tense up his stomach as Kagaku kept punching the spine deeper and deeper into his stomach. Why is he protecting me? Law saw the tip of the spine emerge from Luffy's back, and Kagaku's smile widened. With a quick push, the entire spine had gone through Luffy's body. Upon seeing this, Luffy angled his body so that the spine didn't hit Law. Why are you doing this? Law hissed. Because this whole thing was my fault. I wasn't strong enough to beat them, so I was caught. If I had beaten them, you wouldn't have been caught either. So it has nothing to do with you. Luffy turned his head and smiled at Law, but he could see the sadness in his eyes. Plus, I lost my crew before. If it meant keeping them safe, I would gladly die. Law's interest in Luffy increased. Someone not afraid to die. And at this age, Law smiled, then frowned. He said he lost his crew before. Does that mean that this was his second crew? We'll get out of this, somehow. Luffy's voice held all the optimism that he was famous for, and Law felt like he could trust him. So you want to die? Kagaku asked. Are you dumb? I said I would die for my friends. Luffy questioned, with a smirking Law behind him. He found Luffy's ways of aggravating people rather amusing. You brat. Kagaku growled and lunged at Luffy, who took all the attacks. Kagaku then used his spines to spear Luffy. Eventually, after a few hours, Kagaku got sick of Luffy's never-give-up attitude and stormed out, ordering the guards to bring both Luffy and Law to their room. The Marines stationed outside promptly took them to their room. To their surprise, there was another bed in the room. Man, you sure took a beating, Law commented, seeing Luffy's body. He was bleeding from pretty much everywhere, and had several holes in his torso and gut. His clothes were so torn up there were more holes than clothes hanging on him. You're going to have to patch your wounds up, or they'll get infected. You do it. You're a doctor, right, Toro? Luffy asked. Law sighed and placed the bloody boy on the bed and went to go grab the stuff he needed. After cleaning and bandaging up Luffy, the door opened and a voice rang out. You guys didn't behave well, so you don't get dinner. But I'm hungry, Luffy whined. Law rolled his eyes, kind of already expecting it when Luffy offended Kagaku. After a while of pouting, Luffy yelled, Can I at least get a pack of cards and a dice? After a few minutes, the door opened and a pack of cards and a dice was thrown in. Have fun, the guard said in a sarcastic voice, but Luffy didn't hear him. Thanks a lot. Luffy thanked the guard genuinely, which surprised both Law and the guard. No problem. The guard stuttered and closed the door. You actually thanked a Marine? Law asked incredulously. What? He gave me a pack of cards and a dice. Luffy questioned. Anyway, Toro, want to play? I can play Go Fish, poker, blackjack, rummy and twist. Which one? Luffy asked. Law was pretty bored too. And since there wasn't anything to do, he complied with Luffy's request. Roll the dice. 1 for roll again, 2 for poker, 3 for blackjack, 4 for rummy, 5 for twist and 6 for Go Fish. Law shrugged. I was told I have very shitty luck, so you roll it. Luffy grabbed the dice and tossed it to Law. Law rolled the dice. 3. Looks like we're playing blackjack. The two prisoners played until it was pretty late, and they both decided to sleep. Luffy, who was sore and tired, couldn't sleep though. He was worried about his nakama. He hoped that they wouldn't do anything stupid to come and rescue him. Eventually his thoughts drifted to himself. How am I supposed to protect my crew without my rubber abilities? He thought, I can barely protect myself. Luffy decided that he had to grow stronger. not just for his sake, but for his Namaka. He closed his eyes and tossed and turned in his bed, but eventually drifted asleep. Luffy was in a really bad mood. He couldn't sleep because his worry for his Nakama had caused a nightmare about Amatsuri Island again. He was glad, though, after the whole incident, he had nightmares about it almost every day. After confiding in his Nakama, the nightmare had stopped playing in his head until that night. His lack of sleep, followed by the nightmare, made Luffy really tired, and only just managed to drift into peaceful slumber. But it didn't last long. Luffy was woken from his sleep by a harsh, "Get up, brat," yelling on his ear. Startled, Luffy punched the man in the face. "Why you little shit?" the Marine guard snarled. Unknown to him, Luffy was very cranky when he was forcefully woken up unless they were docking at an island or there was food, especially when he was very tired. "Shut up. I'm tired from your stupid experiments and the stupid injuries and the stupid sea stone and my stupid nightmares. I want to sleep." "Got it." He jabbed his finger into the man's chest. The guard nodded, ran out of the room, closing it behind him. "Good. These bastards. It's bad enough that they're making me do stupid things. Now they want to disturb my sleep." Luffy growled. Law, who was woke up by the first yell, sweat dropped and blinked a few times. "Is this really the same kid who smiled and played cards even though we are in a marine base?" he thought, feeling even more tired from his sudden outburst. Luffy went back to his bed and fell asleep. "Sir, it seems like the kid is very cranky in the morning." The poor guard shivered as he spoke into his den mushi. "Just wake him up. Bring both brats. Try using the one in the hoodie as a hostage. Straw Hat is rather protective of his friends." Kagaku's voice rang out of his den mushi. The door opened again and the guard grabbed Law. "Get up now, Straw Hat." "Now what, you dumb shit?" Luffy snapped the guard. "Get off, you ass, and move, or your friend gets hurt." Law sighed and smacked his shackled hands against the guard's face. "Let's sleep," he mumbled. "Yup," Luffy agreed. Both prisoners left the knocked-out guard on the floor and went back to sleep. In the office, Kagaku was getting frustrated. It seemed like even though both his prisoners were tired and hungry, they were still pretty energetic. He pressed the button for the sea stone gas to be flooded into their room. They were running out of it, and the vapor, while abundant, needed a very long to process, as the raw form of it would kill a normal person in seconds. Back in the room, Law and Luffy were still asleep as the sea stone gas streamed into the room, thus paralyzing both prisoners. Soon after, the Marines entered the room and grabbed them both and hauled them to the same room and before handcuffed them. Soon after, Kagaku entered and they started their game. Kagaku kept slashing at the duo, and Luffy kept trying to defend Law. However, due to his injuries, Luffy could no longer remain standing. Smiling at his progress, Kagaku kicked Luffy to a corner and earned a groan from said team. Without Luffy's interference, coupled with the fact Law was tired from the sea stone, he managed to get a few heavy hits at Law. Luffy could only stare in horror as he watched Kagaku slash his claws against Law's chest a few times. Smiling sadistically, he sank his claws into Law's shoulder and dragging them down all the way to Law's stomach. After removing his claws, Kagaku kicked Law straight in the stomach, leaving Law wincing in pain and leaning against the wall for support. Smirking at the panting man, Kagaku slashed at Law's knee, nearly shattering his kneecap, rendering him unable to retaliate unless he wanted to fall or to worsen his leg. "Well, seems like you guys still won't spill. You guys sure have guts, standing up to me. Looks like this will be you, Grave, Surgeon of Death. We still need Mugiwara for something." Kagaku grinned and placed his claws together, forming a spear. "Feel honored that you will be killed by Officer Kagaku's special move, Sum no Yari." Law stared at the claws as Kagaku charged at him. "No, I can't die here," he told himself. "I still need to avenge Corazon. I still need to defeat Doflamingo." He lifted his injured leg, said limb protesting in pain, to try and defend himself. "Leave him alone." A shout from the corner was heard. In a flash, Luffy was in front of Law, taking the spearing attack to his chest, puncturing a lung. "Mugiwara ya." Law's eyes widened as he saw his rival get pushed back from the attack. Luffy collapsed on his hands and knees, and growled at Kagaku, "I won't let you hurt him even more." He then started coughing up blood. Suddenly, a bluish metallic-looking liquid, along with blood, came gushing out of Luffy's chest wound. Kagaku stared at the discharge from Luffy's wound, thought, "No way. Is that what I think it is?" Kagaku promptly told the guards to take the duo back to their room, which wasn't as difficult as last time since both of them were very injured, sore and tired. After the Marine guards left, he called in a few of his scientists over the den mushi to check on the substance that came out of Luffy's wound. "Some of you come to the torture room." Now, a few of the scientists arrived and took samples of the Luffy bloody mixture to take back to the lab for testing. After an hour or so of experimenting, a scientist called Kagaku, who had gone back to his office. Sir, it appears that the liquid sea stone from the volcano wouldn't solidify. Apparently the liquid sea stone and the solid sea stone, while have similar effects to devil fruit users, are actually a bit different in composition." One scientist said. Should we run more tests on them? Nah, leave them for the rest of the day. I beat them up a lot today. And I think Mugiwara's lung is punctured. Not very good test subjects if you ask me. The testing can continue after they have been patched up. Kagaku replied as he put down the Den Den mushi. Although I do admire their tenacity, not many people can take such a beating and remain alive, let alone standing. Kagaku said aloud. After Luffy and Law were dumped back in the room, Law immediately yelled out for a bunch of equipment. The Marines, however, refused him and threw more alcohol and bandages at him. Upset, he growled that Luffy could die from the blood loss in his punctured lung, until Luffy groaned in pain. Law immediately attended to Luffy, pouring alcohol onto Luffy's wound, earning himself a yelling Luffy. Ignoring it, Law bandaged Luffy and went to the bathroom to clean himself up, limping and supporting himself with the sea stone wall, sapping his string even more. Unknown to him, Luffy, ignoring his pain, sat up. Groaning in pain, he looked around. I remember Torao couldn't stand properly, he thought. He leaned his head backwards and looked at the headrest of his bed and tried to pull it off. He kept pulling and eventually it came off. He tried to straighten out the metal rod, but kept failing. Giving up, he bit off the two curved ends. Law exited the bathroom without wearing his hoodie. Not noticing Luffy was awake, he stumbled back to the floor to patch himself up. After bandaging his carved-up torso, he tried to fix his leg, only to stop when a metal rod was thrown to his foot. Looking up, he saw that Luffy, now leaning against his bed and smiling, had thrown the rod. Thanks, Mugiwara. Law smiled and used the rod as a splint for his knee. What was that liquid that came out of your wound? Huh? Luffy asked, and tilted his head to the side. Seriously, you didn't notice? Law questioned the unobservant boy. What are you talking about, Torao? Obviously it's blood. You're a doctor, right? Luffy huffed. Law mentally face-palmed. He's nice, but way too stupid. Law internally groaned. There was blood, and a bluish silvery liquid poured out of your wound. Luffy pondered for a second, before saying, aha, it's a mystery liquid, causing Law to literally face-palm. Wait, I feel slightly more energetic now. Luffy started turning red in the face. Law, however, thought about those words and came to a conclusion. Mugiwara, can you stretch? Oh yeah, why didn't I think of that? Luffy smiled and Law mumbled, loud enough for Inley himself to hear, that's 'cause you're an airhead. Luffy pulled his cheek ... into his delight. He found it stretching more than usual. Yes, Luffy jumped up, I'm rubber. Oh, Luffy then felt the pain in his chest, and looked down to see his bandaged torso. We need to recover. Let's just rest, Mugiwara, Law suggested, and limped to his bed. Grateful that Luffy had gotten him a rod to use as a splint, Luffy shrugged and dragged himself onto his bed, and both prisoners fell into a really deep slumber. Thank goodness that shitty rubber captain isn't here. Otherwise we would have run out of food, Sanji said, trying to diffuse the tension as he served breakfast. Bippo, Penguin, Shanchai and the Straw Hats were on the Sunny, thinking about a plan to get their captains back. However, none of the Straw Hats were eager to eat. Only Nami and Robin started eating, as they knew that if they didn't Sanji would keep pestering them. Zoro pushed the plate away. I'm not hungry. Who knows what Luffy's eating in there? We all know Luffy's monstrous appetite. He needs more energy than us just to keep moving due to his faster metabolish rate. Chopper sighed. Luffy bro is super, you know. Frankie wailed, tears streaming down his cheeks. Nami slammed her hands onto the table after she had finished, and said, then hurry up and eat. Then we can plan how to save our captain. She stormed out of the kitchen. This motivated the rest of the crew, and they all began shoveling their food into their mouth as if Luffy were in the kitchen stealing their food. After they had finished eating, they immediately began to map out a plan. Okay, since we have people in the Heart Pirates that don't have bounties, it's likely that the Marines here wouldn't know anything about them. Nami started. Do any of them have devil fruit powers? Bippo, Shanchai and Penguin shook their heads in unison. Good. I think if we can cause a distraction, we can lure the powerful and higher-ranking Marines away from their base. Since we have bounties and we escaped before. Usopp, you can do it, since you're good at running away. Nami continued, earning a yell of protest from the sniper. We don't know where the base is yet. Denki gave us a map of the inside of base, but not its location. However, from all the writing, I think it is underground and its entrance is somewhere near the building we destroyed, Robin said. Also, note that the volcano is filled with sea stone, so don't fall into it, or you could burn alive. Robin stated. Nami Swan and Robin-chan are so smart. Sanju swooned as Usopp groaned. You didn't have to say it like that, Robin. But sea stone dampens devil fruit powers, right? So being in such close proximity to it, Chopper couldn't continue. It would make both our captains very tired, and any wounds they have would take a much longer time to heal. Bippo concluded, lower his head. I think we should attack the base, Zoro suggested. All the eyes turned to him. What? Surprise them up front, Zoro said. You can't do that. Your wounds haven't healed, Chopper protested. Actually, my injuries are pretty okay now. They only itch a lot. It's just my shoulder that hasn't fully healed, but I don't use my arms to fight anyway, Sanji said. Just don't do your handstand, dark brow. Zoro smirked. What was that, Marimo? Are you going deaf, shitty cook? Stop it. We don't have time for this. Nami hit the both of them on the head. Beppo, Shachai and Penguin shuddered thinking, this woman is scary. Alright, since the devil fruit users shouldn't get too close to Sea Stone, we should avoid letting Brook, Chopper and Robin get on the island. You think you guys can deal with watch duty? Nami continued. The mentioned people and reindeer nodded. Yo ho ho ho. I think we should steal marine uniforms and infiltrate the base, Brook suggested. That's a super idea, Brook. Let's send Nami, cause she's an expert thief, Frankie exclaimed. Hold on a second, Shachai and Penguin said. They rushed out of the kitchen and ran to their submarine. A lot of noise was heard and Kigi asked, what on earth is going on in there? A few minutes later, they came out, holding a few sets of marine clothing. We encountered a marine ship a few days ago. Captain told us to take everything we could find, but leave the marines. So we grabbed their spare clothing as well. We were planning to use them as rags, but saving our captain is more important, Shachai explained. Time for me to make lunch. Sanji ushered Nami and Robin out of the kitchen and kicked the rest of the pirates out. Shitty cook, Zoro grumbled. Nami and Robin began mapping out the rest of the plan. Zoro began training. Chopper made more rumble balls. Usopp was making more ammunition. Brook was sharpening his sword and Frankie was working on his weapons. Seeing as no one was talking, Beppo, Shachai and Penguin went back to the submarine. After a while, Sanji yelled from the kitchen, lunch is ready. Can one of you shitheads pass the rest of their crew this? Sticking his hand out, holding a bag. Sighing, Frankie retrieved the bag and jumped onto the submarine and knocked on its metal exterior. Lunch is ready, bear. My name is Beppo. Beppo growled and opened the hatch. He passed the bag to the Heart Pirates, revealing a scrumptious lunch for their allies. After lunch, the Straw Hats went back to their activities. It wasn't until dinner that the Straw Hats came together to discuss their plans. Sanji had made the Heart Pirates dinner again, and Beppo, Shachai and Penguin were invited to the Sunny's kitchen for dinner. Alright, what can you guys do? Nami first asked question. Martial arts, Beppo said. Martial arts and swordplay, Shachai said. I can use a spear, Penguin then stated. Alright, dress a few of your lesser-known pirates up. Tell them to dress up. Screw planning. Just bust in. Zoro cut in. Don't interrupt Nami Swan, you shitty swordsman, Sanji yelled. He was going to continue yelling but Nami pushed him away to glare at Zoro. What do you mean by screw planning? Do you not want to save Luffy? When have planning ever applied to us? Zoro simply asked, smirking. The rest of the crew thought about what Zoro had said. They had defeated Kuro, Crocodile, Enel, broke into a marine base to find their gold, then defeated Moria. They had never planned anything, and even when they did, Luffy's actions always rendered the plan useless. Never once had someone's plans succeeded when Luffy was around. Besides, I know Luffy. I have a gut feeling that something's going to happen tomorrow. Zoro finished off. Alright, once you've all finished dinner, go and sleep. Nami agreed. After dinner, Beppo whispered to Nami, are you sure we don't need a plan? This is Luffy we're talking about. And Zoro's gut feelings are always correct, especially when they concern Luffy. Nami explained. The three Heart Pirates went back to the submarine, feeling very confused, but went along with their idea. In the marine base, after Law and Luffy were woken up rather rudely early in the morning again, they were dragged to the torture room where Kagaku was waiting. You know, I'm pretty sure you can use you fruit's power again. Let's stop that, shall we? Kagaku took a syringe out of his pocket and injected it into Luffy, causing him to crumple to his knees. Damn Sea Stone, Luffy panted. He shakily stood up and leaned against the wall. If I weren't for the chains I would beat you up. Ah, ambitious as ever, Kagaku taunted. Sadly, if you can't even get out of chains, you can't ever hope to be the Pirate King. That goes for you too, Surgeon of Death, Luffy growled, and a tick mark appeared on Law's face, the only sign that he was affected by Kagaku's words. Damn it, I need to get out of these chains. I bet they are also made of sea stone. Got it. Luffy's eyes brightened and he glanced at Law. Law looked at him. He has an idea. I don't know what it is, but might as well try, he thought as he nodded. Seeing the exchange between the duo, Kagaku started attacking Luffy, who was slowly backing towards the wall while dodging the claws. Some slashes grazed Luffy's chest, but he managed to avoid the worst of the damage. His wound started opening up and bleeding from his movements, and pain shot up his body, but Luffy ignored it and kept dodging. When his back was pressed against the wall, Kagaku put his claws together and used Sum no Yari. Luffy grinned and jumped up, dodging the stab attempt, making Kagaku's claws get stuck in the wall. Luffy then looped the length of the sea stone chain around Kagaku's neck, effectively neutralizing his devil fruit power. For a good measure, Luffy pulled the chain and looped it a few more times around his neck. Toro, can you tell the guards to give us the keys to the chains? Luffy asked and pointed to Kagaku. who was turning a bit pale. Tell them to do that or I'll strangle their boss. Law nodded and yelled, hey, you retards. Give us the keys to our shackles or we'll kill your boss. I said strangle, not kill, Luffy protested. Later, Mujiwara. Law said, boss, should we free them? One guard asked the man who was now turning blue. Kagaku made a hand gesture, and the guard threw the keys at Law. Law promptly uncuffed himself and Luffy. Now let's take them out. Law smirked. It's no good. I still can't stretch. Luffy groaned. Law really pitied the boy. He could feel the power of the devil fruit coursing through his veins, but the sea stone kept suppressing it. Worse still, the sea stone was in his veins, so he may never access his powers again, along with not being able to swim. Where is my sword? Law growled. It wasn't brought here with you. The guard stammered before Law knocked him on the head. Good, I don't have to go find my sword. Wish I had it though, Law thought. Oi, Torao, can you run? I mean, your knee was kind of busted yesterday, wasn't it? Luffy's voice shook him out of his thoughts. Yes, Mujiwara, I believe I can run for a short time, he replied, checking his knee as he removed the splint. All right, Mujiwara, let's get out of here. Law said, can I go find Denki first? Luffy asked, while discarding his shirt, which was all slashed up. Do you know where he is? If not, we have to go. We don't have time to waste. Law stated, I don't know where he is. Hey you, where's Denki? Luffy grabbed the guard that Law had hit. That traitorous wretch. I'm not sure. I think he's being held a floor above us. Room. Shambles. All right, Torao, let's go. Luffy exclaimed. Sure, and don't even bother calling someone. Law smirked and held up a den mushi. Whoa, where did you get that? Luffy asked, but Law ignored the question. Luffy had to drag Law around the base while punching and knocking everyone out of their way, causing the alarms in the building started blaring. After all that running, Luffy started feeling more and more tired, but refused to sleep until he got out with Law. They eventually found the staircase and ran up, taking out more guards. Luffy began frantically checking all the rooms until he found the room Denki was in. Denki was tied to a chair while the Marines around him were punching, kicking and slashing him. Luffy tried to open the door, only to find it was locked. Growling in rage, Luffy punched the door off its hinges, startling a lot of them. Luffy began knocking out the Marines attacking Denki. After they were all defeated, Luffy tried to untie the ropes binding Denki to the chair, but kept failing. Law, who was standing by the door, sighed and picked up a fallen Marine's sword. He slashed at the ropes and freed Denki. Luffy, you escaped. Denki smiled. Come on, let's go. Law grumbled. Luffy's eyes surveyed the room and a long pole caught his eye. Not a pipe, but good enough, he thought. Denki grabbed his bag with his equipment and the trio rushed out of the room and down the hallway. Follow me, Denki said as he rummaged through his bag, before taking out a band and passing it to Luffy. Wear this. If you do, the radiation from the sea stone won't affect you and you can use your powers properly. Glancing at the band, Luffy told Denki to pass the band to Law. They injected me with sea stone again, so I can't use my powers anyway. He can though. Law put the band on his right wrist and immediately felt his energy returning. They ran the hallways and up staircases. Many guards fell as they ran. Come on, just a few more floors, Denki urged them. They kept running, only to run into Yukai, Kori, and Kagaku. How the hell did you get here so quickly? Luffy yelled. I have claws. I can cut through the ceiling. Kagaku smirked. The 6 people immediately engaged in a battle. Luffy used the stick to hit Kori, who brought out her knives and was defending against Luffy's onslaught when a room shambles was heard and Luffy suddenly vanished. Law had used room and shambles and swapped Luffy out for a rock on the dock of Yumiyashikazen Island. Let's give them hell and get our super captain back, Frankie yelled as he hopped off the Sunny on Yumiyashikazen Island. Stay here, okay, Robin, Chopper, Brook, Zoro shouted over his shoulder. Sure, Swordsman-san. Robin chuckled. I'll make sure that Nami Swan doesn't get hurt. Sanji swooned. Not to worry, because we have Captain Usopp here. Usopp lied, and Chopper started gushing. You guys are too carefree, Shachai mumbled, and Penguin nodded. If the crew is like that, I can't imagine the captain. Bippo groaned. I hear he blew up a nice lobby. All right, let's go, Nami called, leading the group to the volcano. It's surprisingly quiet, Shachai whispered to Penguin. That's weird. I thought that there would be more resistance. Nami wondered. Zoro and Sanji were also on the lookout, trying to detect any enemies, but could find any. Even Bippo couldn't hear or smell any other people beside them in the forest. As they started their trek up the volcano, the entire group had decided that something was wrong, since there was no one chasing after them, even though they were walking in broad daylight. Bippo, being a polar bear, had really thick fur, so he started panting and sweating. Eventually, Shachai and Penguin had to drag him up the volcano. Soon, they reached the top of the volcano. Urgh, I do not want to fall in that, Sanji commented. If we fall into the volcano, it would be instant death for us, Nami stated, and Usopp mumbled. You spend too much time with Robin. Bippo's ear started twitching. Hey, I hear something, he mumbled. He dragged himself up and walked over to the remains of the building and said, I hear something going on under us. Zoro and Sanji looked around, and they found a door on the outer side of the volcano. They quickly helped the Straw Hats and the 3 Heart Pirates get there. Upon opening the door, they were greeted with chaos. Marines were running around, and the alarms were blaring. One Marine looked at the group by the door and screamed, oh shit. The group made quick work of them. A few Marines who knew who they were dealing with immediately ran away, while the other braver ones tried to stop the 2 members of the monster trio and ended up getting their asses kicked. Nami was conjuring up thunderstorms and shocking her enemies senseless. Usopp was shooting his enemies and burning them with his Firebird Star. Frankie was crushing Marines with his strong right. Bappo was kicking his enemies unconscious while Shachai and Penguin were smacking Marines around. Come on, first Straw Hat Luffy and the Surgeon of Death escape, and now we have to deal with their crews. A lone remaining Marine growled. Nami hit him on the head with her climb attack. See, I told you Luffy was up to something. Zoro grn at Nami, who, for once, was happy that Zoro was right. They quickly ran down the hallway, and Nami kept looking at the map Denki gave them, while trying to grab Zoro who kept going the wrong way, which ended in a huge argument. This way, you stupid Marimo. Who cares? We do. No, go here. Just follow us, you shitty swordsman. What was that, a row cook? You want to fight? Shut up, both of you. Bappo, Shachai, and Penguin. Despite the seriousness of the situation, sweat dropped. Really, they are being too calm. Bappo commented. No shit. Zoro's sense of direction really sucks. We are going down a straight hallway, yet he can end up going the wrong way. Shachai agreed. Is Zoro really a supernova? Penguin asked. Bappo and Penguin both nodded. They found the staircase and heard noises. I hear a fight, Zoro said. They went down a few floors via the staircase and found Luffy, Law, and Denki in a fight against Kagaku, Kori, and Yukai. Boom. Shambles. Law switched Luffy out for a rock. He then ran at Yukai, with his hands out, saying, counter shock. Needless to say, Yukai dodged it, only to be hit by Denki with his electric rod. Why you? Yukai growled. Kagaku then tried to hit Law, who used Room and Shambles to get away. Kori turned around and said, looks like we have company. All 6 pairs of eyes turned to the group behind them. Hahaha, you found our base. Great job. You want a gold star or something? Kagaku sneered. You know, you can't escape from here. Oh yeah, what's going to stop us from doing that? Luffy growled. Zoro raised an eyebrow, having half expected him to punch the guy out cold. I've had fun playing with you. With that being said, Kagaku smashed his claws onto the floor, making his crumble and collapse. He grabbed Yukai and Kori before using his claws to prevent them from falling. Both groups ended up on the floor beneath them. The hell? Zoro growled, before seeing Usopp lying on Luffy's torso. Usopp, get off Luffy now. Oh, Luffy groaned as Usopp sat up, unknowingly putting more pressure on Luffy's bruised chest. Sorry Luffy, I didn't ... What the heck happened to you? Usopp yelled as he saw the bandage around Luffy's chest stained red. Mugiwara has a punctured lung. I'm surprised that he's still alive, Law said as he dusted his clothes, which were pretty torn up and covered in blood. He stood up, supporting himself against the wall. Captain, Bappo, Shachai, and Penguin jumped on him, causing all of them to collapse as Law's knee gave out. Oh, Law groaned. I'll carry you, Bappo offered, and carried Law over his shoulder so that he could see what was going on. There, you'll make sure Torao is okay, right? Luffy groaned as he pulled himself up. Torao? Bappo asked, before realizing what Luffy called. Hi, my name is Bappo, not Bear. Make sure you're alright before you bother about other people, Baka. Nami, not knowing about the sea stone, hit Luffy on the head. A loud smack was heard and the Straw Hats were all shocked. They were even more so when Luffy clutched his head and whined. Nami, that hurt. Luffy's made of rubber, so that hit shouldn't have hurt him, was what the Straw Hats were thinking. What? How? Nami stuttered, confused. Idiot with the red hair injected him with sea stone. Law said, let's get out of here. I want to beat that bastard. Luffy jumped up. Not with that injury, you're not, shitty captain. Sanji growled. Someone carry him. He wouldn't last long running about with those injuries. Nami ordered. I've super got this. Frankie yelled and grabbed the rubber captain. Damn, you guys are monsters. How are you up already? Denki groaned. Man, how did he get such a serious injury anyway? Chopper's going to have his hands full. Usopp asked Law. He knew that he wouldn't get an answer out of Luffy, who was struggling with Frankie to put him down. Yesterday, the red-haired bastard wanted to stab me. Mugiwara jumped in and took it, saying that I had nothing to do with it. Law said, looking away. He had half expected the Straw Hats to hit him, seeing as Luffy has protected him. Instead, he was surprised when Zoro sighed. That's him all right. He has no sense of self-preservation. Says you, Zoro. You tried to cut off your own feet in Little Garden. Nami yelled. At least I tried to fight. Zoro protested. How were you supposed to fight without your feet? Idiot. I use my hands and my mouth to fight, which, you made Nami Swan so worried, shitty Marimo. For the umpteenth time that day, the Heart Pirates' sweat dropped. How can they argue at a time like this? Beppo, Shachai, and Penguin wondered while Law was thinking. He tried to cut off his own feet. Seems interesting. Can we get out of here before arguing? Usopp asked. Finally, at least one of them has common sense. The Heart Pirates thought. All right, we can't use Luffy's Gamu Gamu no rocket. Trafalgar, can you use Shambles to teleport us? Nami asked. Nope, sorry, I'm kind of out of steam. Law apologized. I think I can use Gamu Gamu no rocket. They turned to see Luffy speaking. Apparently the sea stone in my blood just weakens me a lot, so I need to use a lot more energy to use my rubber body. He continued. All right, we can try that. Nami was interrupted by a loud blaring noise. What's that? Oh shit, Denki murmured. That, my friends, is the self-destruct system of the base. Oh shit, Denki murmured. That, my friends, is the self-destruct system of the base. What self-destruct system? Shachai asked. After that loud blaring sound, we have about 5 minutes until the entire base is under lockdown. All the doors would be closed and no one can get in or out. Then, after that, the bombs at the base of the building would blow up after another 2 minutes, causing the volcano to erupt. It would probably cover the entire island in the hot liquid sea stone. Denki replied. The hell? Shachai and Penguin started running around in circles, while Beppo mumbled that they were in deep trouble. Shit. We need to get out now. Usopp started panicking. Cool it, Usopp bro, Frankie said, patting the sniper on the back, snapping him out of his panic attack, while Luffy was sitting in Frankie's shoulders laughing. You sure you'll be okay? I mean, you have a punctured lung and sea stone in your veins, Zoro asked, concerned about his captain. Yup, a punctured lung isn't going to stop me from becoming Pirate King, Luffy yelled while doing a fist pump, before coughing from the blood in his lung. I'm pretty sure you said the same thing when Crocodile stabbed you in the gut and poisoned you. Sanji rolled his eyes. 5 pairs of eyes shot towards the blonde cook. I thought the Marines took down Crocodile, although I did hear rumors that a kid with a straw hat did it, Frankie said. Oh yeah, you haven't joined at that time, Nami replied. It was so cool, Usopp said. We were taking down the last of Baroque Works agents when suddenly the ground cracked open. Then Crocodile flew into the sky from underground. How was he? Frankie asked. Don't know. He took a long time falling back to Earth. The Heart Pirates, however, were surprised. You took down a Shichibukai. Beppo, Shachai, and Penguin yelled, while Law just widened his eyes. Yeah, Luffy replied, smiling. Actually, that guy with the giant was also a Shichibukai, Luffy. Frankie said. You mean that fat tall pale guy in a funny suit? Luffy mumbled. What's his name again? Mary. You mean Gecko Moria? Law offered. Yeah, him. That bastard stole my shadow. I don't mean to interrupt your chit-chat, but I think we only have 3 minutes to get out now, Denki said. Oh no, shit. Usopp starting running around again. Let's go, Luffy yelled. He tried to shoot his arms out, but failed. Come on, Luffy bro, Frankie cheered. Stop, it's too stressful for you. Nami tried to stop Luffy, but he kept on trying. Eventually, he managed to shoot his arms out and grab the edges of the holes in the ceiling. Hold on, Luffy groaned as he struggles to keep his body from snapping towards the hole. Everyone grabbed the rubbery captain. Frankie, I need a boost, Luffy called out. Got it, Coop de Boo, Frankie farted out cola. And with Luffy's slingshot, the group shot out of the hole and onto the floor they previously were on. Never thought I would escape from a hole with a fart, Law grumbled, rubbing his head. Let's go, Luffy yelled, and ran towards the staircase, only to fall flat on his face. Hungry. Need food. How can you think of food at this point in time? Beppo, Shachai, Penguin, and Denki yelled. Outside the base, stop the Straw Hats and Heart Pirates at all costs. Kagaku yelled into a den mushy. Roger that, sir, came the reply. Back in the base. Frankie, carry him, Nami ordered. No, I want Zoro to carry me, Luffy whined. Huh, why me? Zoro asked. Cause Zoro's Zoro. Luffy pouted, as if his statement made any sense. I'm sure that's not a valid reason, Mugiwara. Law said. Fine. Zoro complied and piggybacked Luffy. Alright, let's go, Frankie yelled. Suddenly, a bunch of Marines came running down the corridor. We need to beat them, Denki said. Together, they managed to push back the Marines, but since Zoro and Sanji were stronger, they ended up ahead of the others. They quickly found the staircase, and for once, Zoro didn't get lost. With Zoro and Sanji in the lead, they quickly took down any Marines in their way. However, as they reached the last stretch of the corridor to the exit, the Marines ambushed the group lagging behind. They grabbed Nami and Usopp, dogpiled Frankie, and crushed Shachai and Penguin under their weight. Zoro and Sanji tried to help them, but just then, the doors started closing. Don't bother about us, save Luffy, Nami called. Using all their might, Zoro and Sanji sprinted to the exit and ran out as the door closed even more. the opening of the exit being no higher than Zoro's shoulders. Beppo, who was still carrying Law, struggled under the weight of the Marines. Zoro and Sanji got out and dumped Luffy on the ground, before running back to the door, only to find that the exit was only as high as their hips. Using all of his strength, Beppo shoved Law under the door as it shut completely, shouting, "Take care of our captain, please." "No, Beppo, Shachai, Penguin," Law yelled as he tried to stand up, and pounded on the door. "Nami, Frankie, Usopp." Luffy's eyes widened. "No, I failed them again," he stuttered. Flashbacks of Amatsuri Island appeared in his head. Flashback start. "Only 3 left. If you don't hurry, there won't be anyone left. Stop it. Gamu Gamu no. Since you can't see, I'll just tell you." The man with the long nose just disappeared. "USOPP. What will you do? Will you fight me with just your left leg?" "Gamu Gamu no. The other woman has just disappeared." "And Nami." Flashback end. "No, I can't lose them again." Luffy shook. He used all of his willpower and stood up, ignoring the pain in his chest. "NAMI. USOPP. FRANKY. I'm going to save you," he yelled at the top of his lungs. "We only have 2 minutes." Law managed to get on his feet by leaning on the wall. "I'll just blow up the volcano," Luffy said. Zoro, Sanji and Law looked at him. "You do know that if you blow up the volcano, they die?" Law asked. "No, I mean blow it up on the side," Luffy replied. "That should work, considering that the sea stone liquid thing should just leak out." Sanji thought out loud. "All right, let's do it," Luffy said. He grabbed Law's hand and ran down the volcano, with Zoro and Sanji yelling, "Slow down," at him. "I have to save my Nakama, even if it costs me my life," he thought, on the Moby Dick. "Hey, Thatch, you feeling better, Yoi?" Marco, the 1st Division commander, asked as he walked into the infirmary. "Yes, I feel so much better than when I just woke up. Was I really out for 2.5 months? Thatch, the 4th Division commander, mumbled. "Sure, give or take a week, Yoi," the mythical Zoan user replied. There was an awkward silence between the division commanders before Marco spoke up, sitting on the chair beside the bed. "So Teach really tried to kill you?" "Yeah, for that devil fruit. I think it was the Yami Yami no Mai, if my memory is right. I was wondering what fruit it was when I found it, so I checked it in one of the devil fruit books." "You know Ace ran off to find Teach Yoi?" Marco questioned. "He did." "Shit, I'm pretty sure you made him call in, right?" Thatch asked, worried for the young 2nd Division commander. "Yeah, I did. He kept calling in until they reached Water 7, Yoi," Marco sighed. "He's so head-headed, Yoi. Maybe he's with his brother, that Straw Hat Kid," Thatch suggested. "Nope, Oyanji already suggested that. Ace would call in if he ever met his brother Yoi. You know, after he met his brother in Alabasta. He was speaking over the Den Den Mushi for so long, I feel like my ears were going to fall off, Yoi," Marco complained. "And now I have to help the brat do his paperwork." Marco sighed again. Now Oyaji has taken a liking to the Straw Hat brat. "He's cool. I mean, he stormed Anai's lobby." Thatch chuckled, despite not being able to read the newspapers. Since the nurses refused to let him even hold anything, he had heard his crew members talking about it as they passed the infirmary. Even the nurses were talking about it. "You don't even know half of it," Marco groaned. He burned the flag. The flag of the world government. They basically declared war on the world. Maybe the newspapers were exaggerating. They always make the pirates out to be the big bad meanies. Thatch shrugged, or tried to. Plus, they defeated CP9 and survived a Buster Call. Marco added, "That's it. The newspaper is exaggerating. No way a rookie crew can survive CP9 and a Buster Call, especially one from the East Blue." Thatch yelled, "I mean, I can understand Crocodile, cause that guy's a bastard, but CP9 and a Buster Call, I mean, that thing obliterated O'Hara." Speaking of O'Hara, I heard Nico Robin is a Straw Hat pirate. You know, the demon of O'Hara, the one rumored to have sunk 6 battleships when she was 8 Yoi. Marco said, "Her. She's the last person I expected to join Straw Hat. She's a backstabbing traitor. Straw Hat's too trusting." Thatch protested, even though he hadn't met Luffy. Based on Ace's description of the boy, he felt that he would like the boy, and was concerned. "When did you become so protective of that brat?" Anyways, Ace said Straw Hat's a good judge of character, so I wouldn't worry, Yoi. I'm worried about that hot-headed fiery brat. Ace can take care of himself. Maybe he just dropped it when he tried to call because of his narcolepsy. Thatch tried to lighten the mood. "Don't get your feathers all ruffled up, mother hen." "Thatch, if you weren't in bed with a serious back wound right now, I'll toss you into the water and throw away your hair gel," Marco threatened, standing up. "No, not my beautiful pompadour. Keep you hands off it." Thatch yelled, "Let go of me, Mujiwara. I can walk, you know. How the hell can you run so far and so much anyway? That lung wound should hurt like shit." Law yelled as he was being dragged by the hyperactive rubber captain. The 2DS had gotten a head start, since Zoro and Sanji were surprised by their captain. Hearing Law, Luffy slowed down and panted from his sprint. They were in the middle of a forest. Hey, why the hell are we in a forest? Luffy scratched his head and asked no one. Tora, where the hell are we? You were the one dragging me, you idiot. Where the heck are you going anyways? Law growled as a vein bulged on the rookie's forehead. The side of the volcano. I need to break it. Luffy looked at Law. And for once, he didn't see the eyes of a childish boy who whined about food. He saw a man who was determined to save his nakama. By then, Zoro and Sanji had caught up. Shitty captain, Sanji mumbled under his breath. So, what do we do? Luffy, Zoro asked. Like I said before, find the volcano and hit it. Luffy said, smacking his fist into his open palm. Let's go, he yelled, before taking off again. Just then, the trees rustled, revealing Kagaku, Kori, and Yukai. Zoro, who took out his katanas, said, I'll take the hedgehog. I'm a porcupine, you imbecile. Kagaku fumed. Sanji lifted his leg and said, the guy in black is mine. That leaves us with the girl, Tora. Luffy cheered. How the heck are you so cheerful when your nakama are trapped in a building that is in a volcano that is going to erupt in roughly a minute? Law hissed. He had no qualms with the boy's carefree attitude, but this was going too far. Damn, this better work, Mugiwara. I do not want to lose Popo, Penguin, and Shachai just because you're incompetent. Law thought. Well, it's not like being upset over it would help anything. Luffy reasoned. Kori then started throwing her knives at the two weakened but powerful rookies. Luffy spun his stick around, deflecting the knives. Lawin picked one up and charged and tried to hit the weaponless blonde, but only ended up cutting her cheek. Don't hurt her, you barbarian, Sanji yelled as he battled Yukai. Having enough of the weird quirks of the Straw Hats, Law snapped, Shut up, Blackleg. Luffy then used his stick to hit Kori on the head. She was in a daze for a second, before smirking. She pulled a syringe out of her pocket and charged at the slower Law. Got you, she whispered, before her vision was blocked by Luffy. Surprised, Kori jabbed the syringe into Luffy's chest. Luffy crumpled to the ground, panting, before shakily standing up. Putting all his strength into his arms, he swung the stick around, knocking out the stunned blonde. Seeing as their enemy was defeated, Law looked at the other two fights. Zoro was doing a pretty good job against Kagaku. Kagaku was considerably slower than Yukai, and he was more of a heavy hitter than an attacker that utilizes speed, the perfect opponent for Zoro. They were currently pressing against each other using Nai Gorilla and Sum no Yari. As for Sanji, he was surprisingly doing pretty well in his fight. He was fueled by his rage of Nami trapped in the base and was literally burning up. Even if Yukai could predict his movements, he had to risk being burnt by Sanji's rage if he attacked. He tried using his Sarasu Doragon, but it was easily avoided by the cook. In turn, Sanji tried to use Premier Hatch-Eyes to attack, but was dodged. The two were currently at a stalemate. Zoro, who had seen Law looking at his fight, yelled, We can handle these two. Go. You better defeat that prediction freak, Aro Cook. Oh yeah, I bet I can beat him before you beat your hedgehog, Murimo, Sanji retorted. We're not pushovers, Blondie, Yukai yelled while Kagaku just growled, I'm a porcupine. Is it that hard for you to understand? You've heard Zoro. Let's go. Can you walk? Luffy asked Law. Nodding, the Devil Fruit duo, led by Law this time, ran towards the side of the volcano close to the sea. In the building by the entrance. So, how can we get out? Nami asked Denki as she smacked the last of the Marines away. From what I know, this is the only exit. If there were any other ways to get out I would have told you Ariete. Denki said, We're doomed. Usopp started running around. You heard Luffy bro. He'll get us out. Frankie tried to comfort the liar. Captain can't use his powers. He'll get too tired. Ippo mumbled. But what can Straw Hat do with a punctured lung? Penguin asked. Plus, I'm pretty sure he's malnourished. Shachai added. Usopp, try to burn the door down. Nami ordered. All right, Firebird Star. Usopp's burning ammo just crashed into the wall. Frankie went over to check for damage, only to find none. Not even a scratch. Damn, what is it made of? Frankie pondered. Probably sea stone, seeing as they have so much of it here. Nami grumbled. We'll just wait. Luffy would probably come up with something. At the volcano, after a lot of running, the two rookie captains made it to the top of the volcano on the side near the ocean. Here we are, Mugiwara. Law panted, staring at the contents of the volcano. The liquid sea stone was bubbling ominously, and it was very hot. All right, I have to save my nakama, Luffy said as he grabbed a sturdy rock on top of the volcano. Hey, don't you have even more? Law was cut off as Luffy jumped into the volcano, hanging by his rubbery arm. Using his legs, he pushed off the outer side of the volcano, making him swing upwards. He kept pushing himself until he felt that he had gained enough momentum. Gear third. Luffy bit his thumb, inflating his free hand while he was swinging towards the volcano walls. Immediately, he started feeling even more drained than before. Come on, stay with me, please. Luffy begged his already bruised and battered body as he struggled to keep his hand inflated. Gamu Gamu no giant pistol. Using all his might, Luffy punched the wall of the volcano, denting the wall and leaving a spiderweb of cracks in its wake. Damn it, One more. Gamu Gamu no giant pistol. Luffy punched the wall again, leaving more cracks. Leaning over the side, Law saw cracks appear on the inner wall of the volcano. One more should do it, Mugiwara. Law yelled. Third time's the charm, huh? Luffy thought as he readied himself for another punch. Here goes. Gamu Gamu no giant pistol. Luffy's third punch made the walls of the volcano crumble. In the building by the entrance, a loud boom, as well as a loud gushing sound was heard. What the heck is happening? Usopp screamed. Frankie sighed. He really hoped Usopp manned up soon. He was starting to get annoyed by the Snippers winning. Probably Luffy bro doing something super, the Sibrat said while posing. How can you guys be so calm? Penguin, Shachai and Bippo yelled at the Straw Hats. At the volcano, the liquid sea stone came gushing out of the hole he created. Luffy pulled himself back up to the top of the volcano. Just then, Sanji, followed by Zoro, came running up the volcano. Our opponents ran away. Did you do it? Sanji asked, and Luffy did a victory sign. You really think you can beat us? Tori's voice was heard from the other side of the volcano. For once, Sanji didn't flirt with her and was completely serious. You may have saved your friends by stopping the volcano from going off by the bombs on the lower levels by lowering the level of sea stone. However, that doesn't mean that you have won. Tori pulled out two circular objects that rested in her palms. This is the newest grenade that is being developed. It is said to be so powerful that if you throw it at a Sea King in the calm belt, it would instantly kill it. This is just a prototype, Tori said, tossing the grenade in her right hand up and down. Too bad you'll be dead to witness it. She aimed the grenade in her left hand at the quartet and threw it. As its trajectory fell, it hit the inner wall of the volcano that they were on. Right after, she threw the one in her right into the volcano before disappearing. The grenade exploded and caused a good portion of the wall of the volcano to collapse. Sanji and Zoro, who were still in pretty good shape, managed to get away from the falling walls, but Luffy and Law fell along with the rocks. Toro, Law heard as he saw Luffy grab him and threw him to Zoro, who caught him. Take care of him, Zoro. Luffy yelled as he plummeted after the more powerful grenade. I'm sorry. Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, Frankie, Brook, but I'm dead. He flashed one of his trademark smiles at the swordsman and cook. Luffy, just stretch you damn rubber arm. Sanji crouched down and stretched out his hand, trying to reach for the stubborn captain. Sanji, when you get back, cook everyone a delicious lunch, you hear me? Make sure they savor every single bite. Luffy called, seeing the grenade in front of him. Almost falling into the sea stone lava, he mustered whatever strength he had and called, don't tell anyone, please. Gamu Gamu no Baku Baku. Luffy stretched his mouth wide open and grabbed the grenade, as well as a lot of sea stone lava in his mouth. Are you crazy, Mugiwara? Wait, screw that, do you even have a brain? Law yelled, his eyes widened in horror. A grenade that could one-hit kill a Sea King was powerful enough. One that can kill a Sea King in the calm belt, which have the biggest sea monsters, would kill a human. But it was in a human body. It would definitely kill the person from the inside out, rubber or not. I think it's already kind of been established that our crew is slightly crazy, but you didn't have to eat a grenade, you shitty idiotic captain. They don't even taste good. Sanji yelled out in shock. He had no idea the captain he decided to follow was so suicidal. You're going to kill yourself, Luffy. Zoro shook as he saw the grenade in his captain's mouth. Don't you dare swallow it, you dumbass. Aren't you supposed to become the Pirate King? What kind of Pirate King wannabe eats a grenade, for heaven's sake? Luffy gave his two crewmates and Law two thumbs up before swallowing the grenade and sea stone lava in his mouth, before falling into the sea stone lava in the volcano. Luffy POV. Don't tell anyone, please. Gamu Gamu no Baku Baku. I called, before I grabbed the grenade with my jaws, taking in a lot of sea stone lava as well. Sea stone would make me even weaker. Are you crazy, Mugiwara? Wait, screw that, do you even have a brain? I heard Law yell. Nope, I'm pretty sure people think I'm crazy. Even my nakama. I think it's already kind of been established that our crew is slightly crazy, but you didn't have to eat a grenade, you shitty idiotic captain. They don't even taste good. Sanji's voice rang out. Maybe Sanji could try his hand at making food grenades. Sounds tasty. You're going to kill yourself, Luffy. Zoro shook as he saw the grenade in his captain's mouth. Don't you dare swallow it, you dumbass. Aren't you supposed to become the Pirate King? What kind of Pirate King wannabe eats a grenade, for heaven's sake? To answer that question, the one that cares for his nakama. Looking at my two crewmates in Law, I gave them two thumbs up before swallowing the grenade in sea stone lava, before falling into the sea stone lava. Immediately, I felt my body become weaker and I panicked. Shit, if I'm not rubber anymore, I can't lessen the impact from the explosion. My nakama would still die. I tried to force all my energy to my torso, to ensure that it still remains rubber. I felt the grenade trembling in my stomach. Come on, just a little longer. I willed myself as I felt my strength waver even more. I was getting tired from holding my breath and bracing myself for my inevitable death. I couldn't breathe, since I would drown in the sea stone lava, yet I couldn't move because of my devil fruit. All I could do was to will myself, and use all my energy to remain rubber, so as to contain the explosion that would most likely kill all my friends. I felt my already short supply of oxygen escape from my lung like a leak, and the sea stone lava seep into my wounds and into my lung. Damn it, I'm already short on air, and now it leaks out. I sank further and further into the sea stone, wondering, is it worth it? Is my life worth the lives of all my nakama? Don't I want to live and become the pirate king? Thinking for a while, I thought, yes, it's worth it. What kind of captain would I be if I let my crew die? Let alone pirate king. The grenade started shaking more vigorously. All right, the last stretch. I braced myself as the grenade kept trembling, more and more vigorously. I closed my eyes, not that it'll do much anyway, and waited for the grenade to explode. I really hope my body can stand the explosion. I heard a faint Mujiwara, nice knowing you, Torao, even if it was in a sea stone cell for only 2 days. Boom. I felt as if my stomach was being torn apart from the inside out. Resisting against the pain, I bit the inside of my lip as the air in my stomach quickly expanded, pushing against my stomach wall. Thank goodness for being rubber. My stomach felt like it was burning, like it was on fire. The air kept expanding, kept pushing, until I felt like a balloon. After what felt like eternity, the burning sensation in my stomach died down, although it still felt very sore and burnt. Realizing that the grenade had safely detonated, I smiled and opened my mouth, releasing all the built-up air. My body was propelled downwards as the bubble escaped my mouth, feeling short of air, and on the verge of passing out. I couldn't control myself anymore. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, drawing a lot of sea stone lava into my poor lungs. Then everything turned black. Normal POV. Sanji, Zoro, and Law watched as the rubber boy swallowed the grenade before falling headfirst into the water. Law stared at the splash the boy made mere moments ago, his jaw open in shock. Sanji was kneeling on the ground, in the same position as before Luffy fell into the volcano, his arm still stretched out. Zoro was just staring blankly at the sea stone lava, his arm trembling. No, Zoro started shaking. He knew Luffy was annoying at times, but he loved him like a younger brother. So this is how he felt. Sanji couldn't continue, but the two Straw Hats knew what the blonde was talking about. Memories of Luffy flashed in their heads, but it was too late. My body snapped back to the rock. Luffy had called out to them, had tried to save them, even while his limbs were slowly being trapped by the Baron's arrows. It was like you guys were trapped in the flour, with no way to scream or shout for help. Luffy's stunned face was staring back at them, in shock and in horror. No, it was worse for him. We just lost him, and it was his choice. He lost us, one by one, slowly. He tried to fight. He was slowly being incapacitated as he watched us fade. It was torture for him. You heard him. He wanted to die if he lost us. Zoro trailed off. Law just raised an eyebrow at them. He had no idea what they were talking about, but he remembered Luffy saying something about losing his crew before. He was going to ask the green-haired swordsman what had happened before a loud boom was heard. All three pirates immediately looked down and saw the sea stone in the volcano vibrating and rippling. A lot of waves were created on the surface of the sea stone lava. The sea stone lava kept crashing against the sides of the volcano like a tsunami. The entire island was vibrating slightly from the shockwaves. At the Sunny, Robin, the whole island is shaking, Chopper said as he saw the island's trees shaking more than usual. My, what is going on? Robin asked, foreigning. I hope Luffy-san's okay. Brooke sighed. In the building by the entrance. Hey, what's going on? Nami squealed as she lost balance and fell to the floor. Earthquake. Sea monster. Help. Usopp yelled. Frankie grabbed the Straw Hats and sat down. Thanks, Frankie, Usopp and Nami said in unison. As for the three heart pirates, they had fallen over and landed in an undignified heap. Please tell me this nightmare is over. I don't want to die. Penguin yelled. Shut up. Captain was in here for 2 days, and you can't handle being here for an hour. Hippo snarled. Please. Luffy was here for 3 days, and he escaped with a punctured lung and sea stone in his blood. Usopp yelled. He tried to save us, and ended up as a lab rat. Nami felt tears well up in her eyes. Now, after we save him, we end up trapped in a volcano. We need him to save us again. And he's in even worse shape than before. Luffy bro will be fine. He's our super captain. Frankie yelled. At the volcano, slowly but surely, the shaking lessened. Sanji swore he saw a bunch of bubbles popping at the surface of the volcano, and he kicked off his shoes and dived into the sea stone lava. As a cook, he was more resistant to heat than others, but the hot sea stone still stung against his skin. He couldn't open his eyes, as he had no idea what the sea stone would do to him, so he wildly felt around, until he felt a hand. He quickly grabbed it and pulled not, noticing that only the hand was being dragged. After swimming to the surface, he took a deep breath and yelled, Oi, Marimo, help me with the shithead captain. Zoro immediately put down his swords and jumped in the volcano. The duo quickly realized that the arm had stretched, and Sanji dove into the water once again to locate Luffy's body, using his arm as a guide, while Zoro ensured that they didn't lose Luffy's hand. After diving down really deep, Sanji found Luffy's limp body and quickly broke the surface. Trafalgar, can you throw my swords down? Zoro asked the surgeon, but Law had other ideas. Feeling slightly energized from not using his powers for some time, as well as not moving much, he summoned his blue sphere room. Shambles. The monster trio ended up back on the top of the volcano, with a lot of sea stone lava that flowed off them and onto the ground. Thanks, Sanji huffed as he looked at the unconscious boy he was holding. Luffy's stomach was slightly bloated and he wasn't breathing, pressing his ear to Luffy's chest. He was horrified. His captain's heart wasn't even beating. He looked at Zoro and found him frowning in worry for his captain. His heart isn't beating, and he isn't breathing, he said. Zoro immediately frowned even more and said, no, Luffy isn't dead. It can't be dead before he becomes the Pirate King. Law was shocked by the conviction Zoro had for Luffy. Shaking himself out of his stupor, Law said, you can try CPR. No telling what's going to happen. You do know how to do it, right, Zoro? Yeah. Nodding his head, he set about doing chest compressions and rescue breaths on Luffy, pushing all the sea stone out of his lungs. However, his body was still unresponsive, he didn't breathe, and his heart didn't beat. Damn, we can't move him, but then we can't get Chopper to treat him. Zoro cursed. I think I may be able to handle a few more ROOMs, but what about the others in the base we escaped from? Law asked. Since they aren't in any danger now, I suggest we get Luffy to Chopper first, then ask Robin. Zoro said. No, we go save them now. Nami Swan is inside, Sanji protested, and leave Luffy here to die. Zoro glared at the cook. He's already dead, Zoro. Yeah. No one can survive so long without breathing and a beating heart. Law said, I don't give a shit if you're the best surgeon in the world. There's no way he'll die before reaching his goal. Zoro growled at Law. Fate saw it fit to let him live at Logtown, so I'm pretty sure Luffy wouldn't die from drowning. I don't know what happened at Logtown, Zoro, but I think that even if he lives, there is a high chance of him being unable to move. The sea stone has seeped into his wounds, and along with being a devil fruit user, would make his life very painful. Even if he lived, he would simply be like a spirit in a dead body. It would be more humane to leave him to save him the misery. Law argued. That's for him to decide. Zoro snarled. Impressed by the faith Zoro had in Luffy, Law sighed. All right, to the base or to the port. I think I can only go one way. The others can hold out. We'll go to the port, Zoro decided. Why don't I get a say in this? Sanji asked. Cause you'll probably just ditch Luffy. Zoro replied. Come on, hurry, if you even want a slim chance to save your captain. Law grumbled. You guys are really too carefree. But deep down, he knew the swordsman and the cook were only bickering to let out some of their frustration, and still cared about Luffy. Otherwise, they would have started fighting. Vroom, shambles. After using his devil fruit power a few times, Law, Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy appeared by the port, with Zoro still doing CPR on the seems-to-be-dead Luffy. Law was panting from the usage, and Sanji caught him before he fell. One more. Vroom, shambles. The 3 Straw Hats and the captain of the Heart Pirates appeared on the deck of the Sunny, shocking a bunch of prisoners. Hey, you guys made it. What happened? Chopper, who saw them appear, ran towards them happily before seeing the state Luffy was in. Treat him first. Oh, and the other captain, Sanji said, laying the tired Law on the deck of the Sunny. Chopper immediately started fussing over his captain, and ordered Zoro to take him to the infirmary. Cook-san, where is everyone else? Robin asked Sanji. Nami Swan, Frankie, and Usopp are trapped in the base after that bastard Kagaku set it to lockdown. Them and the bear and the other 2 guys, Sanji replied, grabbing a lighter to light one of his cigarettes from his soaked coat. Okay, they should be fine for the time being. Seeing as Chopper-san is treating Luffy-san and we can't do anything, I think we should try to get the others out. Brook spoke up. Why are there so few prisoners on the ship? Sanji asked. After the earthquake that came from nowhere, some prisoners went back to their houses, calling it a miracle that the volcano didn't erupt. Robin word. Is there like an anti-lockdown thing? Sanji asked. Nope, I read everything we found. There is only one entrance to the base, Robin stated. Let's just hope that they didn't have their limbs crushed by falling debris. You know, if Usopp-sen was here, he'll tell you to stop being so macabre. Brook joked. Maybe if we used Chopper's monster point we could get them out, but then there would be no one to take care of Luffy. Sanji thought aloud. Just then, his stomach rumbled. I forgot to make lunch, he said, rushing towards his kitchen. Maybe the prisoners know, Brook suggested. I highly doubt it. They were all slaves for mining sea stone, not for experimenting. Wait, that's it. Robin's eyes lit up. The lockdown doors are made of sea stone, according to the papers. If we can find a sea stone weapon, we could break the door. All right, let's wait for Sanji to be done before rescuing the rest of our crew. Brook said. On the Sunny, how's Luffy? Sanji asked, as Chopper walked out of the infirmary. He's in a very bad shape. Chopper groaned, rubbing his head. He can't breathe on his own, and his heart doesn't beat. When he wakes up, he'll need our help to even to the basic things to just stay alive. Zoro is in there doing CPR. Sanji, after 10 Munites, it'll be your turn. Also, his stomach has also ruptured and is a mess. I managed to patch it up a bit, as well as his lung. His brain is still active though, since brain waves were detected by the electroencephalograph. As for the other guy in a hoodie, he's more or less fine. I think he'll be able to walk properly in about 2 or 3 days. Can we see him? Luffy, I mean. Brook asked. Sure, but don't disturb Zoro. If you do, and he does something out of time, Luffy could die. The members outside the infirmary shuddered and with a glance noted that they would never step foot inside the infirmary unless it was absolutely necessary. Also, Chopper continued, can someone get Frankie or Usopp? One of my air tanks have to be modified, and I need to build something that can keep emitting electrical signals to his heart. I could do it on my own, but I have to keep an eye on Luffy in case something happened, and I need Frankie to make sure it's sturdy. I'm no mechanic. Frankie is trapped in that base where Luffy was imprisoned. You mentioned something about Seaston there, right, Robin-chan? Sanji asked Robin. Yes. We realized that the doors at the base are made of sea stone, so there is a high probability that using sea stone weapons would help. So, where do we get them? Chopper asked. I was thinking of asking the slaves, seeing as they used things like sea stone picks. Robin replied. Sanji, go change shifts with Zoro. Chopper ordered. Sanji immediately walked into the infirmary, and after a few yells, the green-haired swordsman walked out, sighing. No good, Chopper. He still ain't breathing and his heart ain't beating either. Sighing, Chopper told them, fine, I'll try to do something. Anyways, can you and Robin convince the ex-prisoners to help you guys break down the doors of the base with sea stone weapons? Zoro shrugged. Sure, I suppose. Zoro and Robin hopped off the Sunny and went to the village. Looking around, Robin found Kiki walking around the village, inspecting what his villagers were doing. She made a beeline to him and asked, Kiki, could you please tell the ex-prisoners to gather here? Kiki was grateful towards the saviors, so he quickly ran by each house and told the prisoners to gather. To speed up the process, he told villagers to spread to word, so in roughly 5 minutes, all the ex-prisoners had gathered in front of Zoro and Robin. I have a favor to ask. Currently, some of Out Nakama are trapped in a secret base on the volcano. Could you please help us by using whatever sea stone weapons you have to destroy the door? Robin asked. You bet. You saved our lives from those corrupt Marines. A man cried, and the rest of the ex-prisoners cheered. Thus, the group of 2 straw hats and ex-prisoners made their way to the base. I don't mean to bother you, but most of our weapons are in the building you broke into like 5 days ago, one of the prisoners said. Robin just smiled. It's okay. Just grab your stuff. The prisoners, with the help of Zoro, managed to find their picks or whatever else they used to mine that was made of sea stone. Making their way to the entrance of the base, they stood aside while Robin spoke at the door. Navigator-san, Sniper-san, Frankie-san. Nami, Usopp and Frankie, who were on the opposite side of the door, heard Robin's voice. Robin, are you there? Nami asked. Hearing voices, Bippo, Shachai and Penguin turned their heads towards the door. Who's there? Shachai mumbled. Robin, Denki asked. Hearing Nami's reply, Robin said, we're going to get you out. Can you stay away from the door? Frankie grabbed Nami and Usopp and stepped away from the door. Denki followed him. Hey, you guys, get away from the door, Frankie said, gesturing to the 3 heart pirates. Apparently it's Nico Robin. Bippo replied as he grabbed his crewmates and walked away from the door, following Frankie, the one known for betrayal for all her allies. Nami, hearing what Bippo said, promptly assembled. He climb attacked and hit him on the head. Shut up, Bear. Robin is part of our crew. She wouldn't betray us, she hissed. Shachai and Penguin shivered and sweat dropped. Now I know why the Straw Hats are scared of her. Bippo merely whimpered and rubbed the bruise on his furry head. I'm sorry. Nami yelled. Robin, we're away from the door. Hearing her reply, Robin turned to the ex-prisoners. You can start now. A cheer went up and the prisoners used their sea stone tools to hammer away at the door. Gradually, the hit started crack the sea stone door. What the hell are they doing? Usopp asked while shivering. Seems like they're breaking down the door, Usopp. Stop being such a wimp. Denki replied. Hey, don't call the great Captain Usopp a wimp. Usopp protested, standing up and hitting himself in the chest with his fist. Yeah. Frankie, seeing this, rolled his eyes. Keep on hitting the door. It's bound to break sooner or later. A yell was heard from the outside. Just wait. We'll be out soon, Nami said. The ex-prisoners were outside, still hammering on the door. The cracks on the door kept spreading, until the entire door was covered in cracks. However, the door still seemed very sturdy and wouldn't break anytime soon. Give it to me, Zoro growled, frustrated that knocking down a door would take so long, and that Luffy was still in the danger of dying. Shivering, the ex-prisoner closest to Zoro gave him his pick, and Zoro walked up to the door. Using it like a sword, he swung the pick and carved a deep gash on the sea stone door. Growling at the thick door, he asked for another pick. Going into his stance, he mumbled, "Nigh gorilla." The door separating them from the outside suddenly burst apart after a loud yell, scattering shrapnel towards the pirates. Using his back, Frankie shielded his crewmates and Denki from the flying fragments of sea stone. Luckily for him, none of the pieces were very sharp, and he got away with a lot of bruises. As for the heart pirates, they managed to hide behind some fallen debris before the sea stone shards started flying at them. Looking up, Nami started at the silhouette of the swordsman. After adjusting to the sudden change of light, Nami smacked Zoro on the head. "Were you trying to kill us?" she growled. "Gee, is that how you thank somebody?" Zoro mumbled, rubbing the sore spot on his head. "Let's go back," Robin said, and started walking back towards the Sunny. The others followed suit. "So, Luffy bro is fine?" Frankie asked while running. "What about Captain?" The three heart pirates said in unison. I think Trafalgar is fine, but Luffy." Zoro couldn't continue and looked to the floor. "No Luffy ... he's not dead, right?" Tears welled up in the sniper's eyes as he stared at the running swordsman in front of him. "Luffy's not dead, but not exactly ... alive," Robin tried to say. But that just left the trapped pirates confused. Not alive and not dead at the same time. That makes no sense at all. Usopp yelled. "Talk to Chopper. I just know that he's somehow not dead. But his heart isn't beating on its own. Plus he isn't breathing," Zoro said and bit his lip. "What? 3 Straw Hat Pirates, 3 Heart Pirates, and 1 ex-Marine yelled. "You do not someone not having a beating heart and not breathing means that they're dead, right?" Bippo, Shachai, and Penguin yelled. Chopper said something about an electrograph, or something like that. Zoro had no idea what Chopper had called his machine. "An electroencephalograph," Bippo offered. "Yeah, that electro thingy," Zoro continued. He said he could detect Luffy's brain waves. The heart pirates were speechless. They had never heard of this kind of thing before, and they were traveling with one of the best doctors as a captain. Also, he has a ruptured stomach, Robin informed them. "How did that happen?" Nami asked. She had no idea that Luffy's condition was so bad. "Swordsman-san, you were with Luffy." Robin probed Zoro for the answers. "Can I say it when we get back? Brook and Chopper deserve to know too, and I don't want to repeat myself," Zoro asked, knowing that he didn't really want to recount how Luffy got those injuries. The group agreed. They ran to the Sunny, and Brook, who was on watch, yelled, "Chopper-san, the rest of them are here." Chopper suddenly appeared on deck and shouted, "Frankie, help me with something." "You too, Usopp." Frankie and Usopp followed the reindeer into the infirmary, while Nami, Bippo, Shachai, and Penguin rested on the deck. In the infirmary. "So Frankie, Usopp, can you modify this air tank so that it forcefully pumps air?" Chopper asked, shoving an air tank at Frankie. "Also, can you build something that can keep emitting electrical pulses, kind of like a defibrillator, but it keeps shocking the heart with a not too high voltage to stimulate the sinus node, which is the body's natural pacemaker?" "Yeah, I think we can make those super machines. We'll get them done in a jiffy, right, Usopp?" Frankie said. "Yes, you can count on Captain Usopp," Usopp declared. They immediately went to their workshop. Turning to Law, Chopper said, "You can go out now. Your crew is here. Just take it easy, and use the damn crutches." Sighing at the reindeer, Law grabbed the crutches as Chopper instructed and limped out of the infirmary. On the deck of the Sunny, "Captain, you're okay," Bippo yelled and tried to pounce on Law as he walked onto the deck, only to be held down by Shachai and Penguin. "Stop, you forgot what happened the last time you did that," the duo yelled. Bowing his head, Bippo muttered, "I'm sorry." "It's fine, Bippo," Law said. "It's just a almost broken knee. It'll heal quickly." "What happened to Luffy?" Nami asked. "I said I tell everyone at one go, you witch," Zoro snapped at Nami. Now, we shouldn't be arguing now." Brook tried to placate them. The 4 heart pirates sat on the deck and leaned on the railing. "They are an interesting crew, I must say," Shachai muttered, looking at the 3 straw hats. "You don't know half of it." Law sighed. He wanted to tell them about the grenade, but Luffy's words rang in his mind, and he bit his lip. "They'll make powerful allies someday. Please, don't even think about it. They're crazy," Penguin begged. A few hours later, it was Zoro's shift again. Chopper asked Zoro because he knew none of the females should do CPR on Luffy. Frankie and Usopp were working on some equipment he had asked for. Brook was a skeleton, and it would be awkward to ask for help from another pirate crew. Not that Zoro had any complaints, though. After Frankie and Usopp had finished making what Chopper asked for, and they went into the infirmary. After a few minutes of tinkering and yelling, Chopper, Zoro, Frankie, and Usopp emerged from the infirmary and went to the deck. Sanji had just made dinner and everyone was eating, together with the 4 heart pirates. "I added an alarm system, so if there is any fluctuation in Luffy's condition, no matter how mild, or even if his heart stops beating for whatever reason, the alarm would sound," Don't blame me if it starts up in the middle of the night, Frankie said. He knew that Nami loved her sleep, but Luffy's state of health was more important now. She could lose a few hours of sleep. I put him on an IV drip for now, Chopper added. Still, I'd like someone to be in the room at all times to keep an eye on him. They decided that they could do shifts. Eventually, Nami asked, all right, everyone is here, so spill. Sighing, Zoro said, Luffy and Trafalgar were both going to fall into the volcano. Luffy threw him, pointing at Law, at us and fell onto the volcano himself with a grenade. Law and Sanji glanced at Zoro, but said nothing. They knew that this was the most the swordsman could say without defying his captain's orders. The two Krez caught those glances and knew there was more. However, since neither of them were doing anything, they knew that somehow Luffy was thrown into the mix. The Heart Pirates glanced at the navigator. They were nervous as how she was going to react, seeing that Law falling was part of the reason that Luffy was half dead. To their surprise, Nami just sighed and said, that's Luffy all right, throwing himself around and getting hurt. She pat Law on the back and said, you're lucky. Luffy sees you as a friend. Law blinked. Friend? But why? I'm a captain of another pirate crew. I'm practically his rival for the One Piece. He asked, dumbfounded. I don't know. Luffy's good at reading people. Zoro shrugged. Maybe he sees you as a friend because you patched him up. I'm pretty sure he couldn't bandage himself in the cell. Accepting his explanation, Law, with the help of Bappo, said, thanks for your hospitality. I believe we should now be on our way. Okay, just use the crutches, asshole. Chopper yelled as the Heart Pirates boarded their submarine. Well, now we just have to worry about Luffy. Robin said, let's sleep. I believe it's your turn on watch, Navigator-san, and Sniper-san has to watch Luffy. As the crew turned in for the night, they didn't notice 3 pairs of eyes watching them from the forest through binoculars. In the forest, so the brat's still alive. I thought for sure that the grenade killed him. Don't worry, we'll get our revenge. On Sabaody. Captain, do you think the Straw Hats are all right? Bippo asked Law. No idea. They could have disbanded. I highly doubt Mugiwara could survive. Law replied. He walked into a bar and saw Basil Hawkins, his crew sitting at one of the tables, staring at his cards. If it isn't Trafalgar Law, one of the big shot rookies, with a bounty of 200 million beris. My cards have foretold that I will be seeing you today, Hawkins said, without looking up from his cards. So, Basil Hawkins, the 209 million beri bounty rookie. Law walked up to him and grinned, mind answering something. Depends on what it is. Hawkins looked away from his cards to watch Law. Grinning even wider, Law asked, what are the chances of Straw Hat Luffy surviving now? That I can answer. Hawkins shuffled his cards and used his devil fruit ability to hold them up. This is interesting. He shuffled the cards and looked at them a few more times before saying, peculiar. Straw Hat Luffy's chances of survival. No matter how I look at it, it won't fall to 0. Straw Hat Luffy surviving. Probability of success, 0.0000000000001%. That's very low, Captain. How many zeros were there? Shachai said. 0. Arg, too many. Penguin tried to count the number of zeros Hawkins had stated, but gave up. So, he's still alive now. Law muttered. On the Sunny. It was roughly 4 days after Luffy was rescued from the volcano. He still needed the machine's help to breathe and to keep his heart beating. His ruptured stomach had somewhat healed, but he was still very pale. It was currently Robin's turn to keep watch over her captain. Stroking his hair away from his face, she smiled sadly. Chopper entered the room to check on Luffy. How's he faring, Dr. San? She asked. Same as before. Chopper sighed. I know he's fighting for his life, but for him, it's probably torture. All the sea stone seeped into his wounds, and I can't get rid of it without putting even more strain on his weak body. Also, as time goes on, the risk of him dying also increases. Come on, Dr. San. Luffy'll be all right. Let's go for lunch. The alarm will sound right. Robin smiled. She had taken a liking to the small reindeer, and really, a frown didn't suit Chopper's face. She grabbed him and carried him out of the infirmary. The Straw Hats, minus their captain of course, were sitting on the deck of the Sunny, quietly eating their lunch. Without Luffy stealing their food, they ate relatively slowly. No one was talking. No one wanted to bring up their captain. They knew that Luffy was alive, but to see him lying lifelessly in the infirmary, like he was dead, so different from his normal, hyperactive self, scared them. My, someone looks very sad. A voice was heard from the port. All the heads on board the Sunny turned to look at the speaker. Kigaku, Zoro hissed. You still remember me. How nice. Kigaku laughed. Unsheathing Shushui, Zoro stood up and pointed his sword at him. What do you want? Nothing, Kigaku said in a sickly sweet voice. But that doesn't mean my comrades don't want anything. He continued, as Cory and Yukai snuck up behind the Straw Hats. We want revenge, Cory whispered in Zoro's ear, before grabbing Zoro's remaining swords and gutting him. Damn you. Zoro gritted his teeth as he fell of the deck and onto the port. The remaining Straw Hat's eyes widened. How did she get there with no one noticing? went through everyone's mind. Corey's a trained assassin. Of course she'll be able to sneak up on people. And after distracting you, it's a piece of cake for you, Yukai said, tying up Sanji's legs and tossing him in front of Kagaku. The rest of the crew were very frightened. They just took out Sanji and Zoro with no problem. Nami couldn't continue. Even after sustaining a lot of damage from their previous fights, as well as his encounter with Kuma on Thriller Bark, Zoro and Sanji weren't ones that went down easily. But here, they were just handled like amateurs. Hey, if you want to fight, let's take it to the island. Don't damage our super ship, Frankie yelled. Kagaku shrugged and thought, it's not like they have any advantage on land. After all the Straw Hats got off the Sunny, Yukai and Corey went to stand by their boss's side. So, how are you going to beat us? All three of your strongest fighters are down, he asked. Like this, Nami quickly put her climb attack together and made black clouds appear. Yukai and Corey quickly stepped away from the thunder clouds. But Kagaku remained standing. Thunderbolt tempo, Nami yelled. Kagaku transformed into his hybrid form and stuck his claws into the ground. The lightning hit him, but didn't do much as the electricity was redirected to the ground through his claws. No way, Nami stuttered. That was interesting, little girl. Kagaku smirked. Firebird Star. Usopp launched a fiery pellet at Kagaku, but it was instantly knocked away by Yukai. Frankie tried to use his strong right, but Kagaku changed to his beast form, a large porcupine, grabbed his extended arm and threw him into a house. Clutch, Robin said as she attempted to break Yukai's spine. But Corey promptly stabbed one of her hands as they grew out. Hanada Sancho, Yehezu Jiri Brook said, but his sword was stopped by Yukai. You can't handle even one of us, let alone all three. Kagaku sneered. Going back to his hybrid form, he lunged, slashing the Straw Hat pirates with his spines. They refused to even let a scream escape their lips. You guys are pretty good. Yukai grinned. Corey, said Blonde nodded, and used a bunch of chains to tie the Straw Hats minus the monster trio up. Don't bother trying to use your devil fruit powers. It's sea stone. Zoro was tied up and tugged to in front of Kagaku. Damn you, he muttered. He hated being tied up. He and Sanji was already immobilized. Let us go, asshole, Chopper yelled. Kahahaha. Kagaku laughed. I told you, without your so-called monster trio, you stand no chance of defeating us. And yet you go. You are one of the most troublesome rookie crews on the Grand Line. And you think I'll let you go? I'll just turn you into the headquarters and get a promotion. He continued. Maybe after that I'll just ask them if I can continue experimenting. After all, Straw Hat was a good test subject. But there are 3 more devil fruit users here. Beep, 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 beep. In the infirmary. Luffy POV. Where am I? I can't see anything. My eyes are closed. Weird. Usually my eyes would open automatically when I'm awake. Well, whatever. I'm trying to open my eyes, but I can't. I'm confused. I'm tired. I want to sleep. I sense 2 people beside me. I heard one of them speak. How's he faring, Dr. San? That's Robin. That means I'm on the Sunny. I want to ask her why my eyes won't open. My mouth doesn't work either. Same as before. I know he's fighting for his life, but for him, it's probably torture. All the sea stone seeped into his wounds, and I can't get rid of it without putting even more strain on his weak body. No shit, Chopper. I can't move an inch. Wait, I'm on the Sunny, so that must mean that I have successfully saved my Nakama. Come on, Dr. San. Luffy'll be alright. Let's go for lunch. The alarm will sound right. Lunch? Come on. I want to eat meat. How long was I since I last ate? HMMMM. Oh, yeah. It was when I was with Torao in that cell. I hope he's alright with that leg. Where the hell is everyone? I can't move. I feel weak. How long has passed? When can I eat? I feel weird. I feel that someone or something is forcing my heart to beat. And forcing me to breathe. Never mind. Since I can't move, I'll just rest. Hey, if you want to fight, let's take it to the island. Don't damage our super ship. What the hell? Who was that? Who woke me? Wait, they're fighting without me. No fair. I went to fight ... Oh wait, I can't move. I want to pout, but my body still wouldn't respond. Thunderbolt tempo. That Nami. That should finish the fight. Lightning does that. Unless the defender is me. And rubber. Firebird Star. Nami's lightning didn't finish them. Must be a lot of opponents. Usopp's ammo is awesome. Clutch. Firebird Star wasn't enough. Robin. Break their spines. Hanada Sancho. Yehezu Jiri go get them. Brook. After a while, I hear Copper cry out, let us go, asshole. Chopper. What happened to them? They got caught. Where is Sanji and Zoro? Kahahaha. Damn it. I know that voice. I told you, without your so-called monster trio, you stand no chance of defeating us. What? Zoro and Sanji were defeated already. And let you go. You are one of the most troublesome rookie crews on the Grand Line. And you think I'll let you go? I'll just turn you into the headquarters and get a promotion. Chopper's right. You're an asshole. Maybe after that I'll just ask them if I can continue experimenting. After all, Straw Hat was a good test subject, but there are 3 more devil fruit users here. Don't you dare. They're my nakama, Kagaku. Damn you. Then I felt something in my chest. Thump. Normal POV. Luffy felt something. He felt his heart beating on its own. He slowly opened his eyes. What is this thing covering my mouth? Luffy thought. He reached out to it and tugged it off. He tried to sit up, but found it very tiring. Whatever. I need to save my nakama. Seeing 2 patches on his chest, he tore them off and walked outside, using the walls for support. The alarms started blaring. On the port, everyone was staring at the ship. No, Luffy, Chopper yelled. What's going on? Kagaku demanded. Luffy, Usopp let tears run down his face. Why of all times? The rest of the crew just let tears run down their face. Now your captain is dead. That's fine. I can bring his dead body in too. We can also go collect his Gamu Gamu no Mai. Kagaku laughed in the faces of the grieving crew. Let's finish the deaths of the monster trio, shall we? He raised his claws and stood over Zoro and Sanji. Unbeknown to them, a pair of eyes was watching from the ship. On the sunny, how dare he laugh at my nakama for crying? And he wants to kill Zoro and Sanji. Luffy seethed. I see Porcupine, the black guy and the woman. I need to go all out. Crouching down, Luffy went into his horse stance and said, Gear second. On the port, gear second. The voice was faint, like whispers in the wind, yet everyone heard the voice. Gamu Gamu no jet pistol. Shocked, Kagaku took the attack to the stomach, sending him back a few meters. What? The Straw Hat's eyes widened in surprise. But how? Wasn't he dead? Ran through their minds. Luffy jumped down from the sunny and landed in front of the tied-up Straw Hats, his body emitting steam. He stretched his arms forwards and dragged the tied-up Sanji and Zoro towards the rest of the group. He walked forward and stood in front of Kagaku. What? You're alive, and you can use your devil fruit power. Gamu Gamu no jet Gatling. Luffy sent a barrage of hits at Kagaku, pushing him even further back, away from his crew. Luffy, you can't keep this up. Gear second drains your energy even more quickly than usual, and you don't have much to spare. Chopper shrieked. Kagaku was continuously pushed back. Gamu Gamu no jet bazooka. Luffy sent Kagaku flying into the forest. We'll take you on. Yukai sneered as he and Kori attacked him from behind. Behind you, Nami yelled. Without looking back, Luffy used the backlash from his Gamu Gamu no jet bazooka to hit both of them. Damn you, Yukai yelled as he stood back up. I can see the future. I know you are going to. He was cut off as Luffy used Gamu Gamu no jet rocket and sent him flying into a tree. But how? Yukai asked as he spat out blood. So what if you can see the future? You're too slow. Luffy glanced at him. Totally burnt, bro. Frankie cheered. At the corner of his eye, he spotted Kori sneaking up on his crew. Whirling around, he roared, grabbed her by the neck and pulled her towards him. Gamu Gamu no jet Gatling. He growled and pummeled her to the ground. Don't hurt my nakama. Gamu Gamu no jet bazooka. He then sent her flying into a tree on the other side of the village. She smacked into the tree and the momentum from Luffy's attack sent he crashing into more trees. And there she lay, broken and bleeding and not breathing. Did Luffy just kill someone? Usopp asked. No one could survive that. It was her life or ours. Robin said. She was sneaking up on us, and if Luffy didn't pull her away, she could have decapitated us. Robin ... please ... stop saying things like that. Usopp stammered as he shivered, his imagination going wild over Robin's words. Straw Hat, I'll kill you for killing my colleague. Demon Hedora, Yukai yelled, then prepared himself to turn. You're going to disappear and hit me. Gamu Gamu no jet bazooka. Luffy disappeared and reappeared beside Yukai, and sent him flying and crashing into Kagaku. You killed my comrade. To avenge her, I'll kill you. Kagaku roared and charged, throwing Yukai off him. Luffy simply sidestepped his attempts to run his through. Arg, Akuma no Tsubasa. Luffy had to jump to dodge the flying attack. Before realizing that Kagaku had shot a bunch of spines at his tied-up crew, Straw Hats. Quill arrows. The Straw Hats all closed their eyes and prepared for their death. Luffy immediately grabbed a house and propelled himself forwards, landing in front of his nakama as the spines were about to hit them. Urgh, he grunted. Hearing him, his crew opened their eyes and stared at their captain. The spines had completely gone through him, leaving the spiked ends sticking out of his back. Blood ran down his body as he grasped one of them. Don't hurt my nakama. I'm your opponent. Luffy growled and wrenched the spine out of him. One by one, he removed the spikes from his body, and one by one, his injury bled. Gamu Gamu no jet bazooka. He sent Kagaku crashing into a house that was thankfully empty. Grunting and panting, Luffy stood, protecting his nakama. Seeing as Kagaku wasn't getting up, and Yukai had gone to check on his condition, he grabbed his crew and brought them closer inland. Urgh, Straw Hat, die. Both Kagaku and Yukai immediately charged at him. Dakudoragan, Sum no Yari. Luffy braced himself as his attackers lunged at him. Growling, Luffy took the attacks. Luffy, his crew cried out. Both Yukai and Kagaku rammed their blades and claws into Luffy's chest. "You're dead, Straw Hat." They took their weapons out of Luffy before staring at him. His blood was silvery red. He was fighting with sea stone in his blood. Kagaku exclaimed in shock. Terrified at the rubber man, they started backing away. Ignoring the pain, Luffy grinned and yelled, "Gamu Gamu no Jet Bazooka," and sent the two Marines flying into the sea. Ignoring the two drowning devil fruit users, Luffy walked up to Kori and searched her clothes, finding the key to the chain. He went back to his nakama and unlocked the chains. "Thanks, Lu." Nami was cut off as Luffy collapsed on the ground, trembling and panting, the reddish sheen on his skin disappearing. "Luffy," Chopper yelled and went to check on his captain. Sighing, he said, "He's fine. Just need to patch up his chest." "Wait, Chopper," Luffy gasped and tried to stand. "Stay down, Luffy." Zoro, who was untied by Nami, said, "No, I need to get the sea stone out of my body. It makes me heavier and slower." The Straw Hats blinked. "You can move faster," they yelled at their captain. "But you're already so fast." "Like Zoom," Chopper tried to explain, but Luffy still went into his horse stance. "Gear second," Luffy mumbled, and the reddish tint on his skin appeared. More silvery red blood poured out from his wounds non-stop, until it finally became pure red again. "It's all out, Luffy," Chopper said. "Hey ... Chopper ... house." Torel, Luffy gasped as he panted, blood pooling around him. "If you're talking about law, he just has a badly hurt knee. Now stop worrying about others, you idiot," Chopper said. "That's ... good ... Luffy finished as he smiled and slumped onto the ground, going still once again. Going into his heavy point, Chopper grabbed the limp but definitely alive Luffy and carried him to the infirmary. The rest of the Straw Hats looked at each other and smiled. Their captain was alive, and not on the brink of death. When checking over Luffy before breakfast the day after he killed the three Marines, he found said boy sitting on the bed attempting to eat his medial equipment. Panicking, he yelled at the rubberman, "Luffy, don't eat my medical equipment." "Wait, you're asleep." Chopper's voice was heard from the infirmary. "Should we go check on them?" Sanji asked, fiddling with Robin's coffee cup. "They'll be fine, Cook-san. You might have to deal with a hungry captain though." Robin smiled. "Yes, Robin-chan," Sanji yelled as he went back to his kitchen. In beast form, Chopper was carrying the asleep captain of the Straw Hats. Luffy was wrapped up in a lot of bandages, which were mostly around his torso and arms. "How's he?" Zoro asked. Luffy was in a pretty good shape actually, considering just 2 days ago his heart didn't even beat and he couldn't even breathe. "Most of his wounds were on his chest, so I just had to bandage that part, as well as his arms," Chopper replied, before turning to Luffy. "Careful, you idiot." Luffy was shoveling food into his mouth at such a fast pace that he ended up choking, waking him up. Chopper had to hit the rubber man several times till he managed to dislodge the food in his throat. After eating all that food, Luffy looked around the kitchen. He saw Zoro napping, Nami enjoying her breakfast, Usopp lying, Sanji whipping up more food, Chopper talking to Frankie about his machines, Robin staring outside drinking, and Brook playing Bink's sake. He was glad that his nakama were safe, glad that they didn't have to suffer like he did, glad they weren't close to death, glad that another Amatsuri Island incident didn't happen. Looking at his nakama, Luffy smiled. "Thanks for coming back for me," Luffy said aloud. All eyes turned to him. "What was that, you shitty captain?" Sanji asked. "Of course we'd go back for you," Usopp declared. "You saved us," Nami said. "Idiot." Zoro closed his eyes. "You're helping us to fulfill our dreams, so we'll help you fulfill yours too," Chopper chirped. "You gave us another reason to live." Robin smiled. "You protected us, bro." Frankie laughed. "You made us happy." Brook finished. "You guys." Tears welled up in Luffy's eyes. All the Straw Hats stood up and walked towards their captain. "I love you guys," Luffy yelled and used his rubber arms to grab all his crewmates into a tight hug. "You're suffocating us," Nami stuttered, causing Luffy to release them. "You guys are the best," he yelled. "Of course, the Pirate King needs the best crew, right?" Usopp said, punching the rubberman lightly in the chest, earning a slight wince from the said boy. "Usopp, his wounds haven't fully healed yet." Chopper berated the sniper and ordered the captain to go to the infirmary. "I'm fine, Chopper," Luffy whined. "No, go to the infirmary or I'll tell Sanji not to cook any more meat for you. Your wounds reopened," Chopper said, pointing at the Samuel red splotch on Luffy bandage where Usopp had hit. Pouting, the rubberman proceeded to walk out of the kitchen when a knock on the door was heard. Opening it, Luffy found himself facing Denki. "You're awake already. When I saw Kagaku in the village I had to help the villagers get away, so I didn't see the fight. Your crewmates filled me in. You're so badly injured," Denki rambled on, staring at the rubberman in awe. "Denki," Luffy yelled, pulling the brown-haired boy into a hug. "I know you weren't expecting Luffy to be awake, but why are you here?" Nami asked. "Kigi has some things to discuss with you," Denki replied. "Sure, just let me fix this guy up," Chopper grumbled, pointing at Luffy. "Give us 10 minutes. "Sure," Denki said. Chopper dragged Luffy to the infirmary, all the while grumbling about annoying reckless captains. You guys are lucky. You have someone who is so protective of you and had the strength to do so. Denki smiled before exiting. What did he mean by that? Zoro opened an eye and asked. You saw the condition of his village. He's the only one capable of defending the village. Yet he couldn't do much against those corrupt bastards. Usopp pitied the man, like me in Syrup Village. I didn't have any strength to protect my village. But you're strong now, right? Nami smirked at the sniper. Come on, we have to wait for Luffy, Robin said and walked onto the deck, with the rest of the crew following. After disinfecting and patching Luffy up, the reindeer allowed Luffy to go. Cheering, he ran out of the infirmary onto the deck, before stopping and frowning. What's wrong? Zoro asked. Without saying anything, Luffy rocketed himself to Nami's tangerine orchard. You idiot. Don't you dare eat my tangerines. Nami fumed and chased after him, only to see him stop on front of one of the trees near the sea. Why did you come here? Chopper asked. He, along with the rest of the group, had followed Nami after she started chasing after Luffy. Seeing Luffy reach out to the trees, Sanji yelled, You shitty captain. How dare you touch Nami Swan's tangerines? He was about to kick the captain before Frankie held him back. Luffy grabbed 2 fruits of the trees and walked over to the rest of the group. The first one was a light brown fruit made up of many small teardrop-shaped components with swirl patterns, and green leaves sprouting from the top. The other was a pink melon-shaped fruit with various swirls on it and a curly stem on top. They're devil fruits. Nami stared at the 2 fruits. They must be that porcupine fruit and the future fruit, although there's no telling which is which. Do any of you want to eat them? Luffy asked the 5 non-devil fruit users. Nope, I don't need one, Zoro said. Neither of the powers suit me, Nami declared. I would rather retain my power to swim. Frankie said. I need to be able to fish your shitty ass out of the water. Sanji smirked. No, the great Captain Usopp doesn't need a devil fruit, Usopp proudly stated. What are you going to do with it? Robin asked. She knew the answer, but it was nice to hear his response. I want to give them to Denki. Maybe then they can better defend themselves. Luffy smiled, before tucking both fruits under his arms and saying, Come on, Denki's waiting for us. The crew hopped off the Sunny onto the port. As expected, Robin, Chopper, and Brook were slightly weakened by the radiation. But surprisingly, Luffy wasn't affected. Aren't you tired? Chopper asked Luffy. Nope. Why? Hey Denki. Awesome. Luffy sped off. That's weird. He's a fruit user too. Robin mused. Luffy, Denki smiled and waved. The rest of the crew caught up with their hyperactive captain. Denki, here, Luffy said, pushing the 2 devil fruits into Denki's arms. What? No, you keep them, Denki said and tried to give them back, but Luffy was stubborn. Nope, none of my crew wants to eat them, and I your village to be able to protect themselves. You should know what powers they have, seeing as they belong to your former boss and comrade, Luffy said. The Murai Murai no Mai and the Jeshi Jeshi no Mai, model porcupine. Denki stared at the 2 fruits. They drowned, Zoro said before Denki could ask how they died. Sighing, Denki smiled. At least he knew his friends didn't kill them on purpose. Kigi, who was standing next to Denki, cleared his throat. Straw Hats, we are very thankful to you for saving our village. As thanks, we have agreed to give you most of the money in the village. Nami's eyes lit up at the mention of Baris. We also found something very interesting in the old marine base. He finished. 2 ex-prisoners hauled out a few bags of gold onto the street. Here's the buri. We also want to give you food for your journey. And here, Kigi gave Luffy a box, which he opened. What's this? Luffy asked, taking out a weird metal rod with 2 ends that were slightly thinner than the middle. It was as long as a pen, and as thick as Nami's climate act. We found this in what's believed to be Kori's rooms, and this piece of paper next to it. Kigi passed the paper to Luffy, who read it out. Dear Kori, we have succeeded. We have made a weapon using pop greens found in the Boyne Archipelago according to your specifications. No matter how much stress put on it, it will become 150 centimeters. Luffy put down the piece of paper. The middle part is kind of squishy, Luffy exclaimed and squeezed it. To everyone's surprise, the 2 ends of the rod suddenly shot out. Whoa, cool. Luffy, Usopp and Chopper had stars in their eyes. How do I make them come back? Luffy muttered, and squeezed the middle again, causing the 2 ends to retract back. Fiddling with it some more, he realized that by squeezing one end would cause said end to extend, and by pressing the middle both ends would extend. This is cool, and it's like a pipe, Luffy gushed. I saw you using a stick in the base while we were escaping, so I thought this would be good for you. Denki shrugged. The rest of the Straw Hats just let their jaw drop. Luffy can use a stick. He never used a damn weapon while we were around, Usopp said. Luffy, can I see? Chopper asked. Sure. Luffy bent down to pass the small retractable pole to Chopper, but as it got closer to him, Chopper collapsed. Hey, what's wrong? Luffy stared at the reindeer. Don't know, just feel tired for some reason. Chopper lay on the ground. As Luffy stood up, Chopper regained his strength and stood up again. You okay? Luffy asked. Chopper nodded. That's weird, he thought, before a thought popped into his mind. Luffy, pass it to Robin and Brook. Doing as the doctor told, Luffy passed the pole to said members, only for them to collapse as well. It's sea stone, Nami concluded. It is, but how come I'm not tired? Luffy was confused. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Can you stretch while holding the pole? Chopper asked. Yeah, sure. Luffy pulled on his cheek, and it kept on stretching, much more than a normal human's could. Luffy, you're somehow immune to sea stone. Chopper yelled. Robin, Brook and I are devil fruit users, and we were weakened by it when it came close, so it's definitely sea stone. Yet, you can hold it and use your powers. So I'm immune to sea stone now. Yes, I don't have to bother about Smokey's Jut now. Luffy cheered. The rest of the people were just dumbfounded. How? Denki asked. The experiments must have either changed his DNA slightly, or his body found a way to counter it. Chopper said. Come to think of it, Luffy did say something about using his powers with sea stone and his blood was tiring. Frankie noted. Yeah, his body must have already started fighting against it. That's the start of the immunity. Chopper concluded. As much as I'd like you guys to be immune, I'm not letting any sea stone get into you. Luffy stopped playing with the stick and looked at his crew, a serious expression on his face. I won't let you get hurt. Neither would I let you fall into the volcano. Turning back to Denki and Kagaku, his friendly demeanor was back on and he asked, so, any idea where to find a curved sea stone bit? After gaining a new weapon, Luffy insisted on finding a piece of sea stone, so he dragged Zoro and Denki with him to the marine base. Luffy found what he was looking for in a large box with weirdly shaped things in it. I'll get Usopp to help me stick it on. He cheered and dragged both of them back down to the village. Usopp, fix this on. Luffy begged the sniper. I don't want it to fall off. This is bad. I found a Den Mushi in the marine base asking about the condition of the base. I didn't answer and they ordered someone to check. Zoro said, we need to go now. Nami said, get moving. All the Straw Hats loaded up the baris and the food onto the sunny before they set off. Thanks for your hospitality. Luffy waved at Denki and Kigi. The Straw Hats took their last look at Yumishikazen Island before they left. Now, almost to Sabaody. Luffy, stop playing with the pole. Nami sighed as Luffy kept making his new weapon extend and retract, almost hitting her in the face. Not a pull, Nami. Pipe. P.I.P. See this curved side? Luffy argued, pointing to the curved bit. Fine. Pipe. Nami gave up arguing with the rubber man. You need to go to the infirmary. Judging from the weather, there's going to be a storm in roughly an hour that would speed up our journey to Sabaody. I think we can get there in 2.5 days, maybe 2 if we're lucky. Chopper wants to give you a checkup before the storm, so you better go there before I ban you from eating meat. Okay, Luffy said and bounded to the infirmary. Chopper checked things like his blood pressure, temperature and heart rate before taking of Luffy's bandages. Luffy, I know you usually heal very quickly, but this is crazy. Most of your cuts have healed, and your stab wounds have all closed up. Chopper told him, you'll probably need the bandages for 1 or 2 more days. Yes, I hate bandages, Luffy exclaimed. Chopper sighed, at least you're not Zoro. Idiot removes his all the time. You're the best, Chopper. Luffy cheered, while Chopper did his weird dance. Just because you complimented me doesn't mean you make me happy, asshole. Luffy exited the infirmary. Looking around, he stared at the tangerine orchard, before walking to the deck and sitting on the head of the sunny. Want to play tag? Usopp asked the captain. Sorry, no thanks, came the quiet reply, shocking the crew. The Luffy they knew was a loud, hyperactive, carefree kid. Not this serious boy that stared out to sea. Do you want something to eat, Luffy? Sanji asked. I'm not hungry. This shocked the crew even more. Luffy's not hungry. The world is ending. Chopper and Usopp were running in circles, and eventually crashed into each other. Looking at his captain, Zoro sighed. You're worried because you killed those 3 Marines, right? Luffy nodded. He knew that he didn't normally kill his opponents, but he was sure that some Marines had died from this attacks. But, I don't know. Life is precious. I just snuffed out 3 of them. Worse yet, I don't even feel anything bad when they died. It's more like I feel glad. Luffy stared at his hands. I feel like I'm becoming those bastards that I hate, like Don Craig. Zoro just walked up to Luffy and said, you need to understand, Luffy. It was their lives or ours. The choice was clear. As long as they lived, they would try to kill us. If we left them, they would attack the village. Just thinking about it now shows you're different from those bastards. Luffy nodded. Thanks, Zoro. You're the best. Sanji, when's dinner? Luffy hopped off Sunny's figurehead and ran to the kitchen. Sanji sighed and yelled, stay out of my kitchen. Zoro sat down to take another nap, but Robin asked him a question. How did you know what was troubling him? Swordsman said. I don't know. It's just that after you've been with him for a while, you start to see his personality. Yet, he's still so damn unpredictable. Zoro shrugged and went back to his nap. Luffy, come here. Your shirt is all torn from your fight. Nami said as she tossed a blue version of his shirt to him. Thanks, Nami, he exclaimed and immediately changed his shirt before fishing with Usopp, Chopper, and Brook. Zoro was napping and the rest of the crew was playing cards. After a while, Luffy became impatient and he leaned back and whined, Nami, are we at Sabaody yet? Nami turned around and told him that they would be there soon. After Sabaody is Fishman Island. Fishmen, mermaids, oh beautiful mermaid. Where is the mermaid I have dreamed of? Sanji started yelling, waking Zoro up from his nap. Zoro merely snorted before going back to sleep. Gah, I'm sick of this. Luffy stood and threw his fishing pole behind him. Sanji, I need food. Just then, Usopp spots a huge school of fish. You see, Brook said, with some patience, everything works out. As Chopper giggled in delight. To their surprise, Luffy was back and fishing again. Fish 'em all up. They're coming this way. Nami walked over to where the group was fishing, and Chopper offered her his net. Nami, however, just stared at the water. What is it? Chopper asked. Something isn't right, Nami said, leaving Chopper confused. The school of fish swam by the fishing lines, and Luffy called after them, Hey, wait up, fish. Sensing something, Zoro woke up and stared at the sky before saying, That's, catching the attention of the rest of the crew. Nami looked in the direction that Zoro was looking at and saw dark clouds blocking the sun. This is, Nami didn't continue as Usopp asked. What is that obviously foreboding look on your face? In an instant, the sky turned dark, and the calm sea all around the sunny turned into a whirlpool. Serpent currents, Nami said. Chopper asked her what they were, and Nami told everyone to be careful. Suddenly, streams of water came flying out of the whirlpools, and giant water pillars were surrounding the sunny. It's almost like they're alive, Zoro muttered. This looks a little dicey, Frankie stated. Sanji and Robin stared at the sea in disdain, while Brook laughed. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Well, this is quite cool, Luffy shouted. Nami yelled Sanji-kun. Sanji, who was steering the sunny, looked back at her and said, Leave it to me, Nami-san. A large stream of water came flying at the sunny, and Sanji tried to avoid it. It won't budge, Sanji growled. Chopper stepped back in fear, but Zoro cut it before it reached the ship. Frankie fired a weapon's left at another stream of water. Hey, what are you doing? Steer the ship, Zoro yelled at Sanji. Shut up. In these waves, it won't do what I tell it to, Sanji yelled back as he desperately tried to steer the sunny. Gamu Gamu no pistol, Luffy shouted, smashing apart another geyser of water. Brook slashed apart another before saying, Serpent currents. They certainly do move like serpents. They're very aptly named. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Hey, you. This is no time to be impressed, Usopp yelled, pointing at the skeleton. Gamu Gamu no Gatling. Luffy attacked the bases of 3 water streams directly in front of the sunny. Frankie defended himself and the sunny using his star shield. Brook and Zoro were cutting them down, until Zoro said, We keep cutting them down, but there's no end to them. A geyser was headed for Robin, but she made a fan-like structure with her limbs. Clutching Sunny's mast, Usopp screamed, How long are these currents going to last? And Chop yelled, How much farther do they go on? Nami pulled out her binoculars. Should we fly out of here with Coupe de Burst? Frankie asked. Usopp was on with that idea, but Nami disagreed. It won't work. I can't see any end to the currents. Even if we fly away with Coupe de Burst, we can't escape them. The whole crew shouted in disbelief. What? No way. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Shall I play a song? Brook asked Chopper, who was still clinging to the mast. At times like these, we need to boost morale. All storms and currents will eventually recede. Let's just be patient. Luffy cheered. Sounds good, Brook. Go for it. Then Brook was cut off as he lost balance. A serpent current had formed directly under the sunny and was raising it up. We're in the air, Luffy exclaimed. Hey, we're going to fall, Frankie yelled as the current tossed the sunny into the air. Chopper lost his grip on the mast, but luckily Robin saw him and brought him back to the ship. Hey, look, Nami said. That's, Usopp stuttered. I see it, Luffy yelled. The Straw Hats saw light up ahead, and they found the red line. They were all cheering, and Sanji remembered the day when the 5 Straw Hats entered the Grand Line. There was also a terrible storm. It has taken me 50 years, Brook mumbled, and Luffy urged the crew to hurry up. A huge serpent current formed in front of the sunny. There were stars in Luffy's eyes as he yelled, It's huge. Brook and Zoro readied their swords, with the latter saying to Sanji, Make sure you steer. He snapped back, I don't want you giving me orders. Should we use the paddles to retreat? Frankie asked, with Robin replying, There's no time. Nami ordered Sanji to steer the sunny onto the wave, and Frankie expressed his disbelief by yelling at her. Nami said with confidence, Leave it to me. I dealt with bigger stuff than this when I was on Sky Island. The knock-up stream, huh? Sanji asked. Yeah, that was really fun. Luffy laughed. Chopper said, That wasn't fun at all. The top of the giant serpent current crashed next to the sunny, and the ship rode the currents up. Frankie was now steering the ship, and after lowering the sails, Frankie used Coupe de Burst just as the ship was thrown off the current. The ship flew out of the storm. Usopp and Chopper were relieved after they landed and continued sailing to the Red Line. We finally made it here. Luffy cheered. Everyone gave their feelings and memories of how they entered the Grand Line. And Luffy said that once they cross the Red Line again, he'll be the Pirate King. Frankie opened up the 4th channel of the Sunny's soldier dock system, which revealed the inflatable pool. I changed the location of the pool because its mechanisms were too close to the coupe to burst outlet. Frankie stated, let's relax before going to Sabaody. The rest of the crew was on board of the idea. We have to remain alert. We're right next to Mariewa, the holy land of the Navy headquarters and the world government, Nami said. Chopper was happily using a life ring to keep afloat as he kicked around the pool, and Usopp splashed in the pool, laughing. This pool is the best, Chopper squealed. Luffy laughed and tried to rocket himself into the pool, but ended up hitting the inflatable ring around the pool and was sent flying into the ocean. Luffy, Chopper cried. Nami, Usopp, Frankie, Luffy's in the ocean. The 3 non-devil fruit users were about to help him, but they were shocked staring at Luffy. Help me, I can't swim. I'm a devil fruit user. I'm a hammer. Luffy was shouting as he splashed around crazily in the water. He's not a hammer anymore. I guess that sea stone immunity works for water as well, Nami stated. Frankie used his strong right to pull Luffy out of the water. That's close. Thanks, Frankie, Luffy said. You know, you're not a hammer anymore. We're going to have to give you swimming lessons, Nami stated. Wait, I can swim now. Cool, Luffy cheered as he jumped into the water again. You idiot. I said swimming lessons. Nami sighed as Frankie had to pull the floundering rubber man out of the water. Zoro was weight training in the crow's nest, recounting his fight with Kuma and the corrupt marine. I'm not good enough. I have go get stronger. I'm still weak. As for Sanji, he was in the kitchen. After Usopp and Chopper got out of the pool, and Frankie having to pull a hyperactive Luffy out of the sea at least 3 more times because he wanted to start his swimming lessons. Nami sent Brook, Robin and Luffy and the Shark Submerged 3 to find Fishman Island. After Nami asked for a status report, Robin said, not good. It's pitch dark. Ha. It's pitch dark. Hey, I just saw something flash. Luffy's voice rang out over the den mushy. Why you think it was some monster's eyes? We're going to die. Brook stuttered. The Straw Hats on the Sunny, minus Zoro and Sanji, gasped. Wait, I'm already dead. Yo-ho-ho-ho. The pirates breathed out in relief. Brook promptly asked Nami what kind of innerwear she was wearing, and Nami yelled at him to be serious. Frankie warned the trio underwater that the Shark Submerged 3 couldn't go lower than 5,000 meters. Brook then realized that the hull was creaking and wondered why. Yes, because we're more than 5,000 meters under, Robin said calmly. Ah, so that's why. Brook smacked his right fist into his left palm before realizing what Robin had said. Wait, that's a bad idea. The pressure will crush us. A giant sea rabbit appeared from behind the Shark Submerged 3, and Robin commented on its big mouth before steering their submarine away from the rabbit's jaws. But 3 devil fruit eaters quickly maneuvered the submarine to the surface, with the sea rabbit chasing after it. That was close. It's going to eat us. It's coming again. Ha. The 4 Straw Hats heard over the den mushy. Looks like this isn't going to go well, Frankie commented. Chopper said he didn't want to ride in the Shark Submerge, and Usopp agreed with him. Sanji came running out of the kitchen, presenting the desserts he made from the pears and thriller bark. Nami said that the tart looked delicious. Behind us. Brook's voice was heard. Here it comes. We're going to get eaten. Luffy sounded surprisingly happy about that. Sanji and Nami agreed that just like Sky Island, they knew which direction to go, but they didn't know how to get to Fishman Island. Just then, the 3 devil fruit users emerged from the Shark Submerged 3. We're out. Yo-ho-ho-ho. That was fun. Nami congratulated them, but Luffy said that they couldn't see the sea floor and asked if Fishman Island really existed. Brook cheered that it was his first time riding a submarine, and Robin stated that if they went deeper, they'll die. The sea rabbit appeared and roared, jumping onto the Sunny's head. Luffy said, "Don't think you can beat me when we're above the water." The rabbit just charged at Luffy, who threw his hand backwards while twisting it. "Gamu Gamu no rifle," he yelled, throwing his spinning fist towards the rabbit, causing it to spit out 2 beings, before crashing into the water. The 2 beings that were thrown into the sky started descending, all the while yelling. One of them had a human body and a tail for legs, and the other was star-shaped. "Huh, a fish?" Luffy asked. "A person," Usopp exclaimed. "No, it's not. That's a..." Brook said. It couldn't be. Sanji swooned as he clasped his hands together and had hearts for eyes. The humanoid being crashed into Sanji, while the star-shaped one landed and said, "Nailed it." The humanoid being pushed herself off Sanji, saying, "You saved me." She then turned to the star-shaped one and cheered. "That was awesome." The star-shaped being turned to her and said, "You're not supposed to be impressed. We were about to be digested. You just had to stroll right by that monster, didn't you?" Well, I didn't see it there, she replied. How do you miss something that huge? The star yelled in disbelief, before pointing and saying, hey, not that it matters, but you're sitting on something. Huh, the humanoid being said, before she stared at the ground in front of her. Gah, I crushed a human. She shrieked, I'm sorry. Are you okay? She grabbed Sanji and shook him around. Sanji murmured that he was fine and he wanted to know if she was safe. The Straw Hats just stared as she kept shaking Sanji, who was in a daze with hearts floating above his head. Is it really a mermaid? The Straw Hats yelled. After Sanji managed to respond, she turned around and screamed again. What a shock. There are so many humans here. Chopper and Luffy expressed their surprise before she thanked them for saving her and saying that it was the 20th time she was swallowed by a monster. You get eaten too much. Usopp stuck out his hand. The mermaid said that she had to repay them and offered them takoyaki, which Luffy agreed to. Really? Then it's 500 buri per person, the mermaid said. The starfish hit her and yelled, you're selling them. The mermaid then shrieked that she screwed up. Sanji was dancing across the deck, saying how good mermaids were, and he finally managed to see one. Usopp said how Kokoro from Water 7 was a mermaid. Sanji started sulking about seeing Kokoro's mermaid form was much scarier than Thriller Bark, and Usopp agreed with him. You guys are so rude, Nami said. Luffy asked Frankie about her, and he explained that Luffy didn't know because he was fighting Lucci. Imagining old lady Kokoro as a mermaid is for reason really gross, Luffy said as he scrunched up his face. Nami punched him in the face, yelling, you are too freaking blunt. Earning a whine from Luffy, Robin commented that she was a cute mermaid, and Brook asked her for some money before getting kicked in the face by Sanji, who yelled, why would she? The mermaid's face turned pale and she yelled, a skeleton? Sanji tried to chase Brook away, making her comment that it was funny. Luffy asked, hey, can you teach me how to swim? And jumped off the ship. You shitty captain, what are you doing? Sanji yelled and dived after Luffy. He realized that Luffy could move underwater and dragged him back to the Sunny. After getting back on the ship, he promptly asked, by the way, can you poop? Sanji also tried to kick Luffy away as she was answering, ending up in them having a small fight. Kami, this is just weird. Aren't you missing someone? Who's the one left out of this fun group? Answer, me. The starfish muttered as he leaned against a wall. Luffy grabbed the starfish and asked Kami what the talking glove thingy was. Kami introduced him as Papug, her pet. Nami asked Usopp if starfish could talk, and Usopp just avoided the question by saying that it was weird that her pet was her master. Papug started singing a song, but the Straw Hats ignored him and were listening to Kami. Luffy asked Papug why he could speak, and he explained he thought he was a human when he was a kid, and when he realized that he was a starfish, he was already speaking in the human language. Luffy then asked, hey, starfish, teach me how to swim, and jumped off the ship again. But Frankie grabbed him with strong right and pulled him back, yelling, not now, Luffy. Nami wanted to ask them about Fishman Island, but Luffy cut her off, demanding takoyaki. Kami said she had to meet up with Hatchin, and called him on the Den Den Mushi. After her call was picked up, she realized that the receiver wasn't Hatchai. Hey, is that Kami I hear? A voice said over the Den Den Mushi. Confused, she asked, Hatchin, you don't know who I am. I'm not Hatchai. What? You're not Hatchin? Kami exclaimed. I'm Macro, the very same one from the dopey Marco Pirates. Hey, I just said it myself. Sounds like there's some trouble, Robin commented. Why do you have Hatchin's transponder snail? Kami asked. Because I beat up that Hatchai punk, of course. Kami tensed up and said, you're lying. Hatchin would never lose to you guys. Yeah, normally we're no match for Hatchai, but this time, we've teamed up with the Flying Fish Riders. Then another voice came over the Den Den Mushi. Kami, you're okay. Thank goodness. Hatchin, did they really beat you? Kami asked. They sort of caught me off guard, but you mustn't come here. I'll wreak a little havoc and be back home soon, so it'll be fine. Hatchin, Kami whispered. Macro started up again. Hey, Kami, I'm about to sell off your buddy. Octopus fishmen are rare, so he's worth a fortune. If you want to come save him, you're welcome to. We're 5 kilometers east of Grove 44 in the Sabaody archipelago, at the hideout of the kidnapping gang, the Flying Fish Riders. No, Kami, don't come. Hatchai tried to deter Kami from interfering, but Marco snapped at him, shut up, you octopus, and a punch was heard over the Den Den Mushi. Bye now, Macro finished. The rest of the crew sympathized with Kami, except for one rubber brain. So, where's the takoyaki? Luffy asked, and Frankie and Sanji both hit him on the head. Wait a minute. The voice of the hatching guy on the transponder snail sounded familiar. I must be imagining it. Surely it's not, Nami said as rested her face in her hand. Kami offered to treat the crew to takoyaki another time since she wanted to save Hatchin. Luffy whined, and the cyborg and Cook hit him again. Nami then offered to help Kami save Hatchin in exchange for information about Fishman Island. Kami was really happy, And the boys in the crew were even more eager to help after she said that Hachin's takoyaki was the best in the world. They told Nami the location of the hideout. Kami suddenly went to the side of the ship and called out loudly. There were stars in Luffy's eyes as a school of fish began sticking their heads out of the water. She asked them for directions and she told them that the fish would lead them to the hideout, surprising the crew. They were surprised even more as the fish formed an arrow on the surface of the water to guide them. Zoro came down from his weight training session, and Luffy introduced him to Kami. First one I've ever seen, he said. He erased it. He just erased the memory. Chopper exclaimed. Luffy explained that you were helping her save Hachin, and Kami was worried for the friend. Papug then asked Luffy if they were confident in their skills, and Luffy said yes. He also warned the crew about kidnapping gangs and the human trades in Sabaody. Zoro mentioned that Hachai sounded like a certain octopus fishman he fought before, and Sanji said that if it was really him, he wouldn't save him. Papug then told the crew about Duval, and Luffy promised Kami that they would save her friend before asking Brook to play music. The fish forming the arrow suddenly scattered, informing Kami about the flying fish riders. Luffy rocketed himself to the Sunny's head, and Kami told him to look up. The 3 flying fish riders swooped past the Sunny, and Luffy was impressed that the fish were flying. The fish suddenly dropped a few bombs, but Zoro and Luffy managed to detonate them. I hate bombs, Zoro muttered. The crew was surprised when the flying fish riders suddenly flew away. Luffy said he wanted to ride one, while the others were trying to figure out why they just retreated. Sanji wanted to fight them, and admitted he was surprised when they came from the sky. Usopp suggested bringing the cannons out, and Frankie agreed. Papug and Kami were leaning on the railing, worried for Hachai. When they arrived at the hideout, they saw someone in a cage hanging above the sea. Usopp told them that it was probably a trap after Papug suggesting they grab Hachai, and Frankie noted that they were probably watching them. Hachin told them he was fine, but Kami and Papug freaked out seeing as Hachin was all black. Hachin told them to turn back. Zoro, Nami and Sanji all agreed that he seemed like the octopus fishman Zoro fought, and Sanji yelled, "Hey, how's Arlong doing?" Arlong-san. Well, he and Chu and Kirubai were all captured by the Navy. I was the only one to break out. And now I'm running a takoyaki shop like I always dreamed of doing. Hachai replied. Zoro and Nami sighed as Luffy muttered, Arlong, before he started screaming, "It's you, Octopus?" The newer 4 members of the crew were confused, so Usopp told them how Nami's hometown was controlled by fishermen pirates, bribed a marine officer to take away all on her money, and how they defeated them. Luffy yelled that he didn't want to save Hachai, but he wanted to eat his takoyaki, to which Sanji said, "Don't waver between your reason and your appetite." Kami wanted to know if they were friends before, but Zoro flashed a scary face at her and told her they were not. The Straw Hats were ready to leave, and Hachai said that it was okay. Yet, Kami and Papug insisted on rescuing him, and dived into the water, only to be caught in less than a minute. Sanji wanted to save Kami, but Nami told him to wait. They saw Hachai banging his head against the cage, desperately trying to escape. Nami smiled and said, "It's okay. We'll set Hachai free too." Much to the confusion of the crew. Hachai's alright. He's actually harmless. Besides, this isn't what we promised Kami. Sanji was swooning over her again, while the rest of the crew just accepted her decision, seeing as she had the worst relationship with the fishmen. Luffy grabbed Kami and Papug and landed on the shore. Hachai kept thanking him, and Luffy ordered Zoro to cut the rope on his cage. Many flying fish riders suddenly burst out of the water, flying into the air. As they were flying around, Luffy suddenly grabbed one and flew to it, and threw its original rider off. The flying fish riders threw more bombs onto the Sunny, and Sanji kicked the bombs into the sea. Sanji mumbled about how he wouldn't forgive them if they hurt the women, and about how meddlesome bombs were. The Sunny's sails were pulled up on Nami's orders, and the flying fish riders dived underwater, bringing Luffy with them. Luffy started floundering in the water, and Chopper and Brook dove in to try and save him. "You idiots," Frankie yelled as he and Nami dove in to fish out the 3 devil fruit users. He then asked Chopper and Brook why they would try to save him, seeing as they couldn't swim. The macro pirates started coming closer to the shore, and Hachai was desperate to save them. Zoro cut through the bars of his cage and his ropes, freeing him. Hachai yelled at the macro pirates and used his takoyaki punch to knock all 3 of them out simultaneously. After reuniting with Kami and Papug, a flying fish rider tried to attack them, but Zoro intercepted the attack. He then told them to go back to the Sunny. Chopper and Usopp brought out a cannon, and took out 3 flying fish riders in a go. A flying fish rider waving a club just started heading straight for the Sunny, and Sanji and Luffy jumped into the air. Luffy used Gamu Gamu no Balloon to hit the flying fish, and Sanji kicked the flying fish rider off the fish. Luffy brought the fish to the ship, and said that it was going to be their dinner. Nami called out to Usopp, just as he turned his head and avoided a flying fish rider in the nick of time. The flying fish riders kept flying around the Sunny, but Brook jumped off the mast and into the air and said, "Nimuru to flank." He used his sword to strum his violin and made the 3 flying fish riders, as well as Luffy and Chopper, fall asleep. He then started running on the water with his sword behind his back, cutting 2 of them. Another 3 flying fish riders tried to chase after him, but they fell into the water as Brook dodged their attempts. Seeing another flying fish, Luffy grabbed onto it, but found both the rider and the fish asleep. They crash-landed on one of the buildings, and Luffy found himself in Duval's room. Seeing his massive stature, Luffy's hair stood on its end. Zoro was panting from all the accumulated hits from Kuma and the Marines. Brook knocked out another 2 more flying fish riders before finding himself sinking. He threw himself onto the shore in the nick of time and said, "I have reached my limit. I have a muscle cramp, though I do not have any muscles to have a cramp in." Zoro complimented him for taking out the flying fish riders before continuing to pant. "Zoro-san, as I thought, your injuries from Thriller Bark still haven't healed. You were also stabbed in the gut a week ago," Brook stated, and Zoro declared that they wouldn't defeat him. Hachai then defended Zoro from an attack from behind. A flying fish rider popped out from the water and tried to hit Hachai, but Brook intercepted it and Zoro slashed the flying fish rider. Frankie misheard some of the flying fish rider's instructions as pervert and delinquent, casuing Sanji and Usopp to yell at him. Nami and Robin were on top of the crow's nest and lured a few flying fish riders into her thunderstorm using Mirage Tempo, shocking them senseless. Robin broke the spine of a flying fish rider, saying, "Das Mono, clutch." In his form, Chopper used Kokute Diamond, taking out a flying fish rider. A flying fish rider tried to shoot Frankie, but they just deflected off his metal body. Noticing him, Frankie used Strong Hammer and knocked the flying fish rider into the air. On Sabaody Grove number 10 near the port. "Captain, I think there is a bar around here." A pirate ran up to a man with flame-red hair and goggles. "Okay, the rest of you can do what you want. Just come back to the ship at 10 tonight. Come on, Killer, Heat, Wire. Let's go," the redhead said. "Yes, Captain," the 3 said pirates replied. The 4 pirates walked into a bar, and the people inside froze up, unsure if they should move or run, considering both had horrible outcomes. "Relax, we just want some booze." Kid smirked and glared at some patrons. Yes, sir, the poor waiter was scared out of his mind, and immediately offered the 4 kid pirates a seat. They immediately ordered lunch and some booze and began chatting loudly amongst themselves. Shivering, the rest of the patrons quickly finished up their meals and paid, before leaving. They were terrified of the kid pirates, considering their streak of hurting civilians. They continued laughing and drinking, ignoring the others. Outside a bar. I see a bar here. Let me get something to eat." A winged man mumbled. "You guys can hang around and do whatever you want," he told his crew, and walked into the bar. He was met with the sight of an empty, noisy bar. Hiruj looked around and noticed Kid and his 3 crew members in a corner of the bar, drinking. He looked in their direction, and Kid felt the urge to stare right back. Realizing who he was, he smirked and said, "Mad Monk Hiruj, 180 million berry bounty." "Meh, I was hoping for someone with a larger bounty." "It does not matter," Hiruj replied, and sat at the table in the opposite corner of the bar. On Grove number 7. "My cards say that my life would become more interesting in the afternoon at a bar in Grove number 10. Hawkins mumbled, looking at his cards. "I'll have lunch first and then check it out. It is called Supernova, according to my cards." On Grove number 15. "Hey, find the best bar here." A pink-haired girl yelled as she ripped the meat off a drumstick. "Yes, Captain," her crew yelled and ran off. A few minutes later, they came back and said, "Apparently the best bar is in Grove number 10, called Supernova. It's not too far from here, since we are in Grove number 15. "All right, I'm going there next," the girl exclaimed, swallowing a huge bowl of udon. Bonnie jumped off her ship and headed to Grove number 10. Seeing the bar, she immediately made a beeline for it. Barging open the doors, she promptly sat down and ordered a ton of food. "Bonnie the big eater, I suppose," Hiruj mumbled. Another 100 million bounty plus," Kid grumbled. Bonnie heard them and turned to look at the commentors. "Eustace Captain Kid, Massacre Soldier Killer, and Mad Monk Hiruj," she asked, stunned. On Grove number 20. Let's find a bar from Grove number 1 to number 29, since it's the lawless area. I believe there is a good one in Grove number 10. I'll go check it out," Drake murmured, and let his crew wander off. He walked over to Grove number 10 and found the bar, before slowly pushing open the doors. He was rather surprised to see 4 infamous pirates sitting inside. "As long as I do not attract any attention, I'll be fine," he thought. No such luck though. Finally, someone whose bounty is more than 200 million beris. Kid smirked. "Red flag X Drake, if I'm not wrong," Bonnie said, and went back to eating. "Where do you put all that food?" Drake mumbled, and sat down between the kid pirates and Hiruj. On Grove number 23. "Woo, let's grab some booze. All that singing makes my throat sore," a man with 2 elbows said, and coughed. Captain, we're out of sake. A man with a pink hat said. We are. Go have fun. I'll find a bar and have a drink. The captain replied, and coughed some more. Apu walked off the ship, coughing. He heard rumors from the people around him. I hear Eustace Kid is in a bar in Grove number 10. He's with Killer, right? I think so. Smiling, he headed in the direction of Grove number 10. He found the bar and pushed open the doors. And here we have another 100 million plus bounty. At least his is almost at the 200 mark. Kid grinned. You must be Sea Roar Scratchman Apu. Drake commented. Sure am, he said, coughing, and immediately ordered some beer. Outside the bar. There's a bar here. Law said. I smell trouble. Are you sure letting the rest of the crew enjoy themselves is safe? I mean, they don't have bounties, but they can be used as leverage. Ippo mumbled. Come on, it can't be as bad as that last island, right? Penguin said and pat Bippo on the back. Hey, you think that kid's okay? I mean, he couldn't even breath on his own. Shachai whispered. I don't know. Hopefully. He's a nice kid. His crew says he's crazy though. Penguin replied. You have no idea. Law thought as he pushed open the doors to the bar called Supernova. As he did so, he heard a sure am, followed by coughing and a beer order. You know, beer isn't good for someone with a sore throat. Law said. All the heads turned to Law. So you made it, Surgeon of Death Trafalgar Law. Kid smirked. And you have a pretty impressive bounty. 200 million Baris. You're not so bad yourself, Eustacia. Law grumbled, and ordered some food for his group of 4 pirates. At Grove number 1. I'm hungry. A man smoking a cigar mumbled. He promptly stood up when he saw a man running around yelling. This is bad. I hear Kid, Killer, Yuruj, Bonnie, Drake, Apu and Law are all at Grove number 10. Rolling his eyes, Bijah headed over to Grove number 10. At Grove number 7, Hawkins finished his lunch and headed over to Grove number 10. Entering the bar, he noticed the 7 infamous pirates. So, I suppose this is the interesting part, he mumbled. He took a seat and Drake mumbled, another infamous pirate. I have a feeling all 11 of us would end up here. Hey, Hawkins, you think he will come? Law asked the fortune teller. I do not feel inclined to predict the chases of that, let alone answer that. Hawkins replied, and took a seat, ordering some sake. At this moment, Bijah walked in and ordered a drink, so we really do have an infamous pirate gathering here. Yeah, by luck or by chance, I don't think anyone called this meeting. Killer growled. You think Roronoa Zoro would come? Bonnie asked while downing a pizza. Maybe, maybe not. Depends on his captain. Heard he's loyal. Drake mumbled. Not very high, honesty. Hawkins made a prediction about Mujiwara's chances of surviving yesterday. And it was a damn low number. Even if he did, Law replied. Chances? Drake asked. 0.00000000. There were a lot of zeros. Law stated. It was 0.000000000001%. There's a very high chance he's dead. Hawkins replied. Kid whistled and said, wow, I'll be damned if he shows up. The 8 pirate crews eventually started to make small talk, and several conversations were going on at a time. Luffy ran about as he dodged an onslaught of harpoons being fired by Duval as he was chased by a cow monster called Montebaro. He quickly found Zoro's group and told them to run. Duval said he was happy because he wanted to kill someone from the Straw Hat Pirates. Pirate Blackleg Sanji, I really wanted to meet you. Duval said. Sanji was confused and he didn't know what he did to piss him off. Duval got mad and fired a lot of harpoons at the Sunny, breaking part of the railing. The harpoons began emitting a purple gas, and Duval revealed them to be poisonous. Luffy told Zoro that he knew and would recognize Duval under his mask, leaving him confused. He then kicked Duval's helmet off, revealing a face that looked like Sanji's badly drawn wanted poster, except for the eyebrow. The entire crew was shocked, and Sanji dived into the water and swam to shore. Duval kept blaming Sanji for all his misfortunes, but Sanji just kicked him and yelled, like I care. The 2 blondes ended up yelling and glaring at each other, while Frankie sympathized with Duval and Chopper saying that Sanji was upset about the poster. Hachai and Zoro said they looked the same, like 2 peas in a pod. Brook began laughing as he goes down on his knees and repeatedly hit the ground. Sanji yelled at him and Luffy, and then began saying how Duval could have changed his looks to avoid being recognized. Duval smacked his fist into his palm, and Sanji called him a moron. Duval then told Sanji his history, and blamed Sanji, but he just grabbed Duval by the neck and asked why he threatened Nami and Robin. Duval said that it was also his crew's fault that he was infamous, and shoot more harpoons at Sanji. He dodged them all, and 3 flying fish riders shot out of the water. Sanji kicked one of the riders, but the remaining 2 trapped him in a net to drown him. Zoro had to stop Luffy from running into the water, and Hachai jumped into the sea to save Sanji. Duval yelled that the flying fish were faster than fishmen. Kami then dived in to save Sanji while Papug explained that while flying fish were faster than fishmen, they can't beat a merman. Kami swam after the 2 flying fish riders, as another group pulled a huge anchor out of the sea and attempted to drop it on the Sunny. Seeing this, Frankie dragged Usopp and said, "You get on the bow." Confused, Usopp just followed his orders, while the rest of the Straw Hats panicked. "We're going to use our secret weapon. Believe in this ship." The mane of the Sunny's figurehead started rotating, much to Usopp's shock. Emergency evasion secret weapon. Chicken voyage, and pulled a lever, causing the ship to be propelled backwards in the nick of time. Frankie then ordered Usopp to go inside the prow, and the mouth of the figurehead opened, revealing a cannon. "Awesome!" Chopper and Luffy yelled with stars in their eyes. The machinery started pumping the cola barrels, and Usopp aimed the cannon at the Flying Fish Riders' hideout. The mouth of the cannon started glowing white, and Usopp pressed the lever. Gaon-hu, fire! A powerful pressurized blast of air came flying out and smashed into all the Flying Fish Riders in the way, and crashed into the hideout. After that, all the smoke was blown away, to reveal a thrashed Flying Fish Rider hideout, a lot of fallen Flying Fish Riders, and a very impressed Luffy, Brook, and Usopp. It used 3 barrels of cola to prevent the ship from being blown away, and uses 2 barrels worth of coop to burst from the cannon. It uses a ton of cola, so don't overuse it, Frankie explained as he drank a bottle of cola. Deep underwater, Kami saved Sanji and had tied the 2 Flying Fish Riders with the steel net. As she surfaced, Nami and Chopper asked her if Sanji was alright, revealing that Sanji had a massive nosebleed as Kami was grabbing him and pressing him on her chest. Usopp and Nami mumbled that it was fine. Duval was pissed that Sanji was still alive, and Luffy said, "Well, it looks like your subordinates are useless now, doesn't it?" Angering him even more. "Why, you? Then, I guess you should learn how terrifying Madabaro is. Up until today, I've lost count of how many fools have been impaled by his giant horns. They say his horns have even managed to destroy village dams. Put him in a cage, and he'll break straight out. The only reason I've been able to escape from the Navy all this time is because of this guy's horns. They call him the Heart-Smashing Horns." Duval yelled and ordered Madabaro to charge at Luffy. Luffy used both his hands to stop Madabaro's charge, and unknowingly used Conqueror's Haki. Madabaro slowly stepped away from Luffy, and started sweating. Zoro mentioned that it was acting strangely, and it threw Duval off itself before collapsing. The entire crew was confused. "What?" Frankie asked. "He lost consciousness." Usopp yelled. "What just happened?" Nami was bewildered. "Luffy, what did you do?" Also confused, Luffy replied, "I didn't do anything. It doesn't seem like he attacked it. It seems like Luffy won the cow over by talking to it." Robin mused, and Nami stared at her. "What? You mean he psyched it out? But that huge thing just fainted." Usopp shouted, "Is that even possible?" Frankie asked. Duval growled at Luffy and he prepared to fight. Sanji, however, wanted to finish it himself, seeing as it started from his badly drawn wanted poster. Duval yelled at Sanji and told him he'll never find peace as long as he was a pirate, and shot harpoons at Sanji. Sanji gracefully dodged the spears and kicked Duval. Will, Ness, Zhao, Bouch, Dents, Menton, and delivered a flurry of kicks to Duval's face. He finished Duval with Parrot's shot and kicked Duval's face even more, and a well-aimed kick sent him flying back, his head under a building. "Taste the classiness of my finishing attack, and end your misery, you shitty bastard," Sanji yelled. The rest of the Flying Fish Riders stared as Duval got up, and one handed him a mirror. This is wah, what happened to me?" Duval exclaimed at his reflection. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats were eating lunch at Hatchai's takoyaki boat. Hatchai and Kami kept making takoyaki and Luffy was eating them at a quick pace, downing 4 trays in an instant. Sanji complimented Hatchai's cooking. Usopp mentioned that it was impressive that he runs the business from a ship. Chopper was stuffing his mouth and Brook said it was his first time eating takoyaki. Hatchai said that they could eat all they liked for free since they saved him, Kami and Papa. "So, how about you, Nami? How does it taste?" he asked, and Luffy and Sanji both froze up. Nami said she wouldn't forgive him for anything, and Hatchai started waving his arms in protest, until Nami said, "They're really tasty," and smiled. Tears were flowing out of Hatchai's eyes, and he kept making takoyaki. "Hey, you guys, young master," a voice called out. "Who's that?" Zoro asked, and Robin commented that his voice was familiar. Duval appeared, riding Madabaro on the surface of the water, but none of the Straw Hats recognized him, as his looks were totally different from before except for his eyebrows, where the curly ends were still shown on the ends. "I altered his bone structure," Sanji casually said. "Now he can't complain to me again." "Wow, Master Blackfoot, when I woke up after you kicked the crap out of me, were we ever surprised? You made me this handsome." And Duval started talking while staring at his mirror. Duval then offered to help the Straw Hats since they changed his face, so he wouldn't be hunted down by the Navy, and tried to wink, though he failed. "Hey, teach me to swim," Luffy exclaimed and jumped off Hatchai's boat, though Duval caught him mid-air and tossed him back onto the boat. "You're a devil fruit user." He then caught sight of Nami wiping her lips and started flirting with her. He then gave Sanji his Den Mushi number and rode off, yelling, "Let's go, Rosy Life Riders." Soon, all the Straw Hats were stuffed, and Hatchai was exhausted. They made their way onto the Sunny, and Hatchai and Kami both explained that they needed help going underwater, seeing as they couldn't handle the pressure. Hatchai then explained that Fishman Island was directly below Mariewa, in a huge hole under the Red Line. They needed to coat their ship in order to get to Fishman Island. "Hey, I need to learn to swim," Luffy said and tried to jump off the Sunny, but Frankie caught him. "Not now, idiot." The Straw Hats then arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, Grove number 41. Luffy was excited by all the bubbles, and Nami commented that it was pretty. Kami explained that the bubbles were emitted by the island, and Nami realized that log pose was still pointing to Fishman Island. Hatchai explained that the Sabaody archipelago was a bunch of mangrove trees, and wasn't an island, and each tree had its own towns and facilities. The grove number was written on the trees, and they docked. Hatchai told them to remember the number of the grove, so that they could get back to the ship. "Hey, Hatchai, think you can take care of the ship for a while?" Luffy asked the fishman. "Yeah, I think so," he replied, and Luffy smiled. He grabbed his crew with a rubbery arm and grabbed a tree with another. The Straw Hats freaked out. "Shit," Zoro mumbled, knowing what was to come. "Take care of the Sunny," Luffy yelled, and rocketed his crew and himself into the Sabaody archipelago. The Straw Hats landed in Grove number 13. "Geez, do you have to do that every time?" Zoro mumbled and rubbed his head. "How could you just leave the Sunny like that?" Frankie yelled at Luffy. "Don't worry, he's a good guy." Luffy smiled. "Let's have some fun." "Hey, you guys are pirates, right?" a man asked. Luffy nodded, and he replied, "Good. You guys need to stay within Grove number 1 to Grove number 29. These are the lawless areas, so there are no marines." Luffy thanked them and they went on their way. The 9 pirates then went around the groves, fighting bounty hunters and other no-name pirates. They went shopping, and Nami bought some jewelry after much haggling. They ate some snacks, like ice cream and fried sea king meat. They eventually found themselves at a casino. "Come on, I haven't been to a casino before," Luffy urged and dragged his crew into the casino. "All right, we can play a bit. I've changed some money for tokens," Nami yelled, and gave each member 50 tokens. They went around as a group, since it was a large and crowded casino, and they didn't want to get lost. Even Luffy, who always strays, stayed with the group. They started off with simple games, where Brook, Usopp, and Chopper used up their tokens. That was fun. Chopper squealed. They then headed over to the poker tables, where Frankie, Nami, Robin, and Sanji participated. Nami and Robin ended up winning some games, while Frankie and Sanji used up their tokens. Brook kept asking Zoro how to play. "Nami, I want to go to slot machines." Luffy whined. "Why? Those games are rigged. You'll never get anything." Nami huffed. "Come on, please," and he stared at Nami and pouted. "Fine." The group then headed over to the slot machines. "Look, there's a 5-slot machine. I want to play." Luffy ran over and sat down. All the other people in the casino stared at him. "He's actually playing. He's going to lose so badly. That is the worst machine here." Hearing the rumors, Nami tried to stop Luffy, but he had already popped the coins into the machine. The slots started spinning, and first 3 slots ended up being the same. Some tokens fell out of the machine, stunning everyone. He actually wanted a 5-slot machine. No way. Oblivious to everyone else, Luffy kept putting tokens into the machine. Tokens flowed out at every spin. And eventually Nami had to complain that the machine ran out of tokens. More and more people crowded around to watch the lucky teen. The Straw Hats had to grab a lot of baskets to keep the tokens, and eventually they had to get bags. "One more, Luffy. We've been here a long time." "I'm thirsty," Usopp mumbled, his throat parched from all the yelling. The crowds made Chopper hot and sweaty, and Frankie carried him on his head. "Okay, Usopp," Luffy said. He was getting sick of it anyway, since staring at a bunch of spinning dials weren't very entertaining. Luffy put the tokens into the slot. The slot started spinning, and first 2 slots were the same. The third one ended up the same, and the 4th one and the 5th one. Tokens started flowing out of the machine, and the crowd's jaw dropped. "E .1 the jackpot on the 5 slot machine. He's insane. What luck." Damn, the Straw Hats had varied reactions. Nami was cheering as she collected the tokens, and Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper were so surprised. "He actually won?" Chopper asked. Zoro merely said, "Come on. If you think about it, he's pretty lucky." "Yeah, remember the previous island? He was lucky to survive," Frankie added. Robin just covered her mouth and laughed. And Brooke stated, "I've never seen someone win a jackpot before, on a slots machine no less." They had received a glare from the person changing their money, but they all ignored it. After exchanging all their tokens at the counter, Nami announced, "All right, we have a lot of money now, and we're all parched. Let's find a bar and get a drink. And maybe some food." Robin said, "Let's head over to Grove number 10. We haven't been there yet. I believe it is in that direction." a passerby stated when Frankie asked about the grove's location, with an added, pervert comment. Luffy, no, Zoro yelled as Luffy wrapped his hand around the entire group. Luffy, Nami, Usopp and Chopper squealed. Thanks, Austin. And the Straw Hat Pirates rocketed off. Luffy, we're falling, Robin stated as they flew all the way to Grove number 10 and landed in a building, making the ceiling cave in. In the bar, a loud crash was heard above the entrance, making the supernovas all look up. The ceiling suddenly fell down, and plaster rained down from the hole, raising a cloud of dust. What the? Drake mumbled. The hell? Kid growled. Popo and Killer immediately got into a defensive stance, and Law raised his hand, ready to use room. Hawkins promptly whipped out his cards to access the scenario, and Apu, Uruj, Bonnie and Bajé got ready to fight. That was super. Just try not to crash into buildings. We'll end up dying if you keep doing that. A female's voice was heard as 9 silhouettes appeared out of the dust. Law muttered, they sound familiar, but, as he and Popo relaxed, what? It's the fastest way to travel. A whine was heard. The 4 Heart Pirates' eyes widened as the dust slowly dissipated, revealing the Straw Hat Pirates. Drake suddenly started shivering and sweating. Hawkins stared at the pirates, dumbfounded. The rest of the supernovas just raised an eyebrow. You could kill us. We're not rubber like you know. Nami retorted and lightly bonked Luffy's head. You're, Law stuttered, staring at Luffy, who was pouting at Nami. Hearing Law's voice, Luffy turned and saw the captain of the Heart Pirates. Torao, he yelled and rushed over to him. Torao, haha. Kid snickered when he heard the nickname. Luffy suddenly skidded to a stop and asked, Hey, Torao, is your leg okay now? Yeah, it is. Hey, Law yelled as Luffy suddenly jumped up and hugged him. That's great. Luffy laughed and clung onto Law. Let go of mugi. Can't breathe, Law tried to say as Luffy's hug slowly suffocated him. Sorry. Luffy smiled as he jumped off Law. But you know, Torao, I was so worried. You couldn't support your own weight when I last saw you. That was a week ago, when I was running with an almost broken knee, Mugiwara. Plus, you shouldn't be worried, since your condition was worse than mine. I mean, you ate a grenade. Law grumbled. You what? Nami, Usopp and Chopper yelled. Robin and Brook stared at Luffy, shocked. Frankie was stunned and didn't notice as his sunglasses slipped off his nose. Sanji and Zoro just sighed. The rest of the pirates, minus Law, let their jaw drop. He ate grenade. Uruj asked. Who the hell would do that? Bonnie questioned, momentarily forgetting her food. I get that he's rubber and it wouldn't kill him, but why would he do that? Bajé wondered. Is he crazy? Kid asked. Bippo, Shachai and Penguin were stunned. Drake shivered even more violently. That does not explain the low living chances. Hawkins muttered. I'm going to assume you didn't tell them, considering their reactions. Lamb mumbled. Why didn't you tell us? Chopper yelled. You didn't ask. Luffy replied. Regardless, you should have told us whether or not we asked. Why didn't you? Nami shrieked in his ear and bonked him on the head. I forgot. Luffy whined, earning another punch on the head. Please tell me it is a lie. Usopp begged. Please, he can't lie to save his life. Nami groaned. Why would I lie about it? It didn't taste good anyway. Luffy grumbled. That's the least of your worries. The cowardly trio yelled. How on earth do you forget that you had eaten a grenade? Kid yelled in disbelief. I think it was because I fell into a volcano before it detonated. Luffy thought out loud. Hey, you're big. And your hair is cool. Like fire. Huh, Kid muttered. How did my hair get involved in this? Luffy bro, you do know that the volcano was filled with sea stone, right? Frankie said. Oh yeah. Luffy exclaimed. I remember now. That woman said something about sea kings too, right? Off man, I want to eat sea king meat now. Eating had nothing to do with the volcano. She said it could kill a sea king instantly, idiot. Sanji yelled and kicked Luffy on the head. Sanji, I'm hungry. Luffy whined. The present supernovas just stared at the Straw Hats. That explains the 0.0000000000001% survival chance yesterday. Hawkins muttered, impressed. This crew is crazy. Bajé muttered. These Straw Hats would make good enemies someday. Kid smiled. Killer grunted. Mugiwara, stop thinking about food. Law sighed. Bonnie continued eating. Nope, you just woke up last night and recovered this morning, which is surprisingly quick, considering for the past 4 days you couldn't even breathe. We should have known better than to let you rocket us around Sabaody. Chopper mumbled. How did you get here in a day? Bippo asked. Serpent currents, Nami said, and bonked Luffy on the head a few more times, yelling, What the hell were you thinking? You could have killed yourself. How the hell are you alive? Drake yelled. You Straw Hats are all crazy. Please tell me you didn't defeat Crocodile and Gecko Moria, as well as get out of the G8 base at night and wreck Denai's lobby for Nico Robin, the Demon of Ohara, and now Serpent Currents. The aura in the air suddenly turned murderous. Nami, Chopper, and Usopp stepped away from their captain and Luffy's straw hat was on his head, shadowing his eyes. Luffy walked in Drake's direction, and the Supernovas and their crewmates instinctively stepped away, making a path for the furious captain of the Straw Hats. Luffy stopped in front of Drake, his eyes still shadowed. He then raised his arm, his hand clenched. He then stared at Drake and said, "Robin is not a demon, you bastard," while hitting Drake on the head at every word. "Luffy, it's all right," Robin said. "Oh, okay." The murderous aura disappeared and everyone else let out the breath they were holding. Luffy then glared at Drake and growled, "Say anything like that about my crew again and I'll rip you apart." He then bounded back to Sanji, yelling, "Sanji, there's a kitchen here. I want meat. And this isn't my kitchen, you shitty captain." Was heard. To be honest, he doesn't seem like the captain. That orange-haired girl keeps hitting him. His cook insults him. His swordsman ignores him. The Tanuki killer was interrupted by Luffy. Chopper isn't a Tanuki. He's a reindeer. Whatever. Reindeer. And the long-nosed guy yells at him. The large guy keeps talking about weapons and the skeleton keeps making jokes. And then there is Nico Robin. "Rook, help me catch Luffy. Even though he's recovered, I'm pretty sure those wounds will reopen if he keeps running around and rocketing himself around." Chopper yelled, "Rook, you mean that guy from the Rumbar Pirates that disappeared over 50 years ago?" Apu asked. "That guy's got great music. It warms my heart to see a fellow musician who knows about the Rumbar Pirates. Although I have no heart." "Yo-ho-ho-ho," Brook joked, and Killer nudged Kid, whispering, "You see what I mean?" Luffy, catching sight of Killer, ran up to him and yelled, "Hey, cool mask. And are those blades on your arms? Are you a swordsman?" "Wait, those aren't swords. But anyway, that thing on your arms look cool. Can I try?" "No," Killer said. "Oh, come on," Luffy whined. "No," Killer growled, and to prove his point he let the blades rotate and tried to threaten Luffy. It failed. Luffy's eyes lit up and he shouted, "That's so cool. I want to try. Frankie, do you think you can make something like this?" And grabbed Killer's arm and raised it to let Frankie see. "Yeah, I can super make that. Give me a day or two and I can figure it out." The cyborg yelled, "Drake, is it? Weren't you a former Marine? Why are you a pirate?" Robin asked. "Why should I tell you?" Drake mumbled. "Fair enough," Robin said, and went back to the crew. "Why the hell did you eat the grenade?" Nami yelled, after Chopper had reverted to his beast form. "You already lost a lot of blood, and had a punctured lung. You also had sea stone in your blood, and were on top of a volcano filled with sea stone. Why did you eat it?" Luffy whined. "It was either we all die, including Toro's crew," Kid managed to bite back a laugh, "or I die. The choice was simple, really." "Wait, you were there?" Bonnie asked, looking at Law. "Who the hell did this?" "Marines," Law said. "Damn corrupt ones." "There's more to it." Zoro spoke up, catching everyone else's attention. Luffy became quiet and just looked at the floor. After a while, he spoke up. "Because I didn't want you guys to die," he muttered softly. "Then you're weak. You fear death, Kid." "No pirate can fear death," Kid snorted, "especially the captain." Memories raced through Luffy's mind. "Never let me hurt them. You had 6 Nakama in your crew, correct? Just before you arrived, that number went down to 5. While you struggle, another of your Nakama is disappearing. Stop it. Robin, 2 arrows, SANJI. Since you can't see, I'll just tell you. The man with the long nose just disappeared. USOPP. The other woman has just disappeared. And Nami, you can no longer move in that state. The very last of you Nakama is starting to fade away. ZORO. Luffy grew angry. "Shit," the Straw Hats thought. "Calm down, Luffy-san." Brook tried to grab Luffy's hand, but he just shrugged it off. "Luffy," Robin tried to stop him, but he continued. He clenched his fist and punched the much taller Eustace Kid into the wall, effectively silencing everyone by his sudden attack. Kid groaned and sat up, rubbing his cheek where Luffy had hit him. Killer ran up to Luffy and pointed his spinning blades at his throat, but Luffy grabbed the blade and tossed Killer away. "What the?" He got past Killer like he was nothing. Heat and Wire murmured. Luffy then grabbed Kid's collar and slammed him against the wall. He growled and yelled, "Shut up. You don't know. You don't know anything. You don't understand how it feels like to be lonely. You don't know how it felt like my heart was going to rip itself apart when I saw my friends get killed. You don't know how it feels when you're the only person on your crew left alive. You don't know how I felt when I thought my crew was dead." As he said this, a wave of power was felt. All the pirates looked like they were on the verge of fainting. "What the?" Frankie muttered. He felt like the power was pressing on his will, slowly and forcefully pushing it down. Kid and Law stared at Luffy in surprise. "Heishoku Haki," they thought. "He has it. Well, he is a D." Luffy let go of Kid, letting him slide to the floor. He then quietened down for a while, before mumbling softly, "I didn't want my Nakama to experience death a second time." But everyone heard looked up, and everyone saw his eyes. They didn't look like one of a 17-year-old, idiotic, silly boy. They were those of a man who had seen too much, experienced too much, felt too much. Everyone was taken aback from his eyes. They never expected this look from the young Straw Hat captain. Wait, so was he the previous captain of a different crew, or was this crew revived? Everyone who was not in the Straw Hat crew thought. What do you mean, second time? Papu asked. The entire crew became defensive. Nami snapped, it's none of your business. You already made Luffy bro upset. Frankie growled. But it's okay now. It's all in the past, Luffy said, and everyone turned to him. He looked in and smiled, because everyone is alive, including me, so everything worked out. Chishishishi, what the hell? It's like his can change the atmosphere like a flip of a switch, thought Drake, and his mood changes are rather erratic. I guess that adds to their craziness. Oi, shitty captain, here, Sanji yelled and gave him a plate piled high with food. Your lucky streak allowed Nami Swan to allow you to eat so much. I swear, at the rate you eat, that flying fish you caught isn't going to be enough. As he finished talking, Luffy had finished the entire plate of food. That's good, Sanji. See what I mean? Sanji yelled, and the rest of the crew sighed, as if it was an ordinary occurrence. The other crew, their jaw dropped. How the hell did he eat that so fast? The supernovas yelled, even Bonnie doesn't eat that fast. Because I'm rubber. Luffy's simple reply came, as if it made a lot of sense. That makes no sense. Kid shouted. Actually it does. Luffy's body is rubber, so he won't choke if he eats too fast. Plus, his body can accommodate all the food by stretching. Chopper explained. I'm not spending any more money on you guys. As for dinner, we have to fish for more. Nami stated, then added. And no, you can't go fishing with the others, Luffy. Why not? Luffy pouted. He acts too childishly at times. The rest of the pirates thought. Because you'll end up jumping into the water again. Nami said. The others blinked, thinking. Wait, what? Did this kid really jump into the water? On his own accord? Come on. I promise I won't jump into the water. Luffy whined. No, you jumped into the sea 6 times today, the first time being an accident. Nami poked Luffy in the chest. What? Not once but 6 times. He's a devil fruit user. He should know better than to go swimming. Is he that suicidal? Was going through everyone's head. I swear, if you go fishing, you'll jump in to try to catch a fish. Nami continued. And if not for your crazy luck, we wouldn't be here in the first place. What crazy luck? Luffy questioned, tilting his head to the side like an owl. You almost got executed in Logtown and was saved by lightning. Then you defeated Mariah right as the sun came up, getting back our shadows in time. Now, at the casino, you won every single time at a 5-slot machine. Zoro sighed. The hell? Everyone yelled. Wait, you mean you're not supposed to win every time at slot machines? Luffy asked, and everyone fell down comically. No, they're designed to make you lose all the time, Mugiwara Law corrected him. Hey, you mean the slot machines are rigged? Luffy yelled. How did you not know that? How many times have you been to a casino? Kid yelled. First time. Luffy stated. That explains it. Drake mumbled. How did you get a pirate hunter as a crew member? Bonnie asked. My boat was destroyed by a whirlpool, so I hid in a barrel. And I woke up on this fat hag's ship. Then I saved Kobe, who wanted to be a marine and stormed a marine base. Luffy said. And you would have failed if I weren't there. You ran in the direction of the exit instead of the base when you saw me in the yard. Zoro smirked. Hey, you were stuck without your swords. And my sense of direction is better than yours. Luffy countered. Is not. Is to. Is not. Is to. Is not. Is to. The two argued, leaving the others sweat dropping at their childish antics. Shut up. You're both equally bad. Nami bonked both of them on the head. No, Zoro and Luffy turned to the navigator and said, frowning. Considering that it comes from someone who thinks a coldish direction is north and someone who can go right when I say go up the staircase. Nami grumbled. That is equally bad. Bonnie commented. The rest just nodded. Come on, let's go. Nami said. Anyway, nice to meet someone with a 300 million bounty. See you around, kid. Kid smirked. Why can you remember my bounty but not my name? Are you stupid or something? Luffy asked, pouting. Why you? Kid growled, and Law chucked, thinking, this payback for laughing at my stupid nickname. You have no right to say that. You can't even pronounce Trafalgar's name properly. Usopp said. Hey, at least I got part of it right. Luffy protested. I don't see how Torao is part of Trafalgar. Usopp shook his head. Come on, we can't leave Hachai and the others waiting. Nami grabbed Luffy's collar. She then plunked a small pouch of billies on the counter, saying, Here, for the food and the damage. The Straw Hats then proceeded to leave. Well, that was interesting. Irus muttered. Why that little brat? I'll crush him when I meet him again. Kid fumed. I have a headache. Killer sighed, rubbing his head. Wire and Heat nodded. What a crazy crew. Drake said. How does his crew stay sane? Law groaned. You tell me. Bippo, Shachai and Penguin muttered. My prediction came true, as expected. Hawkins said, staring at his cards. They're a handful. Bonnie grumbled. I actually got to meet the Brook for the Rumbar Pirates. Apu danced about gleefully. What a bunch of kids, that crew. Vijay sighed. That was eventful. Robin muttered. The Straw Hats were walking back to the ship. It was currently very dark, and Frankie was carrying Luffy, who was thankfully asleep from his sudden use of Heishoku Haki and the soreness of his injuries. I didn't think we would meet such infamous rookies here. I mean, it is the lawless area of Sabaody. But come on, 11 rookies, including us, all meeting at the same place with no warning. Frankie muttered, careful not to make any sudden moves that would awaken Luffy. What was that wave of power just now? Sanji asked. Dunno, probably Luffy. I think it was the same thing with that cow, Zoro said, putting his hands behind his head and yawning. There's the ship, Nami said, pointing ahead. They saw Hachai, Kami and Papeg waving at them. Hey guys, Hachai greeted them when they boarded the ship. We were lucky. When people saw your ship, they were too afraid to board it. You guys are okay, right? Usopp asked. Kami, my dear, no one has hurt a hair on your pretty head, have they? Sanji said and got on one knee in front of the mermaid. Tomorrow I'll take you to my friend. He can coat the sunny for you. Hachai said. Sure, it's pretty late now, Nami stated, then pointed at Luffy. Plus this guy would want to see more of Sabaody. Since Luffy is asleep now, we can go fishing. Sanji, go make dinner. The rest of you better catch enough fish, because when he wakes up, he's going to be demanding meat. Nami ordered, and the rest of the crew went about their duties. They had a hearty dinner, since Luffy was too tired to steal from them and was asleep. They eventually went to sleep, with Brook on watch. The next morning, the Straw Hats all woke up and ate a hearty breakfast, courtesy of Sanji. They then prepared to depart from the ship. Luffy jumped off the Sunny and yelled, I'm first, and ran off. A soap bubble suddenly appeared on the ground in front of him, catching his attention. It popped out of the ground. Cool, he exclaimed. Amazing. Usopp and Chopper ran up behind him and admired the bubble. Luffy jumped on top of the bubble, but it didn't pop and instead supported his weight. It's not popping, Usopp said, and Chopper thought it looked fun. Luffy proceeded to jump from bubble to bubble. These bubbles really are mysterious. How do they work? Robin asked. Papeg explained that the mangrove roots secrete a special resin, and when the roots breathe, the resin expands into bubbles. Robin put her hand of the ground, only for a sticky substance to stick to her hand. Gross, it's all sticky, she commented, and wiped her hands on Usopp's pants, where he yelled at her. Chopper and Usopp were amazed at the scenery, and was glad that for once, Luffy didn't rocket them all over the place. Usopp then yelled at Luffy, who had jumped on so many bubbles that he was very high up. I see an amusement park over there. Let's go. I want to ride the Ferris wheel, and pointed. Chopper and Kami were very eager to go. Kami said that it was her dream to ride a Ferris wheel, but Papeg told her not to, leaving Chopper confused. Luffy jumped on more bubbles and admired the view, but then realized that the bubbles were popping. The bubble he was standing on suddenly popped, and he crash-landed behind Sanji and Kami, creating a dust cloud. Kami was worried, but Sanji reassured her just as the dust cleared, revealing Luffy trying to pull his head out of the ground. Luffy pulled his head out of the ground and squatted, smiling. Man, I was really stuck. Kami looked shocked for a second, before sighing. Nami asked Hachai about the coating of the ship, and Hachai explained that the ship was to be coated in resin, which allows it to go underwater. In exchange, I want you to keep one promise for me, Hachai said, and Luffy agreed. Sometimes, there are world nobles walking around in town. Hachai started. World nobles? Who are they? Luffy asked. Robin answered. Residents of the Holy Land, Mariewa. So what about them? Luffy wondered. No matter what may happen in town, promise me that you will not defy the world nobles, Hachai said, leaving the rest of the crew confused. No matter what happens, Nami asked, trembling slightly. You mean, Sanji said. Understand, even if someone is killed before your eyes, you must pretend you saw nothing. I'll say it once more. You must pretend you saw nothing. Hachai finished and places 2 bandages on his forehead and a cross, covering the symbol of the Sun Pirates on his head. The Straw Hats decided to find the guy to coat their ship, and Sanji and Zoro decided to stay on watch. Frankie and Usopp, however, also stayed behind to refill the cola barrels, leaving a huge pile of empty cola bottles on the deck. Usopp suggested that they go out when they are done, but Sanji insisted on waiting for someone to return, saying that he had volunteered to be Nami's knight to protect her treasure. Zoro, getting bored, ran off the ship, saying he wanted to go for a walk. Stop, Usopp yelled. Don't you dare, you damn bastard. You always get lost. This is an archipelago, you know, Sanji continued. Getting pissed off by the duo, Zoro yelled, I ain't going to get lost. As if anyone could get lost on such straightforward islands as these. All the trees are numbered. Worst case, even a kid could make it back by asking for directions. Oh, Usopp hit his palm with a fist. I never expected you to have such street smarts. We underestimated you. Sanji called out, sorry. Take care. Make sure to ask for directions. Usopp jokingly waved at him. Don't trust yourself. Sanji finished. With a vein bulging on his forehead, Zoro grumbled. I don't know what the hell they are talking about. I just need to remember this tree's number. Number 1. Okay, They can mock me all they want. I'll never get lost on these islands, unlike some other guy with no sense of direction. While trying to find the ship coder, Hachai told Luffy, Nami, Chopper, Brook, and Robin about the World Nobles. The World Nobles are also known as the Celestial Dragons. They act so high and mighty that they wear masks to keep from breathing the same air as common people. Whatever you do, don't defy them. That's one thing you have to promise. Luffy casually replied, sure. There are a couple other things to look out for, too. Like I mentioned before, people heading for the New World gather on these islands. There are many infamous pirates like you here, as well as marines and bounty hunters who are out to catch them. Not to mention kidnappers, Hachai informed. We know about the pirates, Robin mumbled, thinking about the 9 pirates they met the previous day. There's no law here at all against buying and selling pirates. Do anything to stand out and they'll set their sights on you. So be careful whatever you do. The Marines here aren't pushovers, either. Navy headquarters is in the nearby waters, you see. Which is why the bounty hunters are all just as ferocious. He continued, I know someone who won't do that. That is for sure. Nami sighed, looking at Luffy, who looked like he wasn't listening at all, and had placed his hands behind his head as he walked. And one other thing, Hachai said, but Luffy interrupted him, saying, oh, come on. There are too many things to watch out for. Hey, when did you get hurt there? Gesturing to the bandages Hachai had placed on his head. Hachai told him not to worry about it, and to treat both him and Kami as humans. Luffy asked why, but Hachai just said, it'll make things a lot simpler. Robin glanced at Kami, who looked slightly sad, and helped out by saying, we should follow the customs of the culture around here, Luffy. Let's just do as the octopus tells us to. The group then continued their walk, until Luffy came across a bubble and tried to stick his head into it. He eventually managed to do it, along with his arms and then the rest of his body. A man wearing a yellow shirt with pink flowers came up to them and showed them a contraption that allows the user to drive in the air in the bubble. He said, aren't they convenient? The Sabaody Archipelago's exclusive bubble bike. He told them that they could either rent or buy it. And they eventually decided to rent it, resulting in Luffy and Chopper pouting as they wanted to buy it. After some time, Hachai asked Luffy why he fell. He said, oh, well, when I reached the top of the trees, I thought I'd go any higher. But then all the soap bubbles around me suddenly started popping, and then the one I was riding did, too. So I ended up falling. Hachai told Luffy, that's because you left the Sabaody Archipelago's unique atmosphere. This place has a special, unique climate specifically suited to the Yarukiman mangroves. But once you leave that climate, the soap bubbles won't be strong enough to stay whole. Luffy, being Luffy, insisted on buying one. Nami told him, you don't get it, do you? In short, once you leave the island, the soap bubbles will break. It's mysterious, isn't it? What's that? They just mysteriously break. Why didn't you say so right away? He and Chopper spotted a stall selling packaged buns and went to go eat the samples. Halfway through his speech about the buns, Brook came to eat the samples too and asked to open another package. The stall owner, surprisingly, didn't comment about an eating skeleton, but instead snapped at him that they weren't going to buy any. The group made it to Grove number 35, where there were a lot of hotels. Hachai explained that they were for the people waiting to pass the red line through Mariewa. Papa explained that the hotels were made by coating the coat bubbles with a special alloy. Nami pointed out a shopping mall that was at Grove number 30 to Robin and Brook. Luffy and Chopper went back to the stall selling the buns and bought a pennant, 6 boxes of the buns and a key holder respectively. Hachai told them to leave their stuff in a bubble bag, which was a floating bubble attached to a string, and they left for Grove number 30. On their way to the mall, Nami and Robin agreed that Kami was more reserved and wondered what was bothering her. Hachai and Luffy were having a bubble bike race, and Luffy took the lead. Chopper was hanging onto Luffy's bubble bike for dear life, and Brook was going the same to Hachai's. A man with a bomb collar on his neck stumbled into Grove number 31 and grabbed young girl by the neck. She struggled, but was shocked when the man said, please release me. Please, please, please get this off me. I'm going back home. The rest of the bystanders just stared flabbergasted and unsure of what to do. As they approached Grove number 31, and they noticed a commotion, the bystanders had stepped away from the man, who was yelling, I'm begging you. Hey, I'm asking you for a favor here. He continued to shake the poor girls around, and continued, anyone's fine. An axe, a saw, anything will do. Just give me something. I just want to get this thing off my neck. I won't hurt anyone. The girl begged him to release her, tears streaming down her face. Frustrated, the man threw the girl to the ground and yelled, I've given up on going to the New World. I've got a wife and a child back home. I'm begging you, please lend me a hand. I want to go home. Last time I saw my kid, he was still a baby. He doesn't even know what I look like. I'm begging you. Luffy popped out of his bubble as more people stepped away from the poor man, who continued to beg. Hachai told him to not get involved, as he was probably a pirate was caught and sold as a slave. and that his owners brought him here and he attempted to escape. As the man clutched the collar too tightly, it started making continuous ding sounds. He started shaking the ring about. Damn, this ring. If I could just get this off my neck. Damn it. No, stop. Please stop. Hey, damn it all to hell. Kami, Papug, and Hatchai all looked away, while Chopper, Brook, and Luffy continued to look at the man, not knowing what was going to happen. Boom. The collar on the man's neck exploded, leaving a dust cloud, and Luffy was stunned. Kami was trembling, and Hatchai gritted his teeth. As the dust cleared, the man was shown to be on his feet, his face and hands all bloodied, whispering, "Just let me buy some souvenirs and go home. I've given up on being a pirate," and collapsed. "It's a slave that tried to run away. Get away. Don't get involved with him," someone yelled. Brook panicked and said, "Oh, look at that. We have to help him." But Papug stopped him, saying, "Idiot. You promised to not get involved, no matter what, right?" Chopper cried and shrieked, "What's with this city?" Kami said that the celestial dragons were nearby, and Hatchai comforted her before ordering the straw hats off the bubble bikes. Confused, they complied. "They're here," a civilian said, and the rest of the people hurriedly got on their hands and knees. Like them, Hatchai ordered the straw hats to bow, which they did. A dog wearing a bubble helmet walked up to the Bakken slave and urinated on him. "My, how vulgar, Saru." A sickly sweet voice rang out. Luffy glared at the incoming celestial dragons with distaste. "Oh no, father. Yet another one has been broken. Did you make sure to give him his tranquilizer every day?" her father asked. "Why, yes, I did. However, it appears that it does not work on fools like this one," she said as she walked over to the fallen man. "Would you please buy me a new one?" Sighing, her father said, "Your disciplinary skills are truly terrible. You keep destroying my caption collection, one after another." In a haughty manner, she said, "This one is certainly useless. HMPH. So you meet your end amidst crying families and grown men. You are just a mere human." As she continued to kick the poor man, the civilians just looked away, trembling. Luffy gritted his teeth and growled, "He can't even move anymore." The female then pointed her gun at the slave and uttered, "You disgust me." She then proceeded to shot him twice. Chopper and Brook stared in horror, thinking, "What the hell? How can they do that?" Kami shut her eyes tightly, and Luffy tried to run out. "Why that?" But Hatchai managed to stop him in time. "I would like a giant slave next," she said as they walked away. "You should start with a human child," her father told her, but she replied, "But I detest the weak." Hatchai kept his hands over Luffy's mouth and stopped him from attacking the celestial dragons. Damn it, these stupid nobles. Absolutely no regard for other people. Just like Sabo, Luffy internally growled. The Marines came and arrested the former slave, and the group headed to one of the ledges of the island. Brook offered Kami some tea, but she refused. "Think that guy will be all right?" Luffy asked. Hatchai said that he was probably sent to prison, and Chopper wanted to know why the pirate didn't fight back. "Why?" Papug answered. "If you hurt one of the celestial dragons, an admiral from Navy headquarters and a fleet of battleships will come here." Luffy gawked at him. Chopper yelled in surprise, and Brook spit out his tea. "An admiral, Aokiji," Luffy exclaimed. Papug continued, "It could be Akainu or Kizaru. There's no way to know who'd show up. The headquarters is right next to us, after all. What makes those guys so special?" Chopper asked. Papug said, "Those guys are descendants of the creators." "The creators?" Chopper asked, confused. 800 years ago, a group of 20 kings formed the organization known as the World Government. The celestial dragons are their descendants, and over the course of the years, they've come to abuse their incredible influence. Papug gave them a brief summary. "The celestial dragons," Luffy growled in distaste. A bunch of bounty hunters appeared on the ledge above them. "It's him. Yeah, no mistaking it. It's Straw Hat Luffy. He's worth 300 million berry." The bounty hunters charged at the group, who noticed them and attacked. "Gamu Gamu no pistol," Luffy yelled, and punched one of the bounty hunters in the face. Brook charged at another group who commented, "What's with this damn skeleton? I'll exercise you." As Brook jumped into the air, completely evading the attack, he landed, and the bounty hunters attacked him. Brook slashed at two of them, and used Gavat Bond and Avant, knocking out a bunch of them. One tried to hit him from behind, but Brook dodged it and hit him in the gut with the sheath of his sword. Luffy was surrounded by bounty hunters, who said, "He's as fast as a monkey. Be careful," and brandished their swords at him. Luffy merely kicked and punched them, using the recoil from one of his attacks to dodge a slash and knocked him out. Chopper had changed into Heavy Point and swiped away 3 men. One commented that they were strong and attempted to take Kami, who was holding Papug, as a hostage. When she noticed the bounty hunter moving towards her, Kami was frightened and backed away, but fell. Hatchai, who was blocking a slash, called out to her. Luffy used Gamu Gamu no bazooka and sent the man flying, breaking his sword in the process. Hatchai picked up Kami, who thanked Luffy. The group then continued on their way. They commented on the number of bounty hunters that attacked them and the lack of people. Hachai explained that the Sabaody archipelago was huge, and the place they were at has a low chance of having marines. Oh, like the lawless area from Groves number 1 to Grove number 29. Chopper said, yes, I believe you came here yesterday. Grove number 13 is fairly near here. Also look at this. Hachai passed Brook a map, and Luffy slowed down so Chopper could look at it. Hachai then explained the layout of the archipelago, and that they were in Grove number 16. Kami complimented Chopper and Brook for their strength, and Chopper did his little dance on the bubble bike, and Brook made a scold joke. When they reached Grove number 13, Luffy started asking questions about the coding mechanic. They climbed a long flight of stairs and ended up in front of a bar called Shaki's Rip-Off Bar, much to their surprise. Hachai, this place sounds like a total rip-off, Papug said. Hachai said that they were good people he had known since he was a kid. Rayleigh, Shaki, Hachai called as he opened the door, finding a bunch of blotted bodies on the ground, and a woman who was smoking lifting up a bleeding man by his collar, called Shaki. Welcome, what can I do for you? Shaki asked. Oh my, could it be Hachin? Long time no see. That's right, it's been at least 10 years, hasn't it? He said. Just sit down and wait. I've got to finish extorting the money out of these boys here. She told them, and Hachai said, take your time. Papug and Chopper were shocked. She replied, I'll finish it quickly, and punched the man she was holding a few times. Shaki was surprised that Hachai had quit being a pirate, and they had a nice chat. She asked if Kami was Hachai's girlfriend, which she started reacting in a weird manner and overreacted. Shaki then wondered if they wanted anything to eat, only to find Luffy raiding the fridge and Brook eating some beans. Shaki then offered Chopper some cotton candy. Luffy wondered how she knew what Chopper liked to eat. Shaki then said she knew who they were, leading to Kami asking if they were famous. Though, I didn't know you had a skeleton in your crew, or a living skeleton existed, for that matter. She said, oh, I should have introduced myself sooner. I am Dead Bones Brook. It's a pleasure to meet you, Brook said, and gave a small bow. The pleasure is all mine, Shaki said, before picking out and beating the bean that was on Brook's face. Oh, you've got some food stuck here. A chill went up Brook's spine and blushed, before the top of his skull opened, releasing smoke. He spun around on his chair and shouted, Shaki-san, what a nice person. He then stopped and asked for the color of her inner wear, shocking Papug. Shaki was about to answer before Kami interrupted her, but Brook ended up with a nosebleed. Shaki served Luffy some tea before saying, I read an article about you guys, about the Anai's lobby incident. How much of it is true? Is it true that you picked a fight with the government? Whatever, it's too much trouble to tell you. Luffy brushed it off and drank some tea. Not going to brag. What a big shot, Shaki said, and continued, come to think of it, your name is the same as that Marine, Garp, right? Luffy told her that Garp was his grandfather. Shaki told him that she was a former pirate, and used to be chased by Garp, and she spent their time now supporting rookies. The reason why you and Kami-chan came here was to help Monkey-chan and his crew get their ship coated, right? In other words, you've got a job for Rayleigh, right? She then informed them that Rayleigh wasn't around, and was probably in other bars or gambling houses. Gambling houses ... like that casino? Luffy asked. Yeah, I heard the news that a youngster with a straw hat went there yesterday and won a ton of money from the 5-slot machine. I'm guessing that it's you, since few people wear straw hats here, Shaki said. Luffy nodded, while drinking his tea. I don't want to go to another casino. They're too noisy, Chopper commented. Luffy decided, then we'll just wait until he comes back. Shaki told them that Rayleigh hasn't been back for half a year, and the trio decided to look for him. Shaki said that he was probably in the lawless zone, and Chopper shuddered. We don't know what he looks like, so we don't know if we saw him yesterday. Brook said. Shaki told him he was an elderly man with white hair and a short beard, but none of the crew recognized him, mainly because they weren't looking out for anyone in particular. Shaki then suggested Sabaody Park, and group decided to start at the Sabaody Park since they wanted to visit the amusement park there anyway. Shaki told them to be careful. According to my information, now that you arrived, there should be 11 people on the Sabaody archipelago with bounties exceeding 100 million buri. Not counting Monkey-chan and Roronoa-chan, there are 9 others. When you entered the Grand Line, there are 7 paths you could take, and you chose one of them and have been following the log on the path ever since, right? Yeah, Luffy replied and nodded. Of course, there are also people who chose one of the other 6 routes and made it through all sorts of trouble to get here, just like yourselves. No matter what route you take, each of them eventually leads to the Red Line. And to get past that wall, everyone comes to this archipelago. Although it's pretty amazing that all of the world's rookies managed to show their faces here at the same time. In particular, there's Kid, Luffy, Hawkins, Drake, and Law. Hey, we met them yesterday, Brook exclaimed. You did. These names have been decorating the newspapers for some time now. Luffy said he didn't like to read, which Shaki replied, knowledge is power. You should at least learn the names of your rivals. If we're going by bounty value, you're number 2 among them. One of them has a higher bounty than Luffy. Chopper slammed his hooves on the table and shrieked, Capone Gang BGMI, bounty 138 million Buri. The Glutton Jewelry Bonnie, bounty 140 million Buri. The Mage Basil Hawkins, bounty 249 million Buri. Roaring Tide Scratchman Apu, bounty 198 million Buri. Eustace Captain Kidd, bounty 315 million Buri. Red Flag X Drake, bounty 222 million Buri. Mad Monk Urush, bounty 108 million Buri. The Soldier of Slaughter Killer, bounty 162 million Buri. Surgeon of Death Trafalgar Law, bounty 200 million Buri. She said, mentioned that the number of pirates have been reduced to an easily countable number, and that the Grand Line was like a huge survival tournament, and that one of the rookies would become a huge leading figure for the next generation of pirates. Also, the reason why Captain Kidd has a higher bounty than you is because his crew has badly injured civilians. Not to cute right. Because of that, I'm wholeheartedly cheering for your crew, Monkey-chan. Shaki added, he injures civilians. Well, for now, I think I'll just enjoy myself. And grinned. Brook and Chopper looked at their caption in pride. Oh, but if they're all in town, I'm kind of worried about the old mechanic dude. When we met them, they all seemed very strong. But Shaki assured him that Rayleigh was at least 100 times stronger than they were. They then set off to the amusement park, but not before Shaki told them be careful. And even though they were doing something else and won't waste their military resources on a minor problem, so they should stay out of trouble. The group arrived at Sabaody Park, much to Luffy, Chopper, Brook and Kami's delight. Papag wanted to go find Rayleigh, but the rest of them wanted to go on the rides, like the roller coaster and the merry-go-round. They eventually took the Ferris wheel, which Kami enjoyed a lot. She told Luffy that she wanted to come here since she was young, and Papag and Hatcheye only allowed her to come because of the Straw Hat's strength. Hatcheye also admitted that one of his dreams have come true, which was to be able to go to Sabaody Park while they grew up. They took a few more rides before getting some ice cream. Kami told Papag to choose a flavor for her, and she sat on a bench. Unknown to her, a bounty hunter in a pink bear costume came up behind her. At Grove number 24, one of Yuru's crew members pointed out one of the incoming celestial dragons, who was riding on one of his slaves. Having no choice, they had to kneel before them. Apu, BGMI and Bonnie were also there, and also kneeled. Hawkins didn't want to kneel, so he just hid behind a corner, out of sight, but also able to see what would happen. The noble had no idea where his family were, and getting irritated, started to abuse the slave he was riding on. 2 doctors carrying a man on stretcher came running past, and the celestial dragon stood up on his slave to question them. As he walked to them, the nurses told him that the patient they were carrying was losing blood and needed urgent care, and begged for the noble to overlook it. Yes, this is very bad, indeed, the celestial dragon said, seeming to be understanding. In this case, you must be swift, he said, before raising his foot, shocking the doctors. And be out of your misery. He yelled and kicked the stretcher, knocking the man and the doctors over. Please stop, one of the doctors pleaded. The rest of the bystanders looked away and gritted their teeth, upset that they couldn't do anything to help. Talk about utterly selfish, Iruj mumbled. Apu, Hawkins, BGMI and Bonnie looked on in distaste. Which is more important, courtesy towards me, or a commoner's life? The celestial dragon asked, and lifted his head. His guard told him that the commoners owe their existence to the celestial dragons. And the noble caught sight of one of the nurse and claimed her as his 13th wife, and dismissed his first 5 wives. A man ran out of a building, and yelled, she's my fiancé, but was shot in the chest by the noble, and collapsed. The nurse started to call for help, but none of the civilians could, and turned away in shame. Iruj mentioned that they were even worse than the rumors said. The celestial dragon then told the nurse off. Zoro came up behind them, drinking some sake. The rest of the civilians began wondering who he was. Captain Apu, he's an East Blue pirate hunter, one of his subordinates said. I met him yesterday. Pretty sure his name's Rarano Zoro. Bounty, 120 million. Apu muttered. Why is he walking in the middle of the street? Doesn't he know anything? He's going to cause trouble. BGMI's followers said. What is he doing? BGMI thought. Bonnie merely pressed her hand against her forehead, thinking, that idiot. Hawkins looked at Zoro with an interest. Zoro stopped walking when he saw the celestial dragon, who was facing him. What, you need directions or something? Zoro asked, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Stunned, the celestial dragon fired 2 shots at Zoro. Zoro swiftly dodged them and was about to pull out his swords. Whoa, what is he doing? Apu yelled. Zoro was about to cut the celestial dragon before Bonnie leaped at Zoro, pushing him to the side, transforming her age to that of a kid, leaving Zoro confused. Brother, why did you have to die, brother? She pretended to weep and covered Zoro in tomato sauce. Zoro attempted to get up, but Bonnie told him to play dead, which Zoro complied to, not knowing what to do. The celestial dragon was confused, thinking that Zoro had dodged his bullets, but dismissed it. He then led his guards and slaves away. "Why did you get in the way?" Zoro asked, looking at the tomato sauce on his hands. "Huh, don't give me that, you idiot. What the hell were you thinking? Are you trying to attract an admiral to these islands?" Bonnie yelled. Zoro muttered that he was covered in tomato sauce before Bonnie continued. "If you're a pirate, you must know some of the unwritten pirate rules. Don't get us caught up in your trouble." "Trouble? Who are? Wait, I saw you yesterday at that bar. Wasn't there a kid?" Zoro looked around, confused. "Are you even listening to me? You all right in the head?" Bonnie sieged at him. "Oh, yeah, I'm not hurt," Zoro replied, oblivious to the commotion. "You idiot. I'm talking about on the inside. You're a dumbass. A genuine dumbass," she continued, screeching. The civilians just stared at the arguing pirates. "We managed to avoid the worst-case scenario thanks to Jewelry Bonnie. Pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro is a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Their crew is crazy, but attacking a celestial dragon? That really is insane." Vijay grumbled. "It's only natural he was saved. I don't see the shadow of death upon him this time." Hawkins said matter-of-factly. "That bastard unleashed an absurd amount of bloodlust for a moment. He's a beast, that Roronoa Zoro. And to think he serves Straw Hat Luffy." Papu mentioned. "Worth 120 million, yet only number 2 on his ship. He does seem like the type to play second fiddle to anyone, but I guess that goes to show the caliber of his captain, Straw Hat Luffy. I'm not surprised. Their crew is crazy," Iruj muttered, recalling the previous day's encounter of them. "Shut up. You don't know. You don't know anything. You don't understand how it feels like to be lonely. You don't know how it felt like my heart was going to rip itself apart when I saw my friends get killed. You don't know how it feels when you're the only person on your crew left alive. You don't know how I felt when I thought my crew was dead. I didn't want my Nakama to experience death a second time. I'm still interested in that story." Iruj smiled. Zoro asked Bonnie where the hospital was, and put the man who was shot on his shoulder. Surprised, Bonnie told him to leave the man alone, but Zoro ignored her. "What the hell? A pirate that helps people? Ain't ever heard of that before," Bonnie said, exasperated. On the sunny, Sanji, Frankie and Usopp were drinking tea and chatting away while the Den Den Mushi rang. Sanji received it, thinking it was Nami, but realized it was Chopper, bearing bad news. It's Kami. Kami's been kidnapped." Chopper then told them that a kidnapping team probably did it, and they were probably going to sell her. Sanji ordered him to tell him his whereabouts, and told them that he was calling the Flying Fish Riders. After calling them, Duval led his crew to the Sunny. Sanji ordered them to look for Kami, which they gladly did. The Flying Fish Riders, now called the Rosy Life Riders, allowed the trio onto their modes of transportation, and Duval reviewed their plan with Sanji. "First of, we'll pick up the Straw Hats who are spread all over the Sabaody archipelago, and at the same time, we'll also track down the slave traders who took that mermaid." The riders on the Flying Fish immediately took to the skies, and Sanji was stuck with Duval on Montebello, which goes really slowly and couldn't fly. "Is this really okay?" Chopper thought as he walked about, thinking about what had happened. After Sanji told Chopper to stay put, he realized that Hachai, Papug and Luffy had sped off on one of the bubble bikes. "In times like this, it's dangerous for us to get separated, right, Brook?" the reindeer asked the skeleton, who was drinking tea. "You're too relaxed. I was really shocked. Kami was kidnapped, you know. If she gets sold, she'll end up being a slave for the rest of her life." Chopper yelled and rushed up to him. "Chopper-san." Sanji-san was very specific as to what we should do next. "No matter how we spend it, we will still be waiting for a certain amount of time. Frantically rushing about won't gain us anything. If we have to wait anyway, should we not relax while waiting?" Brook said. It made a lot of sense to Chopper, and he relaxed with Brook. On board the Flying Fish, Usopp found Chopper and Brook near the number 5 Den Den Mushi, sitting on a bench. Seeing as they were relaxing, he rushed past them in bewilderment. "Why are you so freaking relaxed?" he yelled at them. Before either of them could react, they sank to the floor. "Usopp-san, please tell me you didn't bring Luffy's stick." Brook mumbled. "Oh, it's in my pocket. Luffy asked me to properly attach that extra piece so it wouldn't fall off." Usopp replied and forced the duo on board a Flying Fish each. They were ordered to check on all the slave trading organizations, and to pick up the rest of the scattered pirates. On the Moby Dick. "Oi Angie, we've arrived at Sabaody. Are you sure you want to find Ace's brother Yoi?" Marco asked. "What harm could it do?" Thatch replied, and slung his arm around the devil fruit user. "Come on." The kid was the last person to see Ace. They're brothers, so we're sure he's on our side, or at least won't fight us. Plus, Ace probably gave him a Viver card, which we don't have. Make it quick. The Marines would get nervous if we stay in paradise. Kurarara. "Listen to Thatch, Marco," Whitebeard said. Sighing, Marco muttered, "Fine Yoi," before he spread his wings and took off. At Grove number 24. "That idiot. Come on. Let's go to an auction house. Maybe we'll see something interesting. Bonnie ordered her crew. They headed towards Grove Number 1. My cards say that there is a 100% chance of a commotion at Grove Number 1, Hawkins said, smiling. Apu and Bijay just followed Bonnie, not knowing what else to do. I'll find that pirate hunter, Iruj muttered, and headed towards the hospital after Zoro. Zoro just sauntered into the hospital and asked for a doctor. One came running up, saying, "Hey, you. This is the general hospital. What's with that guy?" Zoro just said that he was a patient, leading the doctor to examine the man who was shot. This is awful. Let's see, there's no ring around his neck. Zoro just asked, does it matter whether he's got a ring on his neck or not? Yes, if he's a slave, then he probably won't be able to work anymore, so it would be faster just to get a new one. The doctor replied, adjusting his glasses. Zoro pulled out his Wado Ikimanji sheath and all, causing the doctor to fall back. He's just an injured man. Are you going to treat him or not? Zoro growled. Threatened, the doctor said, okay then. I'll see what I can do. Please carry him in here. Iruj, who was outside, saw the entire interaction. He's threatening somebody in order to make sure the man gets treated. What kind of pirates are they? They definitely aren't normal. But I didn't expect this from the first mate of a crew that outrightly challenged the world government and destroyed an ice lobby, he thought. Zoro walked out, ignoring Iruj. This is one messed up island. Guess I'll return to the ship. Grove Number 1, wasn't it? He mumbled, walked away, Iruj following some distance behind with his crew. Luffy was questioning random slave auction houses with Hachai and Papuk. The man at the place they were at told them not to dig too deep into it, but Luffy grabbed him by the collar and hollered at him, "Are you sure nobody tried to sell a mermaid here?" They then looked around the store, saw no trace of Kami and left. On the streets, they were yelling Kami's name as they walked, attracting several pirates and bounty hunters. Hey, there's no need to be so depressed. We'll find Kami. Luffy tried to console Papuk, who was crying his eyes out. Damn it, this is my fault. I knew that the amusement park is the best stop for the slave traders and how much they wanted to capture a mermaid. He thought about him going with the rest of the group to buy ice cream, leaving Kami on a bench. I don't want that to be my last conversation with Kami. He continued to wail and blamed himself. Turning around, Luffy said, I'm not sure I understand, but she was so happy. It was fine to bring her to the amusement park, wasn't it? Papuk protested and said, actually, mermen and fishmen shouldn't even be on this island in the first place. Hachai just wanted to help you guys out no matter what, but was cut off by Hachai. When Luffy questioned them about it, Papuk said, well, you see, Kami and Hachai's enemies here aren't just the slave traders. Every single human being on this archipelago is an enemy. Meanwhile, Robin and Nami were having a similar conversation. Until just 200 years ago, that dark history was reality. Fishmen and mermen were considered normal fish, and were discriminated by humans all over the world. Everyone looked down upon them. Robin started her mini-history lesson. Nami merely asked, those strong fishmen, thinking about Arlong and his crew. Even the strongest creatures are powerless when outnumbered. This continued until the world government decided to lend a helping hand to Fishman Island 200 years ago. Robin finished. Bratty girl. Robin, Frankie called on top of a flying fish. He ordered them to get on a flying fish. And that Kami was kidnapped. Papuk continued to berate himself for even letting Kami onto the Sabaody archipelago. And Hachai apologized for causing more trouble for trying to help, but stopped when Luffy said, what are you guys saying? I never thought you did anything wrong. The three of you are my friends. No matter what might happen, we'll definitely save Kami. So stop crying. Papuk continued crying, though they were tears of joy instead of tears of sadness and shame. The flying fish riders then arrived, and Luffy grabbed Hachai and Papuk before jumping onto the flying fish, saying that they would definitely save Kami. At Grove Number 1, the human auction house was bustling with people. One of the kidnappers dumped Kami there. The two celestial dragons, the ones Luffy encountered, apparently named Saint Rosward and Lady Charlia, arrived at the auction house. One of the workers at the auction house told them, oh my, Saint Rosward, Lady Charlia, welcome. I'm afraid that it'll be hard for everyone to get on their knees while talking inside the hall. The celestial dragons merely said that they didn't mind and the others may bid freely, and were chauffeured to their VIP seats. Charlia said that her brother, Charlos, was late, only for her father to state that it was because he chose to ride on a human instead of a fishman, which are much stronger. As the doors were opened, light entered the hall, causing some people to get a good look at an infamous pirate at the entrance. That's Captain Kidd from South Blue. Compared to the righteous greed of the rulers, the villains of the world seem much more honorable. When scum rules the world, only more scum is born. You don't even understand that. At least we're honest about being bad people, right, killer? Kidd asked his first mate. And got a you're right. In reply, Kidd then suggested that they buy anyone that interests them. But Heat pointed out another infamous pirate in front of them, sitting down. It's Trafalgar Law. he muttered. Law merely looked back at them and smirked cockily, before returning their attention to the stage. His manners are bad, too. Kid grinned. Backstage, Kami was being very roughly handled by the workers at the Out=CDon house, who merely told her to stop struggling because they needed to put a neck ring on her. As a worker walked towards her with a ring, she remembered how the poor pirate had the neck ring explode and struggled more. Disco, the man that owned the auction house, treated Kami like an item, and his followers told him if he wanted to kick Kami, he should do so where it wouldn't show. Kami teared up and yelled, "Haken will definitely come and beat you up." Frustrated, Disco attempted to put the neck ring on Kami himself, but was knocked out by a wave of Heishoku Haki. Sitting in one of the cells, a giant turned to an elderly man beside him and asked, "Hey, Gramps, quit pretending. That was you, right? That willpower just now. Who the hell are you?" "Just an old man who coats ships. I simply love young girls," Rayleigh said, and pulled out a small bottle of booze and chugged down its contents. "On Grove number 30. Based on Ace's description of his brother, I would assume he'll be at the amusement park. I'll check here, then the lawless area yoi." Marco muttered, and flew over Sabaody Park. At Navy headquarters, chewing on a rice cracker, Garp said, "The Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh? Huh. It would appear that the others haven't noticed, and think he's just a normal old guy," one Marine said. Garp merely ate another cracker and laughed out loud. "They're going to sell the Dark King in the human auction? Huh," and laughed even louder. "If he's the real deal, then this is a really bad situation. Although my subordinates can't be 100% sure," he continued. But Garp just offered him some tea and assured him that he would handle it. "You think the Navy can handle two legends at the same time?" Garp asked. At the human auction house, the auction was starting and the rich people were all bragging about their slaves and the money they had. The workers just brought their caught prisoners onto the stage, where Disco urged people to buy them. Meanwhile, Duval showed Sanji a list of the prices a slave would be sold for, and the others reported that they could find Kami. Usopp got lucky, and encountered a drunk man who told them that after they sent a giant in as a slave, someone sent in a mermaid. After getting the information, the flying fish rider called the others. The place they took her to was the auction in Grove number 1. Everyone headed towards the auction house. Zoro was trying to get to Grove number 1, but was surrounded by bounty hunters, which he defeated by merely glaring at them, and they lead him to Grove number 1. Everyone, except for Robin, Usopp, Brook, Luffy, and Zoro, arrived at the auction house in Grove number 1 and threatened the guards. Frankie wanted to blow the place up, but Hatcheye stopped him, saying there were celestial dragons inside, and that Kami probably had an exploding neck ring. Having no choice, Nami said that she'll play by their rules. Chopper, Hatcheye, Papug, Nami, Sanji, and Frankie entered the auction house via the main entrance and were sighted by the Kid Pirates. "Chief, that's the Straw Hat crew. We saw them yesterday," Heat said. "The Straw Hat's captain isn't there. Based on all the rumors and what we saw yesterday, I'll say he's rather stupid and naive. I was hoping to see just how dumb he was myself," Kid replied. The Straw Hats cringed as they saw a young girl be sold off, and worried for Kami. They wondered how to get Kami back, and Nami suggested that they buy her. Hatcheye refused, but Nami said that they'll do anything to get their friend back. Outside, newspapers were raining down on the citizens. "Is the world government out of its mind?" Apu asked. Urush, Bonnie, and Bijay were shocked by the news. "Captain, this could mean trouble," one of Hawkins' men stated. "Is that how it is? I understand now. Seeing how close this island is to the Navy headquarters, I thought it was strange that there were so few Marines around." Drake said. "What has happened?" one of his men asked. "It's been decided that Fire Fist Ace, commander of Whitebeard's 2nd Division, is set to be executed." Drake told his crew, "If they do that, then Whitebeard is sure to make a move. There's going to be a war." "Captain, the Straw Hat Pirates were seen at Grove number 1. What are they up to now? I hope that however crazy they are, they won't touch the celestial dragons. That stupid swordsman almost killed one." Drake muttered and headed to Grove number 1. Luffy was pulling on one of the flying fish rider's cheeks, and the others were hurrying towards Grove number 1. Another celestial dragon arrived at the human auction house and entered. Seeing that the auction was almost over, he kicked his poor slave multiple times. He was then introduced as Saint Charlos and was led to his seat. Kid and Law watched as the celestial dragon walked to his seat with his family, stopping the auction. The rich people all looked away until he was seated, and then they started cheering. After introducing another slave, Disco was surprised when the slave fell down, blood trickling down his mouth. Sanji said that he had bit his own tongue off and would rather die than to be a slave. They then got ready to bid on Kami. On Grove number 13, Zoro had ended up in Grove number 13 even though he was in Grove number 2 just a few minutes before. He saw the bounty hunters and threatened them for directions, but Luffy just grabbed him from his flying fish. At the auction house, Disco had just unveiled Kami, who was inside a spherical tank with a bomb collar attached. After looking around, she saw the Straw Hats and Hatcheye, who told Nami that they were selling Kami. As they were prepared to bid for Kami, Charlos burst out, saying he would buy Kami for 500 million. The Straw Hats lost all their hope and Kami banged her tank in desperation. The kid pirates were just about to leave when they heard a strange sound. Seconds later, something crashed into the doors of the auction house, startling everyone. In the lawless area, he's not at Sabaody Park Yoi, Morko muttered. Boom. Ace also said that his brother was a huge troublemaker Yoi. He grumbled and flew in the direction of Grove number 1. At the auction house, what's your problem? You can land better than that, Luffy yelled at the flying fish rider, who retorted, I can't. It's a flying fish. Besides, you said to run into it. Zoro walked in, rubbing his head. You told me to just get on, but why are you guys in such a hurry? Get back to the sunny. Where are we, anyway? Law and Kid just smirked at the appearance of the crazy, rubber-headed rookie. What's going on? Bonnie asked, peering inside through the broken door. Outside was the rest of the supernovas, Drake, Uruj, Bijet, Hawkins, and Apu, who were all surprised by Luffy. Luffy growled at the flying fish rider before yelling Kami. The other people at the auction were shocked and surprised at Luffy. Luffy turned around and saw Kami in the tank. He immediately rushed down, yelling, Kami, we've been looking everywhere. What a relief. Hatcheye raced after him, telling Luffy to calm down, because Kami had an exploding ring collar and there were celestial dragons. Others were surprised when Hatcheye called him Straw Hat and deduced that he was a pirate. What is he doing? Drake mumbled. Hawkins pulled out his cards and said, there's a 99% chance he's going to do something stupid. Desperate to stop Luffy, Hatcheye instinctively pulled out his 4 other hidden hands and grabbed him. A rich woman screamed that Hatcheye was a fishman, and the poor guy let go of Luffy as insults rained down on him. I'm coming to save you, Kami, Luffy yelled, and Disco ordered his men to stop Luffy. You guys, Kami isn't for sale. He continued yelling. Hatcheye still had the other bidders insulting him, and eventually it led to people throwing items at the poor fishman. Papug tried to get Hatcheye to leave, and Nami muttered that just like Robin said, the fishmen were discriminated. Luffy shook off the guards when he heard a gunshot. Luffy turned around just in time to see Hatcheye tumble down the stairs, Charlos's gun still steaming. The hell? Law muttered. Bonnie covered her mouth with her hands in shock, while the rest were just stunned. I shot it. I took down a fishman. Charlos cheered as he danced about. Nami cried out in concern for their fallen friend, while the other Sabaody inhabitants just smiled and said that it was good that Hatcheye was shot. Luffy turned around and looked back in anger. Kami continued to hit her tank as she cried for Hatcheye. Look, father, I caught a fishman. I caught it myself, so I can have it for free. Free, free, an octopus for free. He cheered happily. Luffy walked back up the stairs. What a deal, what a deal. An octopus slave for free. Free, 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 free. The celestial dragon laughed, unaware of the angry pirate. Walking past Hatcheye, he grabbed the young captain's hand, stopping him. Coughing out blood, he said, wait, Straw Hat, don't be mad. I'm the one ... who screwed up. Luffy looked back to his friend. You promised not to defy the celestial dragons, even if you saw someone get shot. I was a pirate at one time. This is what I deserve ... for doing those horrible things. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for it to be like this. I just wanted to make amends with Nami ... even if it wasn't much. So I wanted to be helpful to you guys. But I guess I've always been a screw-up ... and no matter what I do. Luffy knelt down, so Hatcheye didn't have to exert so much energy. I'm a real screw-up. Hatcheye, Nami gasped. All I ever do is cause trouble. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You lousy fish, still blabbering on even though I shot you. You annoy me. Charlos whipped out his gun again. Luffy whirled around, defending Hatcheye. Straw, Papug yelled. What's with that look, you? The celestial dragon flinched. The fire reignited in Luffy. He stood up and walked towards the noble. Stop, Straw. You guys'll get in huge trouble too. Please stop. Papug tried to stop Luffy. There was a murderous glint in Luffy's eyes. Charlos pointed the gun at Luffy. Do you not see this? Luffy clenched his fist and continued to walk up. What's he going to do? A bidder asked. Mujawaraya. Law mumbled and closed an eye. Is he serious? Kid asked. Please tell me he isn't going to do what I think he's going to do. Drake groaned. That idiot. The gem muttered. No, don't. Bonnie managed to stutter out. Holy crap, he really is insane. Uruj said. This is as predicted. Hawkins murmured, though he still shivered. The hell? Apu yelled. You annoy me, too. Charlos shot twice at the enraged captain, which Luffy just swayed past, not once stopping. Hatcheye, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to break that promise. I'm so sorry. Sabo, even though this may not bring you back, I hope you're happy ... that someone is finally Going to go against ... the celestial dragons ... the ones that killed you ... the ones that you loathe so much. Guys, sorry, I'm going to end up bringing Admiral here ... but you guys won't mind, right? Luffy walked right up to the celestial dragon and punched him hard in the face. A single tear threatened to fall from his eye, but he managed to stop it. Sabo, this is my revenge ... for you. The celestial dragon crashed into the stairs, digging a huge trench in the middle of it, eventually crashing into one of the seats at the back of the auction hall, stunning everyone. The supernova pirate crews entered the hall to see for themselves if someone had actually laid a finger of those who carried the blood of the creators. If you are as great as you say you are, you can get up from that. Luffy growled. Seeing no movement from the celestial dragon, he hissed, HMPH. I just see a spoiled brat who hides behind the backs of the world government. There's nothing special about you at all. You bastards took away someone special to me and made his life hell. I'll never forgive you for it. Everyone just gawked at the young captain. The Straw Hats just stood there, their eyes shadowed. Hatch-Eye, Papug and Kami stared in shock. Luffy put his straw hat on his head and cracked his knuckles. Kid and Law just smirked. Marco arrived, but hid behind several buildings, seeing all the Marines gathered at the entrance. The hell is going on, Yoi? Marco asked himself. Sorry, guys, Luffy apologized. Punching this guy means a Navy Admiral is going to come here with a warship. He was interrupted by Zoro. I missed by chance to cut him down because you beat him up first. Nami ran to Hatch-Eye. Hatch-Eye, hang on, Papug said. You're all in big trouble now. Nami just smiled. We can't help it. That's just how Luffy is. Well then, Sanji said as he lit a cigarette. Then, it's clear what we've got to do next, right? Frankie asked, and Chopper said, I'm sure the key to Kami's neck ring is somewhere behind the stage. I have to take a look at Hatch-Eye's injuries, so I'll leave this to you. You guys, Hatch-Eye groaned. The two celestial dragons called out to their injured family member and tried to shoot Luffy. Some of the bidders were afraid of the angry celestial dragons, and they all rushed out of the auction house, save for the 9 supernova crews. The older celestial dragon proceeded to shoot more bullets, but Sanji kicked his gun. His guards tried to attack Sanji, but he used Concass and ordered Frankie to find the keys while he took care of the guards. More guards entered and proceeded to fight the pirates. Backstage, how noisy, the giant grumbled. Seems like something happened. It's empty, Rayleigh muttered after shacking his bottle a few times. Well, then, Gramps, the giant said, you're the main entrance. Shit, those stupid straw hats, Drake grumbled. Just so you know, life's never boring with him around. Law smirked. I told you there was a 99% chance of him doing something like that, Hawkins said. The Pooh sighed. Luffy used Gamu Gamu no Mushi to knock out a horde of guards. Not bad, Big Gem muttered. Zoro sliced 2 guards up. A lot more tried to stop Zoro, but he just used Tatsumaki, blowing all of them away. You want to fight him, don't you, Killer? Kid asked his first mate. Yup, the masked man replied. He's strong, and a lot of bloodlust. Frankie threw a bunch of guards off him, turned around, and used strong right to blast the ones following him away. He then used fresh fire to burn another few guards. Did he eat a devil fruit? Iruj mumbled. What destructive power? The guard next to Celestial Dragon mumbled. Seeing Frankie chase the guards away and Luffy pummeling the guards with Gamu Gamu no Gatling, with the noble cursing at the pirates, Nami ran down the stairs, clutching he climb attacked, with guards chasing her. She tripped and fell down between 2 rows of seats, groaning in pain. Seeing the guards towering over her, she smirked, watch out for thunderclouds. To the guards' shock, a string of thunderclouds appeared over the guards. Thunderbolt tempo, Nami declared, and the guards were shocked senseless. She got up and smirked, so sorry, and stuck his head out. Which, Bonnie stared at Nami. The older celestial dragon looked around. He saw Frankie shooting the guards and smirking at him. Turning, he saw Zoro defeating the guards like amateurs and glaring at him. He saw Sanji kick 2 more and glare at him. You intend to defy us to the very end, don't you? The noble growled. Luffy merely used Gamu Gamu no battle axe and yelled, Kami isn't for sale. The celestial dragon promptly ordered an admiral and a warship. A pirate stuck a celestial dragon. Navy headquarters is going to send a warship now. Marco heard from behind the buildings. No shit, who did that, he thought. Sanji and Luffy kept on taking out more guards. They barely heard a duck from Zoro before the swordsman sent a 36-pound Who flying at the guards. Luckily they avoided the attack, and the flying slash sliced off the top of Kami's tank. Kami could finally hear what was going on, and expressed her concern for the shot fishman. Just like the rumors said, Killer mentioned. Yeah, he's one crazy bastard, Kid replied. Between our last encounter and this, I can't tell who's more insane. You for starting this, or you crew for following you, Drake murmured. Usopp was riding on a flying fish, and fell of when he grabbed its rider's cheeks. He was, thankfully, caught by Robin. They later arrived at the auction house, only to find people already streaming out and being escorted away by the Marines. My, Luffy really caused a huge uproar. Robin smiled. I wouldn't be surprised if he hit one. He looked like he was about to murder the two that we saw. Yo ho ho ho. Brook laughed. Robin and Brook had their flying fish crash into the auction house and joined the fray. Robin used scene floors, wing to land and used clutch to knock out more guards, while Brook landed and cracked his back. Chopper gave him a glass of milk, which healed him up, and the skeleton then unsheathed his sword and attacked. Usopp was deposited on the roof of the auction house, near a hole made by the flying fish riders. Annoyed by his fear, the flying fish rammed him into the hole, where he landed on St. Rosward, and crushing him and knocking him out cold. Sorry, mister, Usopp immediately yelled when he realized he had landed on the noble. They filled the 3 crewmates in on the situation, but Law told them that the Navy had already arrived. Toro, what are you doing here? Luffy looked back and beamed. Sighing, Law told them it was none of their business, and Kid had to suppress his laughter. Oi, Luffy, here. I attached a string to it so you can just pull it off. Usopp passed his shrunken version of his weapon to Luffy, who stuffed it in his pocket. This didn't go unnoticed, though, and Law was wondering what the sniper had passed to his captain. I don't know who they wanted to catch, but I doubt they expected anyone to beat up the Celestial Dragons. Law said, I don't care who the hell they are. No one hurts my friends. Luffy replied. Kami swam to the bottom of her tank as the remaining female Celestial Dragon pointed a gun at her. This is unforgivable. In which case, I'll kill the mermaid that they're after. The owner of the auction house tried to dissuade her from killing Kami, but the Celestial Dragon just aimed her gun at him and declared in a high and mighty voice, Quiet, commoner, and shot him. She then turned her attention to the defenseless mermaid and snarled, All right, fish. This is the end, once and for all. Crap. Kami-chan is in trouble, Sanji yelled, seeing the mermaid threatened. Kami tried to get as far away from the noble as possible, and shielded herself with her arms. Quit your squirming. The Celestial Dragon growled at the mermaid. Damn, Usopp groaned as he aimed a pellet. Robin to ready to bloom more limbs. Zoro unsheathed his swords. Now you die. The Celestial Dragon declared, ready to shoot. Kami, Chopper, Hachai, and Papug yelled. Oh no, we can't stop her in time. Nami shouted. Frankie readied his weapons left. All the Straw Hats wanted to rush forward to rescue their friend, but they wouldn't make it in time, seeing as the noble was right in Kami's face. Smirking, the Celestial Dragon pressed the trigger. Leave Kami alone, Luffy yelled, and a wave of energy was felt. It was like the one felt at the bar the previous day, just much stronger. The Celestial Dragon fell from her ladder, and the remaining guards all passed out. Heishoku Haki again. Whose is it? The Supernovas, minus Luffy and Zoro, thought. Outside. What was that? Whose Heishoku Haki was it? Marco asked himself, feeling the wave of power pressing on his skull. What powerful Haki? Brace yourselves, men, the commander yelled. In the auction house, all 3 Celestial Dragons lay on the ground, unmoving. Kami looked around, confused. Kami, you're safe, Luffy exclaimed. Why the hell is everyone sleeping? He asked his crew. No idea. Felt the same thing at the bar. Sanji mumbled and lit his cigarette. Felt what thing? Luffy asked. What? You mean you didn't feel it? That feeling like someone is crushing our skulls, trying to knock us out. Chopper yelled. What was that anyway? It was so powerful. Bonnie groaned. What? If I meet the person who did that to you, I'll beat them up. Luffy growled. Just then, a huge hold appeared behind the stage. I believe if you're going to do that, you might have some problems, an elderly voice said, and an old man walked out from the hole, stunning the pirates there. After looking around, he said, See, Mr. Giant, the place is in a real uproar. I'd say the auction's over. I've stolen some money now, so I guess I'll head back to the gambling houses. They started a conversation, and the old man laughed before saying, Oh, looks like we've garnered some attention. I heard you say something, young man. Mind repeating it? I said if I meet the person who hurt my Nakama's heads, I'll beat them up. Luffy said, confused. Who the heck are you, Austin? Rayleigh. Hachai yelled out. You mean Rayleigh, the coding craftsman? Which one is he? Chopper asked the fishman. Oh, is that you, Hachai? It is. It's good to see you again. What are you doing here? How did you get that injury? Rayleigh asked. He then inspected the area, and instantly understood what had happened. He then thanked the Straw Hats for looking out for Hachai. Some of the guards got up, leading Luffy to mutter, they're waking up. The old man then glared, and the guards fell over, out cold again. Is he? Kid muttered. It couldn't be. Law grumbled. How? What did you just do? Usopp blabbered. Who is that old man? Sanji asked. The old man merely glanced at Luffy and said, That straw hat suits dauntless men very well. I've been wanting to meet you, Monkey D. Luffy. Meanwhile, the news about the Celestial Dragons was quickly spreading around the Sabaody archipelago. On the Moby Dick. What's taking Marco so long? Haruta asked. Ace's little bro is probably hard to find, considering that they're so close to the Navy headquarters. Aizo replied, I don't know what's going on, but the people on the archipelago are in a frenzy. Namor said, climbing on the deck. Have they seen our ship? Whitebeard asked. I doubt it. Thatch said, we would have seen people looking our way, and we are pretty far from Sabaody. I hope Marco didn't run into trouble. Aizo mumbled. Nah, I'm betting on Ace's little brother. I mean, they busted an Ai's lobby. What's to stop them from causing a ruckus? Thatch said, in the auction house. Was it you who gave my friends headaches? Luffy growled at the old man. Sorry to say, that wasn't me. I must say, I'm surprised to meet a person with such a strong haki here. The old man said. The supernovas were now looking on in interest. I'm going to remove that collar now. Is that all right, young girl? Kami just blinked in surprise. Don't do anything reckless. It's going to explode. Papa yelled, and Chopper and Brook agreed with him. They then asked Luffy for confirmation of the old man's actions. Luffy stared at the old man. Usopp yelled that Frankie was finding the keys, but the old man just said, it's all right. Stay still. Zoro mumbled. I don't know why Evian started falling over, but he's definitely not an average old man. He also mentioned something called haki, and that someone else here has it. So, how about it, Monkey D. Luffy? The old man asked Luffy, staring into his eyes. They both stared at each other until Luffy said, Hatch-Eye's my friend. Kami is my friend. You hurt Kami, you'll regret it. What? We're going to leave Kami-chan to him. Sanji yelled at his captain. He's Hatch-Eye's friend. I don't see why he'll intentionally hurt one of Hatch-Eye's friends. Luffy growled and stared at the old man. The old man reached out and touched Kami's collar, causing it to start ticking. All the onlookers stared at the old man in surprise. Kami tensed up, and the captains, save for Luffy, were all looking on in interest. At the last second, he pulled the collar off Kami just as it exploded. Frankie then popped out waving the keys around. Seeing no need for the keys, Frankie gave them to the rest of the slaves, much to their delight. Usopp asked Luffy if he knew the old man, which he denied. Tell me, why did you ask me to repeat what I said? Luffy demanded. I mean, the first blast that pressured your friends didn't come from me, and I don't know who else did it. Plus it was pretty powerful. The old man shrugged. He then apologized to the rest of the rookie crews. Who'd have thought we'd run into such a big shot here? That's the Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh, no doubt about it. First mate of the Pirate King, Kid said, still slightly out of it from the burst of Heishoku haki. Whatever, carry Hatch-Eye. We need to deal with the Marines outside. Luffy ordered and turned to the entrance. The rest of TH people were stunned at how Luffy addressed Rayleigh. Crazy kid. Bijay grumbled. Seems like they got us completely surrounded outside, Chief. Heat whispered to his captain. Just then, the 9 rookie crews heard a loud, criminals inside. Please release the Rossword family. An admiral will be here shortly. I'd imagine it would be safe for you to just surrender. You don't know what will happen otherwise, rookies. So, they're not just dragging us into this, but they're totally treating us as if we're his accomplices, too. Law said, I really don't want to fight the Emrines now. Drake said, with Bonnie and Bijay nodding. I want to see the admiral. Apu said, I do not see the shadow of death upon me today. Hawkins mumbled, I see that Straw Hat Luffy is really crazy. Not to complain, but I'm not going to stick around to clash with an admiral. Kid said. Rayleigh then said that he couldn't use his abilities again, or he'd risk being found out, so the rookies would have to do the fighting. I have no intention of being saved by some old man, but the longer we stay, the more soldiers will come. I'll be going on ahead. Kid scoffed as he walked outside. As an extra favor, I'll save you guys. I'll take care of the cleaning outside, so just relax. Law and Luffy just gritted their teeth at the red-headed captain. They both headed out after Kid. Law felt a bit tired as he walked with the rubber-headed idiot to catch up with Kid, but attributed it to his woozy head from the haki. When they finally caught up, Kid also felt like something was sapping his strength, but like Law, brushed it off and blamed it on his headache. Outside, like I said, I won't let you guys hog all the fun. Shut up. I said I'll do it myself. Stop bickering already. Really, shut up. Just shut up, you two. You're so noisy. What did you say? Like I said, leave this to me. No, I'll do it. Don't order me around. You don't get it, do you? You're the one that doesn't get it. All right. The captions of the Straw Hat Pirates, the Heart Pirates and the Kid Pirates stepped out of the auction house, all 3 of them ready for battle. Take aim. One of the Marines yelled, and the rest of them held up their guns. All 3 of them are captains. They all came out at once. Monkey D. Luffy, worth 300 million. Eustace Captain Kid, worth 315 million. Trafalgar Law, worth 200 million. All 3 of them have bounties easily exceeding 100 million. Inside the auction house, man, those guys are so simple-minded. Nami huffed. Usopp yelled that they were going to cause a huge uproar, and that they should run. Papag apologized to Kami, though she told them that they shouldn't be sorry. They then decided to go out and meet at Grove number 13. Rayleigh asked the giant he was with as he wanted to go with them, but the giant decided to help the rest of the slaves escape. He and the slaves thanked the Straw Hats for freeing. Outside, so, that Straw Hat Luffy, Ace's little brother, Marco mumbled. Wonder how good he is. Outside the auction house, fire the mortars. 3 cannonballs were sent towards the 3 captains. Luffy used Gamu Gamu no Fusen to deflect it. Kid used Repel and Law used Room, followed by Shambles to decapitate a marine. He then swapped the marine head for the cannonball. He killed me. The marine head yelled, wait, what? Be careful. These 3 have devil fruit powers. One marine warned, our main priority is to save the hostages. Concentrate the troops in this area. Same with the mortar cannons. The marine officer yelled. All the cannons and guns were aimed towards the 3 supernovas, with the head shrieking, wait, please, wait. Kid shoved his hands in front of Law and Luffy, smirking, keep your hands out of this, you two. You'll just get in my way. Law growled, didn't I tell you? If you try to order me around, leave it to me. Luffy ran forward while Kid was focused on Law, leaving the latter smirking and the former staring at him. Fire, shoot him. A lot of cannonballs were fired towards Luffy, who used Gamu Gamu no Ami, leaving Kid staring at him. He stretched. What's with that strange ability? No shit, Law agreed with him. He already knew about Luffy's powers, but it still seemed very strange to see a person with elongated limbs. Luffy caught all the cannonballs with his net and swung them around. One, however, fell out and fell towards Law and Kid, but they jumped away in time. What are you doing? The red-haired captain yelled. The decapitated head sighed. I thought I was going to die. Keeping his head in place, Luffy continued swinging the cannonballs around and said, sorry, Straw Hat, you really are insane. Kid growled. I thought that was established when he punched the celestial dragon, Eustacia. Law said, start with Straw Hat Luffy. Charge, the marine officer ordered, and him men charged forward. Luffy used this as his cue to release the cannonballs on the incoming marines. Shoot him. Undeterred, more cannonballs were shot towards the rubber captain, and he was left with dodging. Now, don't just stand there. Get him. Luffy used Gamu Gamu no Muchai and knocked them down. Behind some buildings. Not bad, Ace's brother Yoi, Marco commented, seeing Luffy single-handedly taking out tens of marines at one go. Back to the fight. Don't hesitate. Fire. One cannonball blew Luffy's hat off. He dived to get it. Now charge. Kid raised his hand and all the metal weapons flew towards him. What the? Luffy said, seeing the flying weapons. Towards himself. Does he want to die? The marines asked. Repel. All the weapons flew back to the marines, leaving them retreating. Seeing his running men, the officer mumbled, impossible. Are these guys really just rookies? He then asked about Kizaru's whereabouts, and he was informed that Kizaru would arrive soon, but their reinforcements had just arrived. Law was tossing the head up and down while it was complaining. Luffy walked back to the 2 supernovas and said, you guys sure have some weird powers. And Kid told him that his were the strangest. Really? Luffy asked. Meanwhile, a few marines have entered the auction house through the back. Outside the auction house, the rescue team has made it inside. A marine reported. All soldiers will commence attack as soon as the hostages are secured. The marine officer ordered. In the auction house, hurry, on the double. The marine sneaked in through the storage area and backstage, arriving behind the hole the giant had made. Rescue team has reached the stage. One reported, all right, make sure none of the members of the 3 crews see you, and retrieve the hostages. There they are. Should we capture them? One marine asked. No, we can't. Our orders were to secure the hostages. Another hissed. The celestial dragon's lives take precedence above all else. We need to ascertain to their well-being first. Peering through the hole, the first marine mumbled, oh shit. Outside the auction house. There they are. Should we capture them? No, we can't. Our orders were to secure the hostages. The celestial dragon's lives take precedence above all else. We need to ascertain to their well-being first. Oh shit, what's wrong? The marine officer asked. You said there are 3 crews, right? Yeah, their captains are outside. He replied. Apparently all the 9 supernova crews are inside. Shit, exactly. There's too many of them. I think we should tell Admiral Kizaru. We can arrest them here and now. All right. The marine officer growled, glaring at the Straw Hat team, the red-haired captain, and the man throwing his men's head up and down like a ball. Why are all the supernovas here? We can barely take down 3, and there are 9 more inside. I can't believe the mortars don't work on any of them. They really do live up to their notorious names. Some of the marines were losing confidence in beating the 3 rookies. But one marine yelled, this is no time to be impressed. Hold out until the admiral arrives. Like we can wait that long. Law smiled and threw the decapitated head towards the marines, saying, here, catch. One of the marines caught the head and freaked out, throwing the head up ahead. Hey, don't drop me. The head protested as he flew through the air, and another marine caught him. How are you talking? I don't know. My body feels hot for some reason, too. The head yelled. The Marines were confused at first and found a headless body running around with its neck on fire. After someone threw a bucket of water on it, he said, "I thought I was a goner. Watch out, guys. That guy. Don't enter the circles he makes." Turning to Law. Law decided to use room when he said that. "Why you mean this?" the Marine holding the head asked. "Why yeah, just like this," the decapitated head replied, and realized they were in Law's room. Law unsheathed his Nadachi and then slashed at the Marines, cutting each one into several pieces. "We've been cut. What in the world's going on?" a Marine shrieked. Law just sheathed his Nadachi and said, "Make yourselves comfortable. This'll be over before you know it." Luffy bit on his thumb and blew a ton of air into it, inflating it. Third gear, bone balloon. This is the arm of a giant. Don't be scared. Ready your weapons. Fire. Fire like crazy. The Marine officer yelled, only for a voice to call out, "But, Brigadier General, our weapons ... are flying away." What? The general yelled in shock. All their weapons, even the heavy mortars, all lifted into the air like they were weightless. Inside the auction house, the crews were ready to leave, and Zoro noticed that his swords were trembling. All of a sudden, to his shock, they flew out of their sheaths, but he managed to catch them in time. What the? He looked around, only to see all the guns and swords floating in the air. Usopp and Chopper turned around, only to find a sword flying at them. They quickly crouched down as the rest of the floating weapons flew out of the auction house. "What's going on?" Sanji yelled, kicking away an oncoming gun. "What is this?" Brook leaned on the wall near the entrance and shrieked as a sword impaled the wall. "Behind some buildings." "Damn, the Marines stand no chance. These youngsters are good, I admit yoy," Marco muttered, impressed. Outside, all the Marines were reaching for their weapons as they flew overhead. "What in the?" one shrieked as the weapons flew towards Kid's arm, completely covering and building on it. To their shock, all the weapons formed a huge hand many times bigger than themselves. Kid glared sinisterly at them and grinned. "What is that guy?" a Marine in Law's room shouted. Law said, "This is no time to be admiring people," and made several gestures. The cut-up Marines found all their parts spinning around as if they were in a cyclone. With a few more gestures, the Marines' parts were stuck onto barrels and other body parts. "Hey, those are my legs." "Then whose are those?" "You have too many chests. Don't look at me." The Marines caught in Law's room protested and yelled, seeing themselves and their friends. "Gamu Gamu no giant pistol." Luffy yelled. "Eat this." Kid smirked. The Marines that weren't cut up by Law were hit by two giant hands, one metal, one flesh. A loud crash was heard, and the rest of the 9 teams ran out of the auction house. Seeing the destruction by the 3 captains, Zoro said, "Whoa, now. This, already." Brook was impressed. "Amazing. I don't believe my eyes." Sanchai sighed. "You sure know how to go berserk, Captain." "Hahaha. They're quite reliable, indeed." Rayleigh laughed. Killer muttered, "What an impatient bunch." Apu whistled, "Damn, they're good. Not bad." Bijay mumbled. All the metal was covering the Marines, all unconscious. Luffy was in his chibai form. "Captain, did you by any chance touch him?" one of Bonnie's crew asked, gesturing towards Luffy. "What's with that, Mugiwara? That's not a very good finish." Law snickered, looking at the shrunken-down Luffy. In a squeaky voice, Luffy replied, "Really? Their formations don't amount to crap now," Kid said proudly. Meanwhile, the general was staring at the sheer number of pirates that had exited the auction house. "Brigadier General, it appears all the pirates have exited the auction house," a Marine reported. Glaring at the pirates, the general growled, "They intend to escape. Don't let these runts make mockeries of us. We have plenty more reinforcements." The 3 hostages have been secured at the back entrance. Came over the Den Mushi. Seeing as they didn't have to risk hitting the celestial dragons, the general barked, "Aim the mortars at those without powers." Firing squads to the rear were now commencing all-out attack. "Take those pirates down." The Marines readied their guns and aimed their cannons, and charged. "Here we go." They got no plan at all. "It's a free-for-all now," Kid muttered as Luffy came out of his chibai form, laughing. "Oh, I'm back to normal. All right, Straw Hat. I'm glad I got a chance to meet you. But next time we meet, I won't show any mercy." Staring at Kid, Luffy replied, "But I'm going to find the One Piece behind the buildings." This is interesting. Maybe I should interfere. After all, Kizaru is coming. I don't want to be caught yoy," Marco said and went closer to the auction house. "All right, Straw Hat. I'm glad I got a chance to meet you. But next time we meet, I won't show any mercy," he heard Kid say. "But I'm going to find the One Piece." Grinning, Marco thought, "You have a very interesting brother, Ace Yoy." Back to the fight. Kid and Law stared at Luffy, and while they were distracted, a Marine attacked Kid, only to be cut down by Killer. "Hey, Kid, what are you just standing there for?" Killer asked his captain. Still looking at Luffy, intrigued, Kid replied, "You know, Killer." Killer just looked at Kid in response to his name. "On our journey up to this point, we've been laughed at and ridiculed whenever we mentioned getting our hands in the One Piece. And each time that happened, I slaughtered everyone who laughed. But what lies ahead is a sea of death for those who don't have the guts to mention it. Looking ahead and smirking at the two captains, he declared, "Let's meet again in the New World. On the Moby Dick." "Oi, Angie, the newspaper came ... You're not going to like this," Vista yelled, waving the newspaper. "What is it, my son?" Whitebeard asked. Vista was interrupted by Izo, who read the headlines out. "Porcus Diaz, 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, will be executed ... in 8 days ... at 3 o'clock sharp." "Shit, Marco's not going to like this," Thatch muttered. "And we can't leave for Marineford until he comes back ... You think Ace's little bro knows?" "Who knows? From what I've heard from Ace, he doesn't read newspapers," Izo said. "We'll wait for Marco," Whitebeard said. Outside the auction house. "Let's go, men," Kid yelled. He'd immediately torched a bunch of Marines and killer cut several up. A Marine charged at Law, yelling, "Trafalgar Law, how dare you toy with my comrades earlier?" Law merely closed his eyes and muttered, "Bepo." Bepo swooped down and kicked the Marine in the face. More Marines charged and Bepo kicked them all. He landed and saw Law walking towards the auction house and asked, "You're going back inside, Captain?" Law just walked up to the slave that used to belong to the Celestial Dragons, who was still sitting by the doorway, and removed his neck ring. "Why?" the slave asked Law. "Will you come along with me, Pirate Captain Jean Bart?" Law asked, and many Marines ran at Law, yelling that he freed the slave. Swinging his hand, Jean Bart smacked all the Marines away, saying, "It's been a long time since I've been called that name. If it means I can be free from the Celestial Dragons, I'll gladly serve under you." Law smirked and said, "Give half of your thanks to Mujiwari. He punched your former owner." Jean Bart stared at Law and yelled, "He really did that? I heard people running out yelling that, but I didn't think he would actually do that. How did we get stuck in this mess?" Bonnie grumbled, smacking the Marines around her and aging them. "You saw everything, you should know," Bajem muttered, opening the doors on his body and having his men fire their cannons. Drake, who had transformed into a carnivorous dinosaur, was biting and smacking Marines. Iruj was crushing the Marines with his pillar. Apu was playing a very loud tune on his arm, which he changed to a trumpet, making the Marines cover their ears in pain. Hawkins just transformed into his scarecrow form and sweeping them away with his arms. "Oi, Luffy," Usopp yelled. "Oh, there you are," Luffy replied, smiling and cracking his knuckles. "All right. It's time for us to go, too. Let's do it." "All right, bring it on." A huge group of Marines charged at the Straw Hat Pirates. Brook used Nimari to flank and made some Marines fall asleep. Robin used Clutch and broke a few people's backs. Usopp used Multi-Shot, Flame Star and roasted the Marines. Chopper changed to his Horn Point and used Rosio Colonnade, crashing through the Marine ranks. Nami used Thunderbolt Tempo, frying the Marines. Sanji kicked some random Marines away, while Zoro slashed at the Marines, sneaking closer to the fight. "Not bad. Your brother has a pretty good crew, Aseoi," Marco muttered. Auction house fight. "Old man, Frankie, go on ahead," Zoro yelled at Rayleigh, who was carrying Hachai, and Frankie, who had Kami and Papug. Seeing as Rayleigh and Frankie couldn't exactly fight back, the Marine general yelled, "Go. Get the old man and the pervert." All the Marines charged at the duo. "Stop. Leave them alone," Luffy yelled, his eyes widening, as he saw the Marines aim at his friends. "Fire. Fire the mortars," the general ordered, and several cannonballs were fired at the cyborg, mermaid, fishman, starfish, and coding mechanic. "Frankie, watch out. Don't let Kami-chan get hurt," Sanji hollered. Kami turned around and yelled in fear as the cannonballs came closer. She closed her eyes in fear and wrapped her arms around Frankie. Boom! The cannonballs exploded, producing a huge dust cloud. "Kami, Hachai, Hapug, Frankie," Luffy yelled, in fear that his friends were injured. A bright blue flame was seen from the smoke, which was extinguished, and an unknown silhouette was seen. "Who's that?" Nami asked. As the dust cloud slowly faded, they saw a man with blonde hair, a purple shirt that opens at the front, revealing a tattoo with a cross and a crescent, dark blue jeans and a light blue sash. "It's not nice to attack people with their backs turned, especially those carrying the defenseless and injured Yoi," he said. Looking at his tattoo, Luffy thought, "Man, that tattoo looks familiar. It looks like the one on Ace's back." Luffy immediately bounded over to Marco, and a Marine tried to cut him, but Zoro intercepted him. Luffy asked, "Are you a Whitebeard pirate? How's Ace? Where's he? His Vivre card was burning badly like a week ago. I'm worried. Is he okay?" "I actually came to ask about Ace. You know him, right, Yoi?" Marco asked the rubber captain, feeling slightly tired when Luffy appeared in front of him. "Yup, Ace is my big brother, Pineapple Head. Sorry, the last time I saw him was when he was in Alabasta, chasing after some Blackbeard guy." "Pineapple Head, what is he thinking?" Law thought. The rest of the supernovas were equally shocked by how Luffy addressed Marco. The rest of the Straw Hats weren't bothered by Marco, and we're trying to get the Marines away from Rayleigh and Frankie. My name is Marco, not Pineapple Head Yoi. We're trying to find Ace. Marco sighed, irritated at the nickname Luffy gave him. Drake tried to tell Marco about the execution, but Nami spoke up. Luffy, I have the Marines Den Mushy, raising the snail in the air. Just then, a message was broadcasted through the Den Mushy. Hello. Hello, this is Admiral Kizaru. We are arriving at the Sabaody archipelago soon. More reinforcements should have arrived. Hello. Drake promptly forgot the execution. Screw this. An admiral, on the Moby Dick. Voyage. There's a warship headed to Sabaody. Namor yelled, popping out of the water. Really? I bet it's Straw Hat. Thatch yelled. Why him? It could be that Eustace kid. Haruta asked. I bet 2,000 Bri that it has something to do with Straw Hat. Thatch said. Fine, I'll take that bet. Haruta replied. The auction house. Shit, could you give us a piece of his Vivre card, Yoi? Marco asked. As strong as he was, he didn't want to tangle with an admiral. Not when they had to find Ace. Yeah, sure. Here, hey. When did it become so small? Luffy took the Vivre card out of his hat. Seeing the card, Marco frowned. This is bad? What are you doing, Ace? Luffy tore the now thumb-sized Vivre card into two and gave one half to Marco. Please take care of Ace. Luffy looked at Marco. Sure, we Whitebeard pirates always take care of each other, Yoi. Marco said, and a Marine used that opportunity to shoot a cannonball at the two devil fruit users. Luckily, he was a bad shot, and it landed a meter from Marco, who then used the opportunity to transform into a phoenix and fly away. Luffy wasn't affected by the dust, but yelled when he couldn't see Marco. Hey, where did Mango go? Mujiwara, did you know that was Marco the Phoenix, 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates? Law asked, stunned that Luffy treated him like a regular person. He is. Cool, so he's stronger than Ace. Law sighed at the rubber captain's lack of respect. Anyway, an admiral is coming. We should split up, so it's harder for them to catch all of us. Nami said. Apu, Hawkins, Bonnie, Urush, Drake and Baja headed to Grove number 27, thinking that if they stuck together, they would be safer since they weren't the main perpetrators. Law and Kid headed to Grove number 2, not knowing that the other had gone the same way since they used different bridges, and Luffy and his crew went to Shaggy's bar in Grove number 13. The Straw Hats were about to leave when a Marine yelled, "Don't let Straw Hat Luffy escape. He's the one that hit the Celestial Dragon." Sanji kicked a Marine trying to attack Luffy and pointed to something behind them. Luffy, look there. They found the flying fish riders near the water, waving at them. Hey, young master and friends. Luffy yelled back, flying fish. Hey, did you just say handsome? Waving his arm, Luffy said, no, I didn't. Not at all. Anyway, we're all set to escape. Right, men? Duval shouted over the incoming Marines. Sanji muttered, I wasn't expecting help from them again, but I guess we're in a hurry. All right, let's go. Luffy yelled and ran off, with Sanji following suit. Brook used Nimari to flank and made the Marines sleep, and yelled, escape while you can, you too. Some Marines targeted Duval, seeing as he was helping Luffy, but Robin stopped them with new Fleur twist. Usopp shot more fire stars at the Marines. Chopper changed to his heavy point and knocked Marines away, and Zoro cut them. The Marines decided to shoot the pirates, but Nami used Thunderbolt Tempo to fry them. Together, they managed to escape from the Marines and boarded the flying fish, with the Marines continuing to shoot. Damn, can't this slowpoke cow go any faster? Frankie yelled at Duval. He and Rayleigh had boarded Duval's ride, and they were lagging behind. Actually, this is his top speed, Duval muttered. Rayleigh saw that the Marines had caught up on boats, and Frankie grumbled, can't we speed this thing up, somehow? Did we manage to lose them? Usopp asked, and Luffy suggested going to the amusement park after they dropped off Rayleigh. To their surprise, Duval, Frankie, and Rayleigh were ahead of them due to the improvements Frankie made to Matabaru. They then arrived at the slave trader who kidnapped Kami and beat them up. They then dropped them off at Grove number 13 and sped off. They arrived at Shaggy's bar and quickly laid Hatcheye down to rest. What happened? Shaggy asked, clearly concerned. Never mind, I'll get a bed ready for him. After entering the bar, they settled down and Rayleigh told them that he was on Roger's pirate ship, surprising the Straw Hats. You didn't tell them, Hakken? Rayleigh asked, surprised that the Straw Hats were shocked. We only needed him to coat the ship. Hatcheye mumbled. Oh, you didn't notice? Robin asked. Usopp, Nami and Sanji all said that he was famous, and Brooke said while eating beans, Gold Roger. There might have been a rookie by that name, or maybe there wasn't. Waking up from a mini nap, Zoro asked, how does that octopus know a big shot like you? Rayleigh said that Hatcheye had helped him when he was stranded at sea over 20 years ago, saving his life, and that they used to get along before Hatcheye became a pirate. Sanji asked how Rayleigh was still alive, considering his captain's execution, and Rayleigh revealed that the Marines lied about catching him, and that Roger turned himself in. When asked why, Rayleigh said that he knew that his journey was joined to end as he had caught an incurable disease, but was able to reach Raftel and conquered the Grand Line with the help of Crocus, who held of his disease for 3 years. CC Crocus-san. Oh, how nostalgic, Brook yelled, and Usopp burst out, eyeing he thought Crocus was at the Twin Capes for 50 years taking care of Laboon. Rayleigh was just happy that as they had seen Crocus, he was doing well, and that the main reason Crocus agreed to join Roger was to find a certain pirate crew, leaving Brook in tears. Rayleigh also said that after Roger conquered the Grand Line, he was named the Pirate King, and since he liked things to be done as a grand style, he ordered the disbandment of the crew and turned himself in, telling the world about the One Piece, with his last words to Rayleigh being that he wasn't going to die. He then said that the ones creating the current era were those alive, and that many people received something from Roger that day, including Shanks. This caught Luffy's attention, who asked, "Pops, you know Shanks?" while munching in a banana. "If you're Farmer East Blue, then maybe you know a pirate named Buggy as well," Rayleigh asked back. Luffy, Nami, and Zoro all grimaced at the mention of the clown. "Those two were swabbies aboard our ship," Rayleigh said, spitting out his food. Luffy yelled, "Shanks was on the Pirate King's ship." Surprised, Rayleigh asked, "What? He didn't tell you?" "It was about 10 years ago. I encountered him on chance on this island. He'd lost his trademark straw hat in his left arm. When I asked him why, he excitedly started telling me about you." Shocked, Luffy swallowed his food. Rayleigh thought about the time he met Shanks. Flashback. Rayleigh-san, I was really surprised. There was a kid in East Blue who said the exact same thing Captain Roger said. Those exact same words as the captain, Shanks said proudly. Flashback end. Ever since then, Monkey D. Luffy, I've wanted to meet you someday. Thinking about the good times with Shanks, Luffy tugged down on his hat, smiling. Shanks, Rayleigh said, if Shanks hadn't told me all those things about you, I wouldn't have told you any of this either. Anyway, you did well to make it this far. He must be awaiting your arrival in the New World. Excitedly, Luffy exclaimed, Really? Yeah, he must be. I want to see him again, too. Smiling, Rayleigh then got ready to coat the Sunny Patch. I said that ship coating cost a lot, but Rayleigh said he would accept payment from the Straw Hats, as they were friends. The Straw Hats, especially Nami, were very glad to hear that. Robin stood up and said, Rayleigh-san, I have a question. Exactly what is the Wool of Tea? On the poneglyph I saw on Sky Island, Roger's name was engraved with the ancient language. How did he know those letters? Do you people know what happened during the Void Century 900 years ago? Yeah, we know, Rayleigh said. We learned the entire history. However, miss, don't be hasty. Please push forward with your ship, one step at a time. Perhaps we, as well as O'Hara, were too impatient. If I were to tell you the entire history here and now, it's not like you could do anything the way you are now. After you've taken your time to see the world, the conclusion you'll reach may be different from what we found. If you still want to hear it, then I'll tell you everything about the world now. Smiling, Robin said, No, don't tell me. I'll continue on my journey. Usopp then butt in. Hey, are you sure, Robin? Didn't you just let a great chance slip away? Turning to Rayleigh, he then asked, Hey, old man, I want to ask something too. The legendary treasure, One Piece, is it really? USOPP. Luffy yelled, and slammed his fists into the table, shocking everyone. I don't want to hear where the treasure is. I don't even want to hear if there is a treasure or not. I don't know anything about it, but everyone sets off to sea to find out for themselves. If Pops were to tell us anything here, then I'll quit becoming Pirate King. If we're going to have a bearing adventure like that, then I won't do it. Usopp immediately got up, scared of his captain, and yelled at Rayleigh not to say anything about the One Piece, and that he got all die if I hear anything about One Piece disease. Shaggy was shocked at Luffy's attitude, and Rayleigh asked, Can you do it? The Grand Line far exceeds anything than you can imagine. The enemies will be strong too. Can you conquer such a terrifying sea? Rayleigh and Luffy looked at each other, and Luffy said, I don't want to conquer anything. It's just that the person with the most freedom on the sea is the Pirate King. Rayleigh smiled, seeing how similar Luffy was to Roger, and said, I see. Hearing this, Shaggy smiled. I'm a big fan of yours, Monkey-chan. Rayleigh then headed to Grove number 41 to coat the Sunny, and Straw Hats decided to split up, and Shaggy gave them Rayleigh's Viver card, and he told them to find him in 3 days. The Straw Hats then walked away from Shaggy's bar. On the Moby Dick, Hey Marco, Thatch greeted. Ace's brother gave me his Viver card yoy, Marco said, holding up the piece that Luffy gave him. About that, the newspaper came. Marco, Ace is going to be executed, Izo said. What? Come on, Oyeji. We have to go save him yoy, Marco yelled. No, infiltrating Impel Down is too dangerous. First, it is in the Calm Belt, with sea kings that can be the size of islands. Second, Impel Down is guarded by the Magellan, the user of the Doku Duko no Mai. He can poison you with a touch. It's too risky. We save him at Marineford, Whitebeard said. Huffing, Marco agreed. Izo, Marco, Whitebeard, Thatch, Haruta, Vista and Namor were standing there, looking at each other in a tense silence. Trying to lighten the atmosphere, Thatch asked, "So, why was there a marine warship headed to Sabaody?" "Straw Hat, who else yoy?" Marco replied, rolling his eyes. He didn't expect Thatch to suddenly yell at Haruta. "See, I told you Ace's little bro had something to do with it." Haruta, trying to change the topic, asked, "What did he do?" "He punched a celestial dragon." The pirates there, minus Marco, stared at him like he was crazy. "What?" Thatch, Haruta, Vista, Namor and Izo yelled. "Is he crazy?" Vista asked. Apparently they bought one of his friends, who was a mermaid, so they tried to have her, but his friend, who was a fishman, got shot. Marco said. Namor sighed. "Thank God. Kirurara, that brat sure has guts." Whitebeard laughed. "I swear, that kid has a death wish. First in I's lobby, then hitting a celestial dragon. I bet he's going to strike Impel down our Marineford when he hears about Ace." Thatch yelled. Apu, Hawkins, Bonnie, Uruj, Drake and Bidget had made it safely to Grove number 27 and split up. Bonnie was sitting on top of a building, eating. Hawkins, Drake, Apu and Uruj headed to Grove number 24. The warship then arrived, and they fired cannonballs at the archipelago, with Kizaru riding on top on one. Several pirates there turned away from the attack, only to find that Kizaru had moved to the grove. He said to the Den Den Mushi on his watch, "Ah, Kizaru here. I've arrived," requesting a response. The pirates tried to use that opportunity to escape, and the Marines chased after them, yelling, "There are wanted men everywhere. Watch out for the ones worth over 100 million. Kizaru was still trying to get a response, and a random pirate thought it was a good idea to try and kill him. He shot Kizaru in the head, but it just passed straight through. Thinking he missed, he tried again, only for Kizaru to notice him. They tried to run, but Kizaru somehow appeared in front of them and asked, "Say, I was wondering if you could help me. I'm looking for a man called Sentamaru. He's a subordinate of mine. You see." By this point, the two pirates were too scared of the admiral and ran off. "Sheesh, all I did was ask a question." Kizaru scoffed and sent a bright yellow beam at them, causing an explosion and the collapse of a mangrove tree. I think Kizaru-san is going a bit overboard. He knows better than to break the mangrove trees," one of the Marines on the warship muttered. Unknowingly agreeing with him, Kizaru said, "I think I might have overdone things a tad." Apu, who was observing him, muttered, "Talk about crazy. So that's Admiral Kizaru, huh?" His crewmates tried to persuade him to run, but Apu merely wrapped his long arm around his neck and said, "You're such a fool. Where's the fun in slinking away? Nothing beats running away after making an enemy mad." His crewmate asked, "What are you planning to do?" Apu just smiled. Meanwhile, the Marines were catching the pirates with bounties and grumbled that many got away. They then tried to get reinforcements from the warship, but a weird message was transmitted over the snail. "At the harbor, I don't know why, but all the soldiers have turned into either kids or old people." A Marine yelled into the Den Den Mushi, back against a wall. A faint, "What's going on?" and a "my aching back" was heard, and the Marine was startled by faint laughing on top of a building. Bonnie yelled, "A masterpiece. It was her doing." The Marine yelled, "It was Jewelry Bonnie. She has a bounty of 140 million. After eating some more food, she asked, "Which one do you prefer?" She then jumped down and touched him, shrinking him into a child. "Get out of here." More pirates ran by, and Bonnie grumbled, "I still haven't eaten enough. I'm sure there'll be good food on the next island, too," her subordinate said. Then some pirate said something that caught their attention. "Hey, did you hear? A Shichibukai has joined the attack." "Are you serious? Who is it?" "A Shichibukai. Damn that straw hat." Bonnie yelled. In the streets, a loud crying sound was heard over the Den Den Mushi, and no matter how much the two Marines yelled, they couldn't get a response. They came to a conclusion after hearing Bonnie's bounty, and yelled, "Watch out for the rookies worth over 100 million. After yelling, they called the Marine base on Sabaody. "Call for more warships and reinforcements from Navy headquarters. All 9 supernova crews are here, and they're strong. We have to catch them before this gets out of hand." "Got it. They should be here soon. Try your best and limit the casualties," came over the Den Den Mushi. "Your Capone gang Bidget, worth 138 million, aren't you? You can just forget about setting sail. Where's your crew? Gone off on their own. You're one unlucky bastard. Give yourself up." A Marine yelled at Bidget, who merely replied, "In terms of troop strength, you lose." Inside of Bidget, a door slammed open and someone yelled, "Enemy attack." All the pirates stopped what they were doing and readied the cannons. "Hurry it up. Commence attack. Cannons ready. Open the gun ports." Small openings on Bidget's body opened up, and the cannons were rolled out. Seeing the miniature cannons and doors, the Marines were confused and blinked. "Commence bombardment." A pirate in Bidget yelled. "What?" several Marines asked. Are those toys supposed to hurt us? A marine sneered at Bajet. Fire. Many small cannon balls were fired from the cannons. What the? There's stuff inside his body. A small, pinkish, circular bubble, much like Law's room, but smaller, surrounded Bajet's body. The cannons flew through the bubble walls and slowly grew bigger until they were the size of real cannon balls. They then flew towards the Marines, who barely had any time to react. It turned big. All the cannon balls crashed into the Marines surrounding Bajet. What's going on? A few Marines who were further away yelled. He didn't do anything himself. A trumpet was heard, followed by a cavalry charge. Something else is coming out of his stomach now. The Marines yelled. Troops keep coming out. Just like with the cannon balls, now a stampede or horses came out. By its horses this time. The Marines tried to shoot down the horses, but they were quickly trampled underfoot by the Bajet's cavalry. Capone gang Bajet. What the hell kind of power does he have? Firing squad. Aim. The sharpshooters yelled from the hole that was Bajet's eye, before a thick, white smoke covered their view. What's this smoke? They then realized it was because of Bajet's smoking. Father, there's too much smoke. Ignoring them, Bajet grinned at the Marines. I told you don't have enough troop strength. At the fountain, a horde of pirates ran past Hawkins, leading his crew to wonder why. There is no need to hurry. Fate has already been decided. He said, Say, I was wondering if you could help me. Kizaru asked, suddenly appearing in front of him. Hawkins' crew said that they were going to buy time for him to escape, but Hawkins just said, Don't panic. I will not die today. He then took out his cards. Please, just escape, Captain Hawkins. Captain Hawkins. His crew tried to tell him, but he just shuffled his cards and used his straws to hold them up. Combat. Chance of defeat, 100%. Escape. Chance of success, 10%. I'm looking for a man named Sentimaru. Kizaru told Hawkins, but her continued evaluating his situation. Defense, chance of evasion, 40%. Hey, Kizaru managed to get a reply from Hawkins. I know no such man. Ask someone else. Kizaru just sighed. Well, actually, if I can't find him, then that leaves me with spare time. And if I'm not busy, I obviously can't let a wanted man go. Especially one like you, with a 249 million bounty, Magician Basil Hawkins. He then said, Speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? His leg began glowing yellow, and before Hawkins could react, he was kicked in a wall. Captain, his crew yelled. Near the port. We're ready to set sail. A pirate said. All right, let's scram. His buddy said. All of a sudden, he suddenly hit a building. What happened? The first pirate yelled. Hey, what happened? Another pirate asked. I don't know. He suddenly went flying. The pirate who slammed into the building fell to the ground, bleeding and bruised. On the rooftop, the Pooh saw Kizaru attack Hawkins, and another pirate smashing into a wall. This guy's strong, all right. He muttered, Whoa, he's still going. Back to Hawkins. Kizaru pointed a finger at him and shot him with a light beam. A huge explosion was seen. Somewhere on the grove, some pirates were running away, and suddenly one of them dropped dead. Hey, what happened? He just suddenly. Where'd the attack come from? The pirates were all confused. Back to Hawkins. Kizaru was surprised that as the smoke cleared, Hawkins was still standing. Captain, his crew yelled, relieved. Impressive. You far surpass what I imagined. Hawkins muttered. That's odd. Kizaru mumbled, confused as to why Hawkins wasn't dead yet. To think 2 would be destroyed already. Against an admiral, 10 isn't enough to feel secure, Hawkins said, and 2 voodoo dolls fell out of his arm. Yuruj was fighting Kuma, and was being pushed back. I was fully expecting an admiral. He huffed. I guess quietly passing the Navy headquarters is out of the question. But I have my pride to think of too. He then smashed his long pillar at Kuma, who blocked it from hitting his face. He tried to punch, kick and smack Kuma, but he was just sent flying and landed between Hawkins and Kizaru. Kuma then jumped down beside him. Panting, Yuruj mumbled, I'm at a loss. What strength? There's an even stronger foe to worry about, Hawkins said, pointing to Kizaru. From Yuruj's vantage point, it seemed that Kizaru was towering over him. You can't be serious. That's Kizaru, Yuruj exclaimed. What tragic fate. A Navy admiral ahead, and a Shichibukai behind. Is this the end of the line? Only for Hawkins to say. Not necessarily. I do not yet see the shadow of death upon you. That's really comforting. Thank you for the joke, foe as you may be. Yuruj stood up. Kuma got ready to punch him, but Drake hit him with his axe and kicked him. Unprepared for the attack, Kuma was sent flying and crashed into a building. Is that the extent of your power, Mad Monk? Drake questioned Yuruj. You again? Yuruj asked. You seem to love interrupting my fights. Kizaru walked up to them and said, Rear Admiral Drake. Crap. I hadn't planned on running into Kizaru. Drake yelled, seeing the Admiral. Kizaru was about to say something, but something stopped him. Panting, Yuruj gave off a weird aura, and Hawkins just looked at him, confused. Yuruj suddenly increased in size, ripping his shirt to shreds. The muscles on his arms and legs bulged. Drake stared at Yuruj, shocked, as Kuma stood up. I've taken quite a beating, but let's find out now if I really have any hope left or not, he yelled. Yuruj was already a large-sized man before, towering over almost everyone, but he was still small compared to Kuma. Now, he was at least a head taller than said Shichibukai. Raising his fists, he said, I think I'll start with a small counterattack. From his position on the rooftop, Apu exclaimed, look, things are really crazy now. This is great stuff. But his crewmate just stared at him like he was the crazy one and yelled, this is really dangerous. They're all going to die. This is our chance to escape. Are you crazy? Apu asked. The real fun is just about to begin. You've hurt me pretty badly, but don't think that I'm the same as I was earlier. Yuruj yelled, and used Ngazarashi, and punched Kuma multiple times, making him spit out blood and smashed him through a building. Drake and Hawkins just watched and Yuruj said, that must have worked a bit, at least. Mad Monk Yuruj. How can a man who was so badly injured until now have gotten this big and strong all of a sudden? Hawkins asked. A beam of light shot through Yuruj's shoulder, and he fell to the ground in pain. Kuma then stepped out of the wrecked building, as if he hadn't taken any damage at all. He then lifted his hand, revealing a light cannon. That was Kizaru's laser, Drake muttered, and thought, did you manage to put Kizaru's destructive power in Bartholomew Kuma's body, Vegapunk? Are the Pacifista already this developed? This is getting out of hand. One of Hawkins' men said, yeah, even 3 men worth over 100 million can't possibly survive when they're up against a Shichibukai and an admiral. Another of Hawkins' men agreed. Rear Admiral Drake. No, former Rear Admiral, didn't you come to see this? If you'd like to try fighting, then go on ahead. Seeing how you know the circumstances already, I guess you're just too terrified to try, right? Kizaru said. But try not to lose your cool, my flimsy little friends. I'm here too, after all. Kuma ran at Drake, who turned around and transformed into a dinosaur that towered over the Pacifista. Well, I just got to see another interesting thing. This is the first time I've seen a rare, ancient Zoan type, Apu said, still peeking down from the roof. Drake roared and bit down on the Pacifista's head, who just fired a laser at him. He did, however, manage to make the Pacifista bleed. After changing back to a human, Drake grinned and said, I'm surprised to see that even you have red blood flowing in your veins. I just saw something really unusual. Yuruj mumbled, but Kizaru, who was behind him, said, I said that I'm here too, didn't I? Just as Yuruj turned, Kizaru had already kicked Yuruj's side, causing him to smash those 2 buildings and crash into another. He then turned to Hawkins, who had transformed into a giant scarecrow-like entity. He towered over Kizaru, who just said, seems like all you people worth over 100 million are monsters. That's pretty scary. Hawkins, who had nails for claws, used Goma no So and swept at Kizaru several times, only to find that he disappeared. He vanished, Hawkins said, incredulously. Suddenly, 2 fingers appeared in front of Hawkins, and 2 light lasers were fired right in his face. Hawkins used a hand to cover his eyes, and yelled, in my eyes, I can't see, and his crew was worried for him. Kizaru then continuously fired lasers through Hawkins' torso, while saying, I don't know what kind of ability you possess, but you have a physical form, so I suppose you're not a Loja type. Multiple voodoo dolls fell out of Hawkins, 7 in total, and one of him men yelled, he's exceeded his damage limit. He's really going to die. Here's the first one, Kizaru said. Good work making it this far in your long journey, and almost kicked Hawkins, but Apu used his chest as a drum, and then his teeth as a piano. He then used his arm as a saxophone, successfully distracting Kizaru, who said, what's with him? Is this music reaching you? If you hear me, then tune in. Apu rapped as Kizaru and Hawkins stared at him, dumbfounded. Navy Admiral Kizaru. He continued to sing. Now, even the Pacifista and Drake were staring at him. Hawkins changed back into a human and Drake said, he's the roaring tide. Everybody, listen to my fighting music. Scratch. Apu then pressed on his head. One of Kizaru's arms fell off. Kizaru just stared as his arm flew off, surprised. What? Here we go. He drummed on his chest and opened his mouth, releasing a sound wave, causing his torso to fly off. Check it out. Apu yelled, that settles it. Well, I doubt a Navy admiral would die from something like this, though. He jumped up and said, wow, I sure got to see a lot of interesting stuff today. First Straw Hat hitting a celestial dragon, then Red Flag turning into a dino, then the magician becoming a scarecrow. Well, I'll be getting out of here now. See ya. Apu then bounded off on top of the buildings. That's awful, Kizaru said. His legs jumped up, and his body and arm phased on top of it, resulting in a restored Kizaru. Ooh, what a surprise. He then looked at the running Apu, and used Yata no Kagami. He formed a ball of light between his hands, and fired it. It reflected off the many windows of the buildings. He then transformed into the light, and appeared right in front of Apu. He then kicked the supernova, causing him to fall through the building, completely demolishing it. While Drake was looking at the destruction, Kizaru appeared and kicked him in the face. With no time to react, he too was kicked through a building. Hawkins stared, shocked by how quickly he defeated 2 supernovas. Kizaru then turned to him and shot a laser through his abdomen. Walking up to him, Kizaru readied another laser, but his Den Mushi rang. Stopping his attack, he said to the snail on his wrist, "Hello." Hello. He then pat himself down and took out another Den Mushi. "Oh, here it is. Borsalino here. Old man, you did have your baby Den Mushi with you. Why didn't you contact me?" A voice came over. "Oh, Sentomaru-kun," Kizaru said. "Don't just say oh. What are you doing? You've arrived on the island, right?" "Well, I couldn't get in touch with you, you see," Kizaru answered. "I bet you tried to talk into the black Den Mushi again, right? I told you before, the black Den Mushi on your arm is just for tapping." "Oh," Kizaru said, enlightened. "Whatever. Just hurry up and get back to work. We've already identified our targets. Straw Hat Luffy, Captain Kidd and Trafalgar Law. Who do you want to start with?" "Oh, is that so? Then I'll take Straw Hat. But first, send some troops here. There are 4 down supernovas. I don't want them to escape. I'm at Grove number 24, Kizaru said. "Fine. Call in the troops and take out their crews. We don't want them to escape. By the way, Straw Hat is in Grove number 12, Sentomaru said over the snail. "Okay." Kizaru stuffed the Den Mushi in his pocket, and with one swift kick, he knocked over the buildings surrounding the downed supernovas. "Hello, I have 4 supernovas here." He called over the Den Mushi again. A few minutes later, a horde of Marines came over, and Kizaru ordered the 4 captains to be brought to impel down. "They should be out for a while, so wait and see if we can down others," Kizaru said. The 4 supernovas were cuffed and hauled to a Marine warship, and Bijay, who was in an alleyway, and Bonnie, who was on a rooftop, spotted them. "What the hell?" Bonnie asked, a bit too loudly. "Who the hell defeated them?" "I'm afraid that will be me," Kizaru replied, having heard Bonnie's loud outburst. "What an idiot," Bijay mumbled, seeing Bonnie's predicament. "Shit, an admiral," Bonnie cried. She told her crew to escape, since her powers were pretty useless against Kizaru, considering she needed to actually touch her opponent, and Kizaru was far deadlier up close. She and her crew managed to run for a short while, but Kizaru was too fast. Using Yata no Kagami again, Kizaru managed to catch up and delivered a devastating kick to Bonnie's crew. Seeing that he was hopelessly outmatched, Bijay led all his men out from his castle and ordered them to hide, in case they had to fight Kizaru. Kizaru looked at his handiwork as he started at the downed Bonnie pirates. Sighing, as the demolished buildings were too dangerous for his men to climb, he grabbed Bonnie and walked towards the harbor. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Bijay hiding in an alleyway. "So, there's one more here, huh?" he mumbled. Seeing Kizaru turn his attention to him, Bijay ran further down the alleyway, hoping that Kizaru would follow him and fall into his ambush. Suspecting that the pirate was up to something, Kizaru activated his observation haki and found all Bijay's men hiding in the alleyway, behind barrels, in buildings and such. Sighing at the attempt, Kizaru just walked up to the mouth of the alleyway and mumbled Yasukani no Magatama, and crossed his arms in front of him. He then used both of his hands to fire a torrent of deadly light particles, completely destroying the buildings surrounding the alleyway. Screams and shouts were heard as Bijay's men were surrounded by falling plaster, shattered glass and the collapsing building. Stopping, Bijay turned around, concerned for his crew. Kizaru used that opportunity, still holding Bonnie, to flash in front of Bijay. Stunned, Bijay could do nothing as Kizaru shot several light lasers at Bijay, taking him out. Kizaru sighed again, as he dragged the 2 downed supernovas to the harbor and ordered the Marines there to keep them with the others, with the cuffs and such. 6 down, 5 to go. Kizaru mumbled, "Man, these supernovas are a pain. They're powerful, but they're too weak." Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.